We're live, baby. Let's do this.
PK 188. Hi.
100.
Are people still mad at me that I do that? So bad.
What's going on, everybody?
No, I like
it's PKA
that.
188, and I'm here bringing you Woody's gamer tag, Kyle, and Wings.
All right. So, sorry I cut you off. Tonight, a little Patreon pimp, and then get right into the show. Kyle, do you want to talk?
Bring it. Patreon. Okay. So I noticed that some of you were upset. I guess there was some guy who's been pirating our stuff on iTunes, forever, and we didn't really care until we got everything organized. And you don't half-ass organize things. So here's the deal. Some of you are upset. You don't like it. I think the thing needs to update, and then you'll be able to see that you're getting the same stuff for the most part. But we're going to do the show delayed a week. That's for our Patreon members. And look, if you don't like that, here's the thing. This isn't a democracy. This is like a tri-headed Medusa that you motherfuckers have been worshiping for the last 4 or 5 years. Don't you know who the fuck we are? We're the Rape Squad Killers. We talk about rape and murder like it's apples and oranges here. There's a bottle of lubricant handy at all times at my home. And you're surprised when we want to, squeeze a little bit more money out of our hard work. I don't understand it. It's the American way. So either ship out with the rest of the commies or get on board with us, because it's going to be a good time. There's a lot of... Give me the positives of Patreon. Tell me all the wonderful things that are coming because of Patreon.
So here's a couple
and let me
things.
just say one more thing. No one who watches on YouTube is losing a damn thing. The same show is going up no matter what, always. Some people get confused about that. PKA, as it is always going to be, as it is. You don't have to do anything special. What we're offering are extras for money.
Yeah, here are things that are coming because of the Patreon. Well, one, the iTunes. It's on iTunes now, legit, not a problem. It's a week delayed, but whatever. If you're a Patreon member, then you can get it up to date, right? Super. That night, you can get it before it's even live on YouTube, hopefully. We're going on adventures, right? So you thought the survival trip was cool from whatever that was 2 months ago? We're going to start doing that stuff, hopefully, every single month. Something cool. The trip to freaking Peru, eating weird things, jumping off waterfalls, doing whatever. Lots of cool adventure trips. Painkiller already nearly. If we just stay at our current donator level, because we have to be careful about trolls who donate and then charge back or whatever. But if we stay where we are, Painkiller already nearly, a midweek show comes to you guys. There's all this additive stuff. We haven't taken anything away, right? It's still on YouTube. It's still free to see. It's still live, all that stuff. But we're doing all these new things on locations, meetups so that we can hang out with you guys. Going to Vegas, all these cool things are coming because of Patreon. And fuck, I'm wearing a tie because I'm a professional podcaster now.
Exactly. I like that. And also to everybody that's a patron right now, we made some changes over the last week. So if you want to, and please be sure to go log into your patron or your Patreon account and go to PKA and make sure that you're at the level that you want to be. We added some things, changed some things around. It's a growing thing. This is new for all of us. And we made some changes, and we want you to make sure that you're getting what you want and you want to be at the proper level. So everybody, if you're a patron, if you're an older patron or you're going to be a new one, go make sure you're at the level you want.
Yeah, just to be super clear on that, I think maybe some of you that were previously like $1 or $3s now, or $3 or $5, just go make sure that you're where you're supposed to be and it's not messed up. So
yeah, we're not trying to fuck anybody over here. So we want you to make sure you go and confirm that you are in the level that you are supposed to be in, that you want to be in.
The key to success in business is happy customers, not fucked over customers. So make sure that you're at the level you want to be at.
Exactly. See, that's how you know we're the good guys, because we know that. Because we know that going in. We know that the way to run a good business, the way to make money, is to make your customers happy. Our number one goal is your happiness because we want to make money. That's why capitalism is so beautiful, folks.
Yeah, but you just said 5 minutes ago that any Patreon who donates less than $5 a month is a communist.
I think there should be a $1 donation that just says, "Thanks for chipping in.
Thanks for being a capitalist."
Thanks for chipping in.
Yeah,
Thanks for clicking the button but not really meaning it.
If you donated like $1 a month or something, do you think you'd have the gall, the audacity to get really pissed when it wasn't perfect? Like,
Look,
Jesus fuck! $1 a month for this shit?
We should have a $1 a month level where the benefit is a warm spot in my heart.
Yes, exactly. All Scrooge McDuck jokes aside, is $1 really a large amount of money to most people in civilized nations?
Some of these people are Canadian. Keep that in mind.
Yes.
I said civilized. I
Oh,
said,
my-
well,
all
I
right,
can't
all
say
right.
the goddamn word. It's a drinking episode, I should say, and I already started.
Mm.
Try it again, Kyle. You're doing great.
Civilized nations.
Do we need a new topic?
Of course we do. We need to explain that it's a drinking episode and how that works.
Yes. So, the famous Murka Durkah once said, every episode with me is a drinking episode.
Oh, I thought it was "fuck you, Lefty, you cunt." I thought that was one of his famous words.
That was so good.
That was amazing.
I lagged out. The internet went out, and I didn't get to be part of it. I'm so sad.
Well, I don't remember you not being there at all. So there's that.
Yeah, I texted Taylor the next day after I watched the video and I heard what went down, and he told me, he was like, "That's the drunkest I've ever been."
That was awful.
You need to
I woke
step
up
up
the
your
next
drunk
morning
game.
and I was just like, "Oh no, I did PKA last night and I have no realization. I don't remember any of it. I don't remember any of it what I did." And so I had to get on, sign my name in on YouTube and be like, "Fuck, please, just have been sitting there like, top of the evening, like being cordial," but I wasn't. That was pretty rough. It was funny though.
Yeah,
Sorry,
it was all right. I've been in that drunk mode many times, and I know what it's like. And it was like, okay, it was just, you were that drunk guy at the bar where you're just like, all right, dude,
Nah.
all
Roll
right.
call.
I think
What are we
it's
drinking?
Back off.
What are we drinking?
Oh, what do you want to start off? Your bitch drink?
Yeah, I am the... Would you say I'm the bitch?
I said the bitch drink.
I'm drinking Woodchuck Hard Cider.
It's good stuff.
Oh, that's actually nice.
And
Okay.
it's good for you because it's made from apples.
Yeah, it's practically health food.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Kyle, what do you eat? Or
I'm
what do you
drinking
drink?
something similar. It's Red's Apple Ale. It is 5%. What percentage alcohol are you over there? Mine's 5%. I
I'm
know,
in
like
the
a
same
Bud Light.
neighborhood. I might be 6. I'll check.
5% is like higher than most American light beers, I think.
5%. That's pretty standard for a cider, I think.
Yeah,
Pretty good. You guys
it's
gonna
really
take-
tasty too. It's been in my fridge for like, honestly, 6 months, and I thought it would taste like shit, but it tastes good.
I checked it. I'm at 5 also.
Nice.
I had
Where are
this.
you at, Lefty?
Well, while you girls are drinking your nice little cider, I'm going to be over here with my friend Jack, hanging out.
Tennessee
Yeah.
honey.
Tell me, Lefty.
Oh, Tennessee
Yeah.
honey. That's
Oh,
what
that's the
we give the
Tennessee honey.
girls.
Yeah. What?
So that's what we give the girls, and they'd be like, "I don't want real whiskey." And we're like, "Oh, we have bitch whiskey just for you."
This is not.
Go Murka already.
And I'm drinking a little bit of Crown because I'm on the same level as rappers.
Oh, I didn't know you had your EBT card.
Oh,
What's
that was
EBT?
a burn.
I
What?
deserve it after that. You can rip on me all night.
Somebody
You-
help
That's a
me.
racist
EBT?
joke. That's a good one. That's food stamps.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh. Wow, was
So
that a
instead of food
racist
stamps,
joke?
Yeah,
No, it
that was a
wasn't.
racist joke. Yeah, that was a good one.
No, it wasn't. It was,
I was
not
fighting
racist.
hard as Lefty in the early rounds of PKA 1.
Coming out swinging, just
Dude,
throwing.
that was some pretty subversive racism. There were
Yeah.
like 3 steps on the way to black there.
Exactly. Plausibly deniable racism is
Maybe
the
I'm
best
the
kind
only
of
one that
racism,
was
right?
actually
Lefty?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going for. Was the plausible deniability when it comes
Yeah,
to my
you're like,
racism?
what do
Like,
you
I don't know what
mean?
you're talking about.
You may as well have said, "You're one of those people,
Yeah.
aren't you?"
You know,
I bet you
low
don't. I
hanging
bet you don't arrive on time places.
no
in
one
that.
ever accuses me of being racist because I have a black dog.
True.
Mhm.
Pretty funny if you said, "Yeah, I have a black daughter."
No, she's so white. She's a ginger.
You see, very clearly not racist.
Not
Yeah.
racist.
My dog is black. Would a racist do that?
No.
No.
No, I don't think
My
so.
dog's a Jew. I'm not a racist either.
The schnauzer.
Is it bad that I was trying to make a Jew joke out of that?
Is it a
and I
schnauzer?
don't want to. Is it a schnauzer, Murka?
Oh no, it's a half border collie, half black lab.
So I'm thinking I have so many topics lined up for tonight because of Patreon. To be honest, I really want the show to be incredible, but I want to cover Murka and what's new in his world.
Yes, Murka is living high on the log. Is that it?
Hog, I
High
think.
You're
on
a
the
grown up
hog.
now, Murka?
I think it's high in the hog.
Does that would that
the hog.
pertain to like the meat from like the higher areas of the hog versus like the feet? I bet poor people ate pig feet and like
They
assholes
did.
and
I saw it
shit.
in Game of Thrones. I don't think it's like a
And then-
documentary style show,
And
but it's
then
pretty
the
close.
people with money who were quote unquote living high on the hog were eating like the better cuts of meat from the pig.
You know what? That sounds like. Yeah. Like, I don't even know. I haven't independently confirmed it, but I'm going to go ahead and say yes, that's the reason why they say that.
If it's not, it should be. Change the fucking history book. It makes so much sense.
The Hound says that pig feet are actually pretty good. Saying I trust him. He didn't rape Arya. You know.
Kyle, it is. I just looked
Nailed
it up on Wiktionary.org, and it says
red apple cider
the
with
best
little
and
Adderall
costliest
mixed
cuts
in
of
is-
meat from a hog
What's
are
the
the
formula?
parts. Okay, never mind. But you're right. That was it.
So Taylor, tell us about your wonderful life.
Yes.
Well, it's been a year since I last did my YouTube channel. Doesn't feel like it's been that long, really. It's weird.
Mhm.
Like, I guess it's because I kind of slowly drifted out of it. Like, I uploaded every
vlogs?
day for a while. What's up?
Do vlogs. Do some vlogs.
Oh, vlogs. I mean, I could do that.
Do walking vlogs. Those are a big hit nowadays.
I love that shit. Every one.
Take yourself
Twice
walking.
at least.
I could make a series called 200-Pound Man Tries to Lose 200 Pounds Walking.
I want to see somebody strap the weights on like he suggested in one of his videos. We're talking about Wings of Redemption.
I
of
want to
course.
do
He's,
that. I was seriously thinking about strapping on like a hiker's backpack, putting
Oh,
like
like chest
150
weights?
pounds in it. Well, he said
he
chest
said
weights, but I don't
70,
have
but that didn't make sense.
Yeah, 70 seemed too low. But if I put 100 and some pounds in a backpack and went for a walk just to see what it's like to do a wings
Sand.
walk,
Dude, do sand.
I picture myself trapped on my back like an upturned turtle screaming for help.
No way. I don't know. Like I know that I would, but I think you may have the undercarriage to support such girth.
I really think I do. We'll see. We could test it.
What if you? I would like to see you attempt it, and like if you fail, don't upload it. Start training. Wear it every day, all the time, and become fucking Ant-Man. And then one day you just upload a video and you're lugging 350 pounds and there's just like calves exploding and out of the front of your legs.
And the weights themselves are like bursting out of the
Jingling and
backpack like a
jangling.
Conestoga
Jingling and
wagon.
jangling. There are
it's
chains mixed
it's a
in,
pregnancy.
and the
It's a fake
chains are
pregnancy
dragging.
stomach on both sides. A big fake one here and a big fake pregnancy stomach there, and you get to wear a big NASCAR shirt over it and walk around in public. And that's what you would do.
I should go for the walk. Maybe show my progress. Do daily walks. Who the heck knows?
Woody, if I can be the voice of reason here, I don't think the world is ready for that amount of calves. I don't think we're ready to see that on video. I think YouTube might have to age-gate that.
I was born ready.
I know why you hate calves. It's because those people have better ones, isn't it, Lefty? That's why you hate calves.
I don't know what you're talking about. What do you...
And
Who?
put
What
like
people?
some Woody, I would love to be part of this video.
We could
I
do it
want
on the
to-
PKA adventure.
Yeah, I want to produce this video, and I'm not. Should I give away what the video is going to be? Here's the intro. Okay, so what's that song? It's like bum 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 bum.
Chariots
bum,
of
bum,
Fire
bum.
theme you're thinking of.
Chariots of Fire. All right, so roll that. Okay, it comes in soft though. We're not gonna assault you with it. It's coming in soft, and you just get it on your palate and you like it, and it starts building, and you start building a little too, and then it fades from darkness into smoke. It's white smoke, and out of that smoke, just as the music picks up a few octaves, dun 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 dun, you see Woody come barreling out of the smoke. We're shooting it at like 150, 250 frames per second. You see the smoke like curling around his calves. There's a close-up of that. We'd shoot multiple angles, many takes. You would look like the Hulk, except you'd be
Older.
carrying these backpacks full of
Maybe a
something. I
dolly
don't know
cam, like focused on his feet and
We should
and
totally
lower
do
legs
this.
as
We
he's
should
running
do
out
it.
of the smoke.
We should do it in August in Georgia during one of the days on the PKA adventure.
August in Georgia. That's a good day for that.
Yes. Yeah. Oh yeah. We'll oil up the calves, put them at their prime, and see what we got.
You got to start training though, because like you show up and you can't lug a couple 100 pounds, and it looks bad.
That might turn into a parody video.
Yeah.
Or Woody can go spend a month at Kyle's house training for.
Oh my god!
Hey, you can't put 3 weeks of work into something that's a solid month of work. And I think you should know that best, Lefty.
I wish that were possible. I wish we lived in a world where like we were like kids again, like we're 14-year-old us, and Woody actually could come here for a month and train, and it wouldn't disrupt both of our universes in a major horrible way.
That was one of the topics I had for tonight, and I thought it'd be neat since we had Murka, who was
Well, hey,
a fresh grown up. Let me see.
Can we hold it because we cut Murka off and we went into a really fun place, but we didn't get to hear the rest of his wonderful
Yeah, okay.
life.
Oh, sure. Okay. So I'm living with my girlfriend right now. This is our place. And
How long you been dating?
working. We've been dating for just about since I quit YouTube.
So about a year.
Like about a year. Not quite that, I don't think.
Mm-hmm.
This is not good that I don't know even close to the real date. That's
So
She
how
can
long
hear
should
you
someone
right now,
date
though,
before he
can't
gets
she? She
married?
can
No,
hear you
she's
stumbling.
bringing back some Chinese food for me. So I
How
don't
long
get
should
too drunk.
How long should somebody date before they get married?
I'm not big into marriage. Neither is she. We've talked about it, and I don't really want to get married. At least not at this point in my life. I'm 23, and there's really nothing but great sunshiny skies out from here if I don't get married. I don't want to lose half my shit.
You
I don't
need
have
my
YouTube
answer?
money and
That's what
Patreon
prenups
money.
are for. You don't have to worry about that.
Hey, Tiger got fucked by his prenup. She was only supposed to get $5 million if she took, what, $250 million?
Damn.
Yeah, that was more of an egregious.
Yeah, but he fucked like
was just-
30 women.
Yeah.
Well,
Can
it's
we-
not a per woman cost that he has to pay. Like, you
Does
fucked
anyone
11
here
women,
believe
that's
in-
$2 million.
Does anyone here believe that sex addiction is a real thing?
No.
And even if you do,
kind of. I'll go with kind.
Let me rephrase. Of course, there are those like wackos who are just like jerking off in corners and shit. Like that's a sex addict or whatever, or like women who just sleep with 50 men a day. It happens. There are people like that. Sure, nymphomaniacs, but I don't think it's a regular thing.
I view it as a soft addiction.
You don't think?
There are
that it's
people
like a
who
real-
are addicted to video games. There are people who are addicted to the internet. There are people who are addicted to
And I don't
different.
think Tiger was one.
I think that
No.
sex addiction is an addiction to, I don't know, feeling valued, feeling sexy, etc. And that is what sex addiction is. It's not a physical addiction. It doesn't give you shakes, but you hunger for it in the same way that some people do the net. They just feel incomplete when they're not doing that thing.
Yeah.
But could somebody not become dependent upon, like, because there's endorphins and all kinds of stuff that's released when you orgasm, right?
Oh
Yeah.
Yes.
Could you become addicted to that, maybe?
I mean, you can come to enjoy it a lot. Like they do it with rats in experiments where they'll have something attached to a gland in the rat's brain that will trigger the release of like norepinephrine or some
Dopamine.
neurotransmitter that like emulates an orgasm. And so they'll just have it so the rat can hit a switch and it'll orgasm. It'll feel like it's orgasming. And the rats will like kill themselves by just hitting that switch. They'll starve to death because they'll just hit the switch over and over and just be like, oh, fuck yeah. Oh, this rat comes. Great.
Oh
And
my god.
It is pretty
That's-
great.
basically, that's what they do. So I guess if humans were a little dumber, we could do that. Get addicted to sex.
We're like 25 minutes in and we're all ready to rat come, folks. Buckle up.
So, Murka, do you ever look back on YouTube and like do you miss it at all? In any way?
I do miss some stuff. Like, it was great making the videos where I just, like, something funny would happen on campus that day, and I would just come home, tell the story, get it off my chest, have a fun time, then upload it. And it's obviously fun seeing people like, oh, that was a great story, make another one or whatever. But I also did say, just like every other YouTuber, like, when this stops being fun, I'm not going to do it anymore. And it got to the point that it's just, I wasn't enjoying it. Like, I'd sit down and start making a video, and I'd be like, why am I doing this? Like, I'm doing it because I kind of feel obligated to make a video because I haven't done one in a while or what. But no, I didn't really. I just wasn't having fun. And so I quit.
You know what happens for me? So I didn't stop YouTube, but I did step back, and then you look at it and you're like, wow, it's so stupid. Like the idea that it is a at least the gaming community is a global middle school popularity contest. And you're sitting there like trying to please very young people, trying to keep be cool in their eyes when most of the people doing it are in their 30s, or upper 20s, and they very much care about the opinion of someone who's like 14 years old because that's their livelihood. And and then there's the channels that hate on the other channels, right? Like they're all focused on like what tags you used, like maybe the default tags on your channel didn't fit this particular video, and now you're a snake, or I don't know. Sometimes they're just jealous, right? Like this guy landed a business deal, and now all of a sudden he's evil for doing business with a person. And but when you step back and you look at this thing, you're like, wow, what a bunch of bitches. Like that's you look back at how silly it is, and all the drama, and it's like middle school, but for people who are way too old to participate in it.
The one thing that did jump out at me, and can I name drop someone? I don't even know if he still does this shit or not. He was a YouTube guy, but I was just thinking the other day about Keemstar, that guy.
Mm-hmm.
That, like, even when it was happening and I was for real watching it, I'd be like, all right, this guy can't be a full-grown adult. Like, this is kind of silly. And while I was in the YouTube community, like, I was like, okay, let's just accept it. There's going to be some old fucking dude ragging on children and creating strife like a bully on an 8th grade playground. And is he still doing that at all?
He is. It's kind of dead now. Like, he mostly talks about which Call of Duty players are better than the other ones. And
Oh my god.
Everyone's lost interest in it. Yeah.
I don't give a
My
fuck.
pizza
that
guy's
was a
here.
jackass. I don't do YouTube anymore, so I don't have to give a fuck what kind of drama he stirs up. But good lord, that guy was just ridiculous.
This came at the worst possible time. I have so much input on this subject, but the pizza guy's here. I'll be right back. Carry on. Don't change topics.
Oh man, Game of Thrones, am I right?
Oh,
You guys
dear.
liking it?
I thought we continue on your story and get that out of the way. We want to talk
Okay,
about
yeah,
your
we'll get it out of the way.
Your-
So, living with my girlfriend now, really
smoking
enjoying
hot
it.
girlfriend, by the way.
Smoking hot?
Absolutely. I was when I saw the video of her, I was like, Taylor did very well for himself. Congratulations to Taylor.
Yeah.
Like some people out there get jealous about stuff like that. They're like, oh, what's he doing with a girl like that? No, I was so I was like, drink to Taylor.
Yeah.
Nailed it.
Yeah, but
So,
we're really enjoying ourselves. I'm working now. Can't really talk about my job, but it is weird being an adult now. Like, just like, and that sounds so stupid because you feel like you're gonna know what to do. Like, but even things like bills, you feel like a retard. You're like, I'm 23. I learned all this stupid shit about cursive and commas in school, but they never taught me how to pay a bill or do my taxes. And so I
Right.
feel like an idiot, like trying to do it. And everybody else who's my age is pulling that thing where they pretend like they know how to do it, and so I can't ask them, or I'll feel like a jackass. And so I just have to Google wildly until someone takes my hand and leads me through it. But what were we talking about? We wanted to get my story out of the way quickly. So
Oh well, we talked about you're living with your smoking hot girlfriend. You've got that going for you.
enjoying that, doing work.
You're working a lot, right?
Yeah, like 50 hours a week or so. Yeah. So
How do you
it's-
balance that with the girlfriend?
She works as well, not nearly as much as me, and she's still in her last year of school in university. So it's fine. It's whatever.
So
And
what's
you-
the plan? What's the plan when she's out of school and you're probably promoted to less hours and more money?
That's the goal. I don't know. I want to move to Denver, just because it's a
The
cool city.
Sunshine State.
I wonder why. I wonder
what's
why.
good about Denver?
What could possibly have
Well,
you-
the one thing that I'm reticent about moving there is I abhor marijuana, so I wouldn't want to go anywhere where there's a lot of that. But the
Right.
mountains themselves seem fun.
Yeah.
But,
I heard they're doing
Rocky
10 billion
Mountain.
pounds or like 10 million pounds a pot. It's like some crazy number.
Yeah.
They're moving a lot of weight over there, so
Murka-
you better be careful.
Murka hates marijuana, and Lefty hates white people. Just saying.
Totally fucking crackers. What is that? Get out of here.
whoa, Jesus, dude!
What?
You know
That was
the
a
history
hard-
behind that word.
That was a hard C in that cracker.
That was a hard
cracked
R.
it.
Those were
You
two of
crack it
them.
like
Two
a-
hearts on the first one. The initial "k" and then
Cracker.
yeah.
You said like a fucking Klingon.
I was thinking more Ferengi, but okay.
But yeah, life's going really well, and I don't know. Now that I'm doing this again right now, the podcasts, I'm thinking like maybe I will start doing YouTube again because I
It's
forgot how
fun,
much fun
right?
it is to just like maybe I wouldn't want to do personal videos on my channel, but stuff like this where you can riff with other people. Like for all intents and purposes, it's just a radio show and you just talk shit for a while. Like I don't have to worry about doing what Woody does and organizing it or grabbing patrons from everywhere, whatever that new thing is. Oh, by the way, I know we're taking the Patreon thing seriously, so I don't want to insult all of them with that. But if you donate less than $5, fucking seriously, come on.
There you go. See, all right.
Oh, I'm sitting in
said
the
it.
first world, sitting in the first world with my laptop and computer and everything. I can't spare more than $5 to someone who just wants to buy more guns and ammo. You bastards! you would just one payment of $5 a month could give one rich billionaire Russian near you enough money to get through the day, enough money to buy full prostitutes. Not that Kyle, because that's Kyle on there, not anyone else.
Do you know how many Titans Lefty could purchase with this money?
Oh, so many times.
How many Titans?
Yes.
Graphics
Video
cards. Sorry. Totally nerd boner right now. Yeah, that would be amazing. $5 a month at the patron level. Yeah, no, it's interesting. Murka, podcasting is like a thing now, and that's so cool because there's so much content, and the bar to entry is so low to being on podcasting. You record, you pay a little bit for hosting, whatever, $10 a month, and then or you can do it yourself if you have it, and then you're online and you can submit your podcast to iTunes, and you're on iTunes all of a sudden. My podcast is earlier this week. It was 71st on the iTunes comedy podcast rankings. It broke the top 100. So if I can do it, any jackass can do it.
Mm-hmm.
What's the name of your podcast again? Isn't it like Mein Kampf something?
No, it's the Lefty Show, and everybody should search it on iTunes and subscribe and download all the stuff there and help me. Because I was better than Greg Fitzsimmons for a day, and I was like, fuck yeah.
Well, make sure you get the name out there 100%, because we know branding is a bit of an issue.
Lefty Ox 621.
Tell exactly where to go.
Oh, really?
Don't
You're
leave
out of
out any
YouTube for more than a
asterisks.
year, but of all the things, you remember that. Of all the things, you
Wait,
remember
was that right?
No.
Hang on.
No, it's Lefty.
Shitty
Whenever you
branding was
link them
remembered.
867530999, I think.
Whenever you link them to your stuff, don't leave out any asterisks, money signs, hash marks, squiggly doos, or Mayan text.
I'm surprised your channel name isn't like Big Spender with a bunch of money signs in it.
That's not an apostrophe. That's a backtick. God, get you. It's right above the tab key on the left, under the tilde. Don't you know anything?
I'm gonna drown my sorrows in alcohol now.
And there's one Russian letter, so you have to go to a weird Wikipedia page and copy and paste it in.
Google's translating to log in. I love this.
Go to iTunes right now, search The Lefty Show, and subscribe. Bam. See
Mein
you
Kampf, friends. All right.
Mein Kampf.
All right, I'm going to grab my food real quick because I don't want to get drunk too fast.
I should start a Patreon page and call it Mein Kampf and Friends.
You know, Howard Stern wanted to name his book Mein Kampf, and they wouldn't let him.
Who's they?
The publisher.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean,
They
he
wouldn't
could
have it.
self-publish. But
They said, "Sir, there's already a book in our library by that name, and it's by Hitler." And he's like, "I don't care. Mine's called Mein Kampf too. What? I gotta be? I can't go against Hitler. You don't want Hitler to have any competition?"
yeah. Kyle, speaking of competition, I just want to let you know, this happened right now. I got a third-party content ID match on the first episode of Castle Crashers from your network. Did you upload it? Did you upload Castle Crashers today?
Of course I did.
Yep, that was it. Okay, so that just so I know, that's confirmation now that I'm.
I'll look in my back end just in case there's any way that like I have anything to do with that.
No, I think it's just it's your MCN thing. But I had wondered forever who Collective One was, and then.
Yeah,
I was
we
like,
are the
Kyle uploaded
collective.
today. Yeah.
I'm a managed channel. Hoo-hoo, Kyle can't get me.
Like, I'm gonna have to upload all my shit first now. I'm gonna have to upload them all first and be like, no.
Let me see. Let me have someone talk to someone at the network and see if that's something that could be. If they could just like flip a switch and be like, yeah, we don't give a fuck about this gaming video.
Because I
I'm a
dispute
managed
them.
channel.
I can dispute them and I'll win, but it's after 3
What kind of
days.
dance is that you're doing?
Hey,
Yeah,
I'm
that's
an
a-
award-winning dancer, bitch. Don't you talk dancing to me. Do you know who you're talking to?
That was a I'm 47 years old dance.
How much money did you get, buddy? How much money?
That's my, oh my god, my arms and joints are starting to ache, but I can't show because everybody will give me shit dance.
I'm an award-winning dancer and a managed channel, and that's my celebration dance.
It's so ridiculous, but it's true. You are an award-winning dancer.
I paid off my house with that bonus money.
That's fucking hilarious. Like that's such a great like I told I wrote a thing in Skype earlier and it was like, does anyone want to watch Django? I've got a bootleg copy. I got it from this weird British millionaire who got it from some Russian mobsters. True story. But you've got a similarly like ridiculous story here. Like you could just be talking to some like old high school friend about mortgages or something. You could be like, I paid my house off, a couple years back. Oh, really? How'd you do that? How many years did you finance for then? Oh, no, I got a big bonus check when I won a dancing competition. Won like $25,000.
You must be really good at dancing. No, not really.
I'm award winning. Yeah, I was number one, voted highest. It was a blowout, honestly.
It was a blowout. And you say, what kind of dance is that? I am an award-winning dancer. Therefore, that is the dance of an award-winning dancer.
It is.
That sets the bar mighty low for award-winning dancers.
I am the opposite of an award-winning dancer. We were at a party one night, and my girl wanted to dance, and I was like, "No, you're gonna have to dance with Woody."
Damn
Woody,
straight.
Woody wouldn't. Yeah, absolutely. Woody wouldn't dance with it because it's not me. Can't do it. Woody is an award-winning. No,
Is this the World of Tanks dance thing?
Yeah.
I danced with every girl that night. You couldn't find a girl in our group that wasn't
Yeah,
dancing with me.
You might have danced with iJustine too. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Woody's out there doing the box step in the Charleston, like, hey, you girls want a jitterbug?
That night dancing with me wasn't really a with situation. Like, they just got to observe my brilliance. I'm out there doing the shuffle. I think it was called, because I learned it during my dance routine, and I'm just like busting moves, and they're staying at a safe distance so that no spare like elbows or fists would hit them, and I was rocking the dance floor. Owning it.
Yeah, he actually was. The girl looked at me like, "Wow, what's he doing?" It was like she was unprepared for the amount of.
By unprepared, do you mean scared? Do you mean like?
I felt
looking
like
for an exit,
she was surprised by Woody's dancing prowess.
I was at my friend's wedding like a couple weeks ago. Like, active subs might remember the vlogs I did at the beach, and at one point in there I dropped Jackie. I was just like dipping her and spinning around and stuff, but the heel of her shoe didn't have the rubber thing, like it had broken, and she slipped under, and yeah, whatever. Pick her up, dance some more, she'll be fine.
Whatever.
Don't be a pansy about it. Get up.
She's got bone chips floating around in her knee now, and you're just like, let's go. Walk it off.
We got dancing to do.
Oh, so Woody, you had somewhere you wanted to direct the conversation earlier.
Yeah, we were talking about Murka, like, he sort of left YouTube, he's graduated college, he's a grown-up now, and one of the topics I've had lined up for a couple weeks now is, what do you miss most about being young?
Oh. Well, way back in the day, when I used to do this kind of thing. But, I mean, honestly, it's just the worst part is not being able to do whatever the fuck you want anymore, always. Because that's just what being in college was, just like being a kid. You wanted to get drunk, you went and got drunk, you did whatever. That's what I did. Don't do that, kids. You shouldn't do that. You should go to class and study. But you will do fine if you do what I did. But so you just party all the time, enjoy yourself. You don't have to worry about little bills and things like that, because it's all just kind of compressed together and easy. And now that I'm out on my own, it's just kind of like I'm living away from my parents now, so I can call them and ask them, like, hey, there's an adult task in front of me and I'm kind of lost. But it's really just been figuring out shit like taxes, having to dress nicely, don't like that. I feel like I need to get into some form of freeform jazz. I've been trying to do that. Most adults like jazz. Do you like jazz, buddy? Or no, you probably like us. You like the old Charleston 20s music. That's more your time. But
yeah, Beethoven.
You like big band. But
I actually like big band and jazz. I'm feeling a little bit put off by all these Murka.
Are you yearning for the old days where you could go to that water fountain?
I wish I liked jazz. I say I like all kinds of music, but I don't really like classical and I don't really like jazz. And I've made an effort to appreciate them. I get that. Like, they're complex and they're amazing and there's so many instruments and the music is deep, and I've made an effort. It's not for me. Anyway, being a grown up.
But yeah, other than that, it's just the repetitiveness of it is really taxing. It makes time go so much faster. Like, I've only been out of college for a year, but already it feels like time's flying by. Because like in school, I'd be like, all right, I have this class, and then I can go do this for a while, do whatever, and then I'll find something fun to do tonight. And there's always kind of something new to look forward to. This is depressing for everybody who's about to go start life. But
yeah, like life gets really boring.
But and then when you start work, it's like the first few weeks you're like, all right, I wonder when stuff's going to get different. And then it really doesn't. You just keep doing the same things over and over, looking forward to the end of the day, realizing that you're actively wishing away half of your life as a 23-year-old. And pretty sobering adulthood introduction. I don't know. That's how I feel about it.
So don't grow up.
Yeah, don't grow up. Never grow up.
No.
I hang out with young kids all the time to try and keep my spark. All the time. I just go to playgrounds, chill, talk, see what they're into.
Right, just ask them,
And then later we'll see what I'm into.
Like, what's on your underpants? What's the cool cartoon these days?
Yeah. Ooh, regular show.
My biggest thing was life was pretty preset when you're younger. It's like you go to school, and then you wake up, you go to school. If you have any sports or any extracurricular activities, you do that after school, and then you're done. And then the weekend comes, and you have no responsibilities outside of homework. You get that done, and then your time is yours. And you're learning things in school. Like, school is your job when you're a kid, and you're learning things in school. But when you get older and you have a job, your job isn't necessarily to learn things. Your job is to work, and that's different in school. And there's a different approach to, like, it's easier to wake up at 7 in the morning to go to school because at least you're like, oh, I might learn things today. Yeah. But when you're going to wake up at 7 in the morning because you got to go to a job that you don't like working, it's like, oh, this sucks. Like, I'm going to get to go to the same shitty job that I hated.
I disagree. It felt like an adventure to me.
Well, some of us have different access to resources, Kyle. And with that access to resources, you can open up a lot more doors.
Stop you little bitch. I wanted to do the opposite of that. When I was 19, I moved away from lots of opportunities and resources on my own with, I think I had $1,400 that I had saved up, and just got an apartment, got a job, and like tried to make it on my own. And I really enjoyed it. Like when I was getting up, at 6 a.m. When I was getting up at 5 a.m. to make that commute and driving like all day and all night, it was like 3.5 hours to get to work and 3 hours to get home, 5 hours of sleep for like a month and a half till I could save up enough money to move. It was bad, but I loved it. It was great. I would be so tired on the way to work. I'd have to scream I'd have to like scream AC/DC and like smoke 5 cigarettes back to back just to stay awake.
Yeah, but like when people say stuff like that, like that you look back on it, like are you really saying that you enjoyed it at the time, like you thoroughly liked it then, like really 5 a.m. fuck yeah, or were you like now you're looking back on it, seeing what it led to, and you're realizing the value of that work and appreciating it for what it is?
Every time I would do it, every time I would drag my ass out of bed, take that shower, go to a job where it was hard and there was tons of competition and do my best and succeed, I felt good and like I liked it.
I do agree with that, what you said. There's a lot more of a tangible sense of accomplishment when you're actually working as opposed to school. Because with school, like even when you get a good grade, it's like, all right, well that's expected of me. But when you go above and beyond or you do something excellent in your job and you actually get a tangible money reward for it, obviously this sounds stupid to anyone who's worked like a real adult job for a while, but I haven't until now, and so it's kind of cool. Just realizing, it's rewarding.
I was 19, and the next youngest guy was like 34. So and there were only 2 other white guys. And so it was interesting, to say the least. It was a learning experience.
And what was this you did? Prostituting?
Yeah, selling cars and
otherwise known as prostituting or whoring.
yeah, it's roughly the same thing.
I've probably told this story before, but I had one of my first experiences that was like, somebody kind of taking me under their wing was this guy who took me, he needed someone to ride with him to another car dealership to bring a car back. He needed to go get a car and bring it back with him and return with the vehicle he was leaving in as well. So I go with him, and we get in traffic, and he starts telling me stories. And they're rape stories. He's telling me about rapes he's performed, he's been part of. Like, not the kind where you, like, knock the girl out and drag her in the bushes, but, like, some party sex that just went a little too far for my comfort. And so later on, I befriended this guy. I'm not ashamed of it. He was a nice guy besides the rape.
So he was a nice rapist, one of the good ones.
Look, I'm just saying, like, besides his propensity to rape, he was a great human being. I helped him move. It was a good day. We drank a 6-pack after. Anyway,
maybe he wasn't that bad of a rapist. Just like little rapes here and there.
Was he really
a candy bar from a store.
Well, you say that, but then there was another rape incident almost that I should probably spell out as well. I've probably told the story to some, but he invites me to like a 4th of July barbecue, one 4th of July. And in my head, I'd never been to one, honestly. It's just not this. It's the sort of like white picket fence bullshit that just my family doesn't do. Like some 4th of July picnic, no fucking way. We might get to have fireworks. That's it. But anyway, what was I gonna say? The 4th of July.
There was another rape.
There was a rape.
Oh yeah, he invites me to the picnic, and in my head, I imagine you know, the stereotypical one. Like, okay, I'm imagining 2 or 3 of his neighbors that are like couples, like husbands and wives, maybe a couple of kids, 2 or 3 of our other coworkers, his wife, his kids, and maybe an outside work friend or 2, maybe some friends of his wife. Probably 10 to 15 people here, lots of good food, chill out, drink free beer. This is going to be a good night. I show up, and I've been to the man's house before because, like I said, I helped him move into it. I show up, and the windows have trash bags duct taped to them.
Oh, no.
I use that trick too.
And he sort of ushers me into the house rather quickly, like you know, come on, let's get on in here. And he has sort of a 4th of July meal prepared. There's potato salad. There's these little kosher pickles. There's tons of hot wings, like, you know, probably 5 pounds of hot wings. And there's lots of vodka, Stolichnia vodka. There's Nemiroff vodka, like hot pepper vodka. Delicious, my favorite. And I'm like, so.
Debonair rapist with the Stoli. Stoli's good.
I don't think that the lady was going to be getting any drinks though, because there was only one other person invited to the party, and that was the receptionist from the car dealership. The only other individual invited to this 4th of July shindig was the big bootied Lithuanian chick. No, Chechen. She was fucking Chechen. Blonde hair, blue eyes, but she was Muslim. But had a huge ass. She's the only other person this motherfucker invited. His idea is that we pull some sort of tag team rape on her, and the windows need to be blacked out because his family's out of town, and the neighbors don't need to be seeing what's going on.
Well, first of all, potato salad's a horrible dish for that. When she's struggling, it's going to get everywhere. The pickles are going to fly everywhere. You shouldn't have had it so close to the dinner table as that. Also, trash bags, unless he double bagged them, someone's going to see through. So
not unless they're contractor bags, though. If you got contractor bags.
Hot wings are a recipe for fingerprints.
Yep.
Look,
you know what? I didn't even see that
He's got
coming.
like 400 pounds. That's a definite over order for a 2-person rape. I mean, like, that's a lot of hot wings.
One can only assume they were going to be placed in other places other than the mouth, if that's how many they had.
we didn't do that part.
So not only is he a rapist, he's a waster of good hot wings.
Absolutely.
No.
And an anal fetishist. Fetishist.
Perhaps that last part. But so keep in mind, this is this guy's like 42. Let's just I think he was about 42. Good friend of mine. And keep that in mind. Good friend of mine. Other than, you know, he had told me the rape story in our first encounter together. But since then, I'd gotten to meet his family, his children. You know, he became a sweeter guy in my head. You know, just a funny guy. He'd always get mad at customers and shit. Nice guy. And then all of a sudden, rape time again. And I'm just like, damn it, dude. We went rape free for like 8 months there. And here we are back where we started,
Was there a
man.
workplace sign?
200,
Like how many days?
240 days since a rape occurred.
So here's what I did. I texted the receptionist. I said, hey, party sucks. It's just me and him. I won't say his name. It's just me and him here, and I don't think anybody else showed. I think everybody bailed. And she's like, oh, that sucks. I'll probably go do some with my friends then. I was like, okay, yeah, don't even bother. I'm going to leave in just a minute. And so I now she's avoided the rape. I don't say shit to him. I just sit down with him, and we start eating pickles, hot wings, potato salad, and vodka. And
Aphrodisiacs.
And we don't stop until the vodka. And he was waiting on the girl to arrive, but I didn't want him to like get, you know, to like try to find another girl. Honestly, I didn't want him to like realize that girl number 1 was out of the picture and start getting all rapey and start looking for a new girl to rape. You know what I mean?
There are plenty of rapeable fish in the sea.
So I felt like I was playing some sort of a anti-rape drinking game with this guy, where I've got to drink this motherfucker under the table, or he might go rape a neighbor. I don't know. And maybe he's like fucking Pepe Le Pew. Like he just can't help it. Oh, I must rape. I don't know, but I was like, I got to drink this guy under the table.
I would have brought all the neighborhood pets over and just saw what struck his fancy. Like, check out this bitch. Yeah, yellow lab. No. Okay.
No.
Great Dane. Nothing. This isn't working for you. Chicken. I've seen guys have sex with chicken. Dude, chickens give birth to eggs. Think about the circumference of your penis. Think about the circumference of an egg. It can happen.
The length doesn't add up.
Yeah, but you have to. It's right in the cloaca, right? They don't have a vagina, so it's just that weird hole that they shit and egg.
Any port in the sea, baby. Gross. Any port in the sea. When you're feeling
Murka has
frisky,
to come on the show.
The cloaca's fine.
He just comes on the show and ruins my chicken fucking fetish. Like, oh, they poop out of it too. Great.
Oh, I'm sorry, man. You didn't notice a little bit of something.
But just to
down
top
there?
that last story off, just to top that last one off, we drank half a bottle of Nemiroff vodka, which if anyone out there knows where to find Nemiroff, it's honey pepper vodka. Please link me to it. It's my favorite vodka. I can't find it. It's my favorite beverage. It's delicious. Try it. It's the best.
PK subreddit link coming. I see it.
So we drank that whole thing, and then we drank half of another bottle together. So we both did about half a bottle of vodka.
And then you preemptively raped him. You got him. He wasn't
I fucked him right in the ass. I gotta say. He went
now you are the rapee.
See, here's what I did. I kept throwing the hot sauce off the hot wings right next to his chair. I knew he was gonna get up, go to the bathroom once he got full of piss. He hopped up, slipped in the hot wing sauce right in his ass immediately. Preemptive rape. No, but I actually ended up passing out and sleeping in his his kid's room, which is creepy as fuck, because it was like one of those race car beds or some shit, and I had the scrunch up in it, and everything was like a cartoon character or it was a true child's room down to a T. Now I slept in Colin's room. It's not as it's not on the same level at all. Colin's room didn't bug me a bit. I actually loved those Lego guys that were everywhere and those little jitterbug things.
Yeah,
you would have woke up the next morning and he would have been whispering "Good morning, Speed Racer," with his arm around you while you're laying in your little bed.
For some reason, he's got a bloody spot in his underoos.
Yeah, it was too much. I slept in my clothes.
Can I ask? Did he lead off did he refer to that as rape? Or did he tell you stories where you're like, oh, yeah, man, yeah, you fuck that bitch, right, good job. And then you're like...
But that was rape. Yeah, that's how it was.
Rape, man. Okay.
One of the stories was something along the lines of I don't know. I think the girl was really drunk and they were fucking her and she was like, oh, yeah, I'm going to use a fake name. John is it's not John fucking you anymore. Ha, 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 ha. And I was just like, dear God. Lots of...
I've been waiting to for a moment to bring in my rape story, which wasn't I'm not involved in it or anything, but as a lifeguard,
neither was I. I prevented the rape.
As a lifeguard, every morning you meet before you go to your beaches, and they call it muster. They organize themselves like this paramilitary organization, whatever.
Is there ketchup too?
Oh my God.
Yeah, no.
Wings, come on, man.
so
you guys just don't understand good comedy.
It's muster with no D, and it's like a roll call, and they make sure everyone gets to work on time, and then they spread out to their beaches and whatever. So all the guys would tell their stories at muster, and the story that happened a lot because they always work to make it happen as much as possible. And by the way, these lifeguards, this is like a Baywatch type organization, and the guys were Baywatch type bodies. So they would lay these girls and then midway through swap. And that was their big thing. They called it the switcheroo. And it seemed like, I was going to say a couple times a week. That's an exaggeration. A couple times a month, they would successfully pull, according to their stories, a switcheroo. And one guy would start fucking the girl and then someone else would finish. And sometimes she'd know and just be grossed out because that wasn't the one that seduced her. And sometimes she'd be like, he's hot too.
Wait, but who would want to be the first guy? All right, we're going to go in there, tag team. You're going to really enjoy sex, and then you're going to leave, go masturbate in there, and I'm going to finish with her, all right? Great, let's go.
You switch girls. You're each with a girl, and you switch.
In this case, I think there was only one girl. And I'm with you, Murka.
You're doing it wrong.
Yeah, I know.
No,
right?
He's talking...
And you're right, the first guy doesn't get it, but I think the first guy's goal isn't to enjoy sex, it's to trick a girl.
Yeah, that's the stupidest guy in the world.
That's rape. That's what that is. Trick a girl into sex with somebody else, I think that's some kind of sexual assault.
I think that I would call that a playful spoof. You know?
Oh my God. Boys, really. That's all it is.
Oh, she'll just turn around and be like, "Oh my goodness, what a snafu I found myself in! Another man's cocking me." And
what a conundrum!
What a conundrum. Yeah, basically.
All of a sudden, she's from the Victorian era. Oh, woe is me.
Oh no! Faints. Then another guy sneaks in.
Yeah. Then Kyle's friend shows up, ready to go.
Yeah.
I heard there was sex to be done. I'm ready to go.
So I wanted to bring this up. So I broached the idea recently of a new addition to the show, in that the segues would be replaced with me firing a handgun. But I've caught a lot of flack over it. Okay, like first of all, I could do it safely. All right, like you know, I could
Not
set
on the
up a
drinking
bullet
episode,
trap.
though. I just want to call that out. A
Not-
lot of people
right.
asked for desk pops this week, and here's the deal: you get alcohol or guns, but not both.
Yeah.
See, we're responsible drunks.
Yeah, it just didn't seem. It seemed too suggestive to have like alcohol. Like I wanted to show that I was drinking, but I didn't want to have a handgun next to it because it just seemed. It
Less
seemed
than
too
safe.
suggestive. It suggests drinking and shooting, even though there wouldn't be any bullets in it anyway.
Desk
But
pops
anyway.
also suggest shooting.
So I would like to include desk pops, in which I fire a handgun into a bullet trap. A bullet trap, something designed to catch bullets. Makes sense? Got it. Good.
Bodies, right? Bullet trap.
No, it's a fucking big trash bag full of shredded rubber. Or not a trash bag, but a trash can full of shredded rubber. It'll stop a 44 Magnum in 18 or 20 inches or so.
Okay.
9mm, just kind of pepper it.
So is that happening or what?
I'm catching a lot of flack over here. All right,
From who? Just do it. Just shoot it.
Kitty doesn't want gunfire in the house. Doesn't think it's a good idea.
Okay, so
Can you
then
take
what could we
things
do
down
to
a fight?
what could we
I
do
think
to
what I've got to
Kitty?
do is present that it's being done in a very safe and professional manner. I don't think that I could. I don't think, and she's got a point. It's not a commonly accepted practice to fire a handgun in your home.
That is not a point. Nothing we do in our lives is commonly accepted practice. What's normal about
That's
your
very
life,
true.
Kyle?
Very, very, very little.
Kyle and his associate are running around the world doing ridiculous shit. Lefty's a hour-long, talking to himself for a living. And who knows what the fuck I do.
I'm a podcast host, you jackass. Come on. Taking over the Adam Carolla show soon.
This whole idea of not commonly accepted practice is not a valid argument.
Okay,
Continue.
So here's what I've got to come up with a way to present it in a safe manner, and I think that I'm just kind of bugging out on how to do that because
I think that you should fire one across Kitty's bow, show her how close you can actually get, show how accurate, and then she'll be like, he would have hit me if he wanted. He's safe.
No, that's not what would happen at all. No, just no. Stop
Well,
that.
first of all,
no.
you play to your strengths. And so you get right out in front of it and you say, look, I don't drink. We're not. I mean, this is a one-off thing that we do. Like, I don't drink regularly during the show, so my desk pops are going to be sober Kyle.
They may stray.
We don't talk about that, okay? So
They're
we're
not
selling.
gonna stray. You have a professional grade pile of rubber.
Right,
from
and
Home Depot.
In a trash can.
right, and it's in a trash can, and
I think it would be safe because it would literally be just and it would be done.
Wait, do it again. I didn't see.
Imagine that my PC is the trash can, and I just, shoot into that, and the bullet stopped immediately. Especially if it's a 9mm or something.
Yeah.
now, question
45?
as a non-gun guy, would low velocity help, or would it be just like a marginal difference at best?
Low velocity.
Yeah, if you were like, oh, I've got low velocity ammo on top of the fact that I'm shooting into a gigantic oil.
Yeah, that
tank
would
filled
help.
with
Yeah,
rubber.
less energy is always good.
I'll
It's
fill
all-
this one. The trick is to buy the right kind of trash can. You need to get a Rubbermaid. Little
I'm
ones
good.
aren't going to do it. Plastic, absolutely not.
No.
And then-
So here's a thing that's kind of white trash that my family does and that I do to this day, and I just think it's the superior way to handle your garbage, your refuse, if you will. Okay,
will.
so what size garbage bags do each of your households contain? Just down the road.
Probably
Me,
like-
tall kitchen.
Your kitchen, your
Yeah, it's in the
kitchen
kitchen.
bag. How many gallons does it hold?
Oh, I don't know. I think it's
fit,
labeled as
like-
a tall kitchen bag.
Yeah, whatever
it's
the
like
standard hefty is.
like 1.5 9-year-olds can fit in there.
I've got
use-
yeah, if you stretch it out, I've got contractor bags somewhere, but I don't use them.
Yeah. No,
That's what
it's a regular kitchen bag.
I use contractor bags. I use 55-gallon contractor bags in an outdoor trash can. I take my garbage out 2 times a week. I can't do that thing with the white, those 30-gallon white bags that fall apart and stuff. I don't want to getting rotten chicken juice on me. Did I talk about how awful my trash was for my trash man on the air, or was that
I
private?
know you talked to me about it, but I think it was just private.
No,
call.
yeah, that was when we were recording Castle
there was
Crashers.
a video
Okay.
idea in
Trash
it.
man.
Yeah, so there's a bit of a video idea for this as well. So this is pretty good. I was looking for a garbage service for a long time. So I had actually been paying for garbage service with the city along with my water bill. But here's the thing, my driveway is rather long and it's gravel. And so transporting one of those big dumpsters full of trash down to the end of that driveway on trash day is not going to fucking happen, and that's just the end of the story. It's never ever happened once in a year and a half that I've lived here. Never ever going to happen. So I canceled that shit, and I began the hunt for the garbage man of my dreams. And
This is like a romance.
about 10 days later into my research, and I'm not exaggerating, and I had called in my father and 2 other people to help. I had been on the phone with at least a dozen individuals, and I finally was literally handed a card like some sort of magic token from a friend of my father's. This motherfucker shows up at my house, $20 a month. I was like, he said $20. He said $20, and I was like, $20 a week? He's like, no, that's crazy talk. And I was like, yeah, that is crazy. Because I would have happily paid it. Because what this motherfucker does is shows up before I'm even awake. I haven't even seen him in weeks, honestly. I haven't seen him. He just shows up at the crack of dawn or some shit and takes no matter what I leave outside and throws it in his truck and takes it away.
That's what garbage men do.
No.
Yeah, what part of this is revolution? I went to Great Clips, right? I said, how much is a haircut? I said, $10 a hair? I would have gladly paid it. And so I sat down, and I sat there, and this lady, she cut my hair. She made sure it didn't get on me.
All right, motherfucker.
It with a little...
No, that's not what's going on. That's not what's going on here. No. I think you're missing the point. This guy is driving off the road. He's turning off the road and driving up a driveway. It's like an eighth of a mile long. He's got to come into the woods to get to my garbage, and then he gets out of his pickup truck and puts it in the back of it by hand. These bags had maggots crawling out of them. I had to douse the back of my truck with fucking gasoline to kill the wiggling maggots from the rancid garbage that I had forgotten that was like fruit and rotten meat and some really putrid shit that I had.
Were you humiliated?
Oh, no, I didn't. By what?
By just, like, when someone comes in your house or sees something and it's really gross and you're kind of like, oh, God, I wish I didn't see that.
I was mildly embarrassed that he had to do it. I was mostly just worried that he wouldn't take it. I was worried that, like, the bag with the maggots on it was going to still be there the next day.
How demoralized would you be? How demoralized would you be if the garbage man of all people then like just looked at your garbage and turned around and he goes, "You fucking sicko," and then just left?
That leads into our video idea.
So here's my video idea. I was honestly surprised that he took that maggot bag because I mean maggots were like on the exterior of the bag, crawling and puddles of like some sort of meat and fruit juices. They combined together. Very petri dish like. It looked evil. Okay, the CDC should have been called. I don't know, but he just threw it in the back of his fucking truck. So I was like, what wouldn't he take? Like, what if we put a hidden camera in place and we progressively put nastier and more disgusting things in the garbage to the point where it was just unbearable or perhaps even suggestively illegal? Like, what if there was a human foot in there? Would he be like, Kyle's a good guy, he knows what he's doing, and throw it in the back of that pickup? Or would he be like, holy shit, call the cops, and the cops get there and they're like, that's a rubber lug, dummy.
Like he would risk $20 a month for that.
Right, he's not giving up that job. He's made it. He's made it. Not gonna let that
this
go.
This guy's rolling.
Yeah.
And so he doesn't really need. He'll do whatever you want.
He's moving on up. He's like the Jeffersons. Finally got a piece of that pie.
I think you're missing. You didn't meet this guy. You didn't meet him. I swear to God. So he's
now, will he take anything? Like if you put a desk out there or a couch, it'll just be gone?
Oh, if it's in a bag, he'll take it. That's the deal. He won't take any loose refuse, anything like that. It's got to be in a bag. Now, here's. Let me describe this guy. He's about 60 years old. He's jacked. Not in a normal way either. His lower body is average at best. He's got a bit of a beer belly, but his biceps, his shoulders, everything from his neck to like his nipples, is just jacked, and those are his trash grabbing muscles. He grabs these heavy fucking trash bags that I gotta lug out with 2 hands that are, it's 55-gallon trash bags, and if it's like, I don't know, certain garbage is fucking heavy. It'll be, it's be heavy as fuck. He just like throws them with one hand, like left and right, like he's juggling them. And he's got like his little grandchild with him, and they're just really simple people. He made the comment to the grandchild, something like, "You should be like this feller. Use your mind to make your living."
Like this feller.
That's what he said when I complimented him on being like in good shape. I was like, "Man, you're pretty strong." He's like, but you use your mind to make a living. Pay attention, Timmy. That's how you want to be." And I was just like, I feel
It's like
really
some frontiersman
now.
who's like never had contact, and he meets like a guy from New York. He's like, "Oh, you use your brain, huh? Oh, man, that's how you do it." Right
It
there.
was bizarre, man. I've got the best trash man ever. So I figure like, at some point you get to a fake human leg, right? Like, but
Yeah, but you can't go for the gold right off the bat, right? You can't go for that.
It'll
What
start with
about,
like
like-
a few teeth. Like teeth.
What about-
and hair?
No, like gross stuff. Like what if
Yeah, that's not
what
gross.
if at first it's like just a bag of raw chicken that's been sitting in the sun all week?
I think at
Like a
some
whole bag
point
of
you
whole
should try
chickens.
ridiculously heavy.
Oh
I
yeah,
think-
for sure. Like triple, quadruple bag it and fill it with sand.
Yeah, sand is a good one. Just see how he
Shit
handles
into
that
a
shit.
bag for like a month and a half. Just a shit into a bag for like a month and a half and leave it out there and tie it kind of closed but not all the way closed. And I'll be like, "Good Lord, this is a little heavy," and kind of be like, solidified, but it's still a weird viscous texture. And I'll open it and they just get hit with a wall of Kyle's feces.
I'm gonna shit in my chair.
I just imagine this guy like getting a shovel and shoveling the sand into his truck until he can lift the bag. Like he's just such a go-getter.
Timmy, I know I told you to do what this guy does, but don't shit in a bag and leave it for people for
Like
$20 a month.
this guy's operating on turn of the century currency. He's like, "This guy's paying me $20 a month. I better do what I gotta do."
$2 a month, man. It's nothing. Like
At some point, you gotta involve sex toys, right? Can you?
And
involve
let me
sex
say-
toys?
Oh
Those are
yeah, like
expensive.
really weird shit. But actually, yeah, that's a good point, Murka. I'm not throwing my toys away.
fuck that.
So
Douse all the bags in lube on the outside. Let's see those
Oh,
big
they'd be
man
super
arms
slippery.
throw them around when it's covered in wet platinum. Huh?
yeah, that's not gonna fucking happen.
And then Timmy will try to grab and help him. I'll go, "Grandpa, why am I so slippery?" And I'll go, "That's because this man's using his mind to get pussy, and he uses that lube." And then
He's just he's a weird guy. But so the competition was like so fucking expensive too, because all I wanted was trash service that would come off the beaten path. And it seemed like the cheapest option was like $150 a month and involved a metal bin that I would have to have installed, and then I was gonna have to pay for like footage or something. And I was just like, "So you're telling me it's gonna be like $400 just to get started with you taking my trash?" Like, because that's insane. This dude showed up with his truck, loaded it all. Like I loaded tons of trash that I had been letting sit there, and it was bad. Didn't give a fuck. I gave him like $30 extra. He rolled that shit down the road.
New
so
title.
how many people do you think he's hitting every day to be living on $20 a month from one person?
I was honestly thinking about that last night. Like maybe he's got like 50 people that he hits every Monday.
It's got to be a lot, because otherwise there's just no way you could survive.
Yeah,
on
it
that.
has to be. Like it's got to be about 50, right? So we can make a few grand a month.
So that'd be
It's
$1,000
cash.
a
It's
month.
cash, too.
Cash, yeah.
I think you should start giving him 20 a week, because that really doesn't mean anything to you, and he'll be like, "Hot shit, we're gonna pay for Timmy's leg surgery."
Maybe
You're
I'll
gonna be
do
able to walk around
that.
like
Maybe
that.
I will do that and then make the bags really bad.
No,
And he'll be like, "Oh man, I don't want to carry shit bags, but $80 a month, I'm gonna turn this down."
you could put
He's
like a
worth
fiver
more
on the
custom-
bag of poop and see, like, oh well, for $5, how can I turn this down?
Just a whole row of poop dollars, so that it's made so that it's totally obvious that you set it up
What if
like
we-
that, not a mistake. Meticulously laid out. Yeah, there's your payment. There's $60 there, but it's covered in shit.
What if we presented him with like a game that was written on a marker board that explained the rules and how much money was incurred for each thing? It's like
Or riddle.
Yeah, what are you,
At
the
the bottom-
Riddler? Like,
He's
At
so
the bottom-
He's
listen,
like, let's play a game.
Let's play a game. At the bottom of that 30-gallon trash bag full of shit.
Is this a riddle, or are you just trying to be scary?
Oh, just trying to be scary. I thought
Trying
it
to
would
be
be that
Saw
way.
from the movie.
Yeah, I thought it would be more like Saw, where there's like a big bag of shit that's got a.
Right.
Got
While
money at the bottom of it.
he's going to grab the bag, get one of those like replica dolls of the Saw thing, and so he can roll around the side on his little tricycle, but scare the shit out of Timmy.
But the challenge right after that, now that his hands are all covered in shit, is he has to like eat marshmallows out of a bin, and every marshmallow is worth $1. And he has to reach in to grab them. There's no way to like. He has to reach in a hole to grab them. With his
So every week you're coming up with a new way, a new game with which to harass your trash man. I think one day you should do it as Saw. The next day you wake up really early, you get dressed up as Jim Carrey's Riddler character, and then you jump out with the cane and everything and present him with riddles that he must solve and trash that he must lift if he wants to get money.
But do it really weird. Give him his money, and then like riddle him about like, but you can't take my trash until you answer these questions. And so he's got to sit around. He's already got your money, and he's got to wait and answer dumb questions to grab your trash bags. Man, so this story went from you talking about how excellent this guy is to how you're gonna fuck with him every day.
Yeah,
for his good performance.
What a godsend! I'm gonna give him shit.
It seems like a mistake, right?
It does.
Yeah.
Like I've found this perfect trash man, and now to abuse him, but
Yeah, you can't.
he's
do
just
that.
Rape
he's
Squad,
just so
kill
good.
us.
He's just so good. I'm impressed by him. He's got sort of an old world, just get the fucking job done kind of
Be
attitude.
right
I
back.
like it.
Getting a drink.
Better be beer.
Jackie.
Hey, where are we at with all the drinking progress?
So I've only had
You're on
only
your
had
first,
that.
right?
Yeah, I'm done with that one. I can go grab another one, I guess.
Yeah, I gotta pour a second, but I've
I need to get some more ice.
been nursing it because I haven't eaten much today.
Should we just
neither, dude.
abandon? Should we all just like scatter and be empty here?
No, Woody would
That'd
be
be fun.
pissed when he comes back, and probably
No.
rightfully so. All right, fine. You guys go. I'll take this time. to
No.
catch
How
the
about this?
Lefty
How about this?
show.
As soon as we see the door open, like
We all
jump
just
out.
bolt?
No, just like jump out of frame.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna go. I'm leaving anyway.
Ah,
I'll
it's
go
too
get
late. Now,
ice.
it's too late now. Anyway.
Shit. Scatter. All right, he's back. Pretend like you weren't talking about him.
No, we were gonna fuck with you, but we were too slow.
Yeah, we were too slow. We were gonna mess with you to
We were
try
gonna
to
pretend like we'd
get
all
there.
walked away when you came back. So you come back like, okay, I'm back, and just like no one's here.
But Murka left.
Yeah, he actually did leave.
Yeah, he actually did leave. We were like, well, let's just mess with him. Murka's like, no, I'm gonna go do this.
Because we all did need to go. Like I needed to go get another beer, and I think Lefty needed to go do something.
need some more
Do
ice in
a
the
Joe
ice.
Lozon break or some ice or something.
Oh, Lozon.
That challenge, man. I feel
Jesus.
I've been sleeping better. I've slept much better now that I'm like a week into drinking a gallon or about a gallon of water a day, and I've been sleeping a lot better.
Last night I worked. See, I took, I guess, a nap for nighttime sleep. I slept from like 9 to midnight-ish, and then I went to bed at, well, I was going to go to bed at 7 a.m., and then my wife comes a knocking, and she's leaving to see her family and wanted a goodbye lay, I guess. So that was my morning, and then I went to bed and woke up and worked on WoodyCraft. Anyway, I feel like there's no water drinking is going to get my sleep schedule in sync when I've got employees around the world.
Well, right. If you're waking yourself up to work, I guess that's one thing. I, however, been sleeping like a baby.
I'm gonna grab another drink here.
All right, let us know when you get back.
I will wait until Kyle gets back so that it's not Woody and Murka flying the ship. See, that's how considerate I am.
All right.
Flying what ship?
The PK ship.
The SSPKA.
Yeah, the SSPK. Oh,
Yeah,
just a quick reminder to all the patrons listening. If you, I think we're going to, we're not going to do any Patreon-related content for this show, and the reasoning for that is what we talked about earlier in the show, that we made some changes, and some people might be where they're either they don't want to be or they're not supposed to be, and we
Typical
don't
big shot YouTube guys.
right. And we don't want to.
Big shots.
We don't want to screw anything up. So we're not going to do any of the question us segments. That will return next week. Hopefully, once everybody again log into your Patreon account and make sure you are where you want to be, and then we will resume completely with all the stuff that we say we're going to do. Trust me, we really want to do it. It's just we made some changes, and we're still kind of going back to normal.
Worst case scenario, someone buys something they didn't want to buy, and we don't want that. We want happy customers. Keep this thing going forever.
Just keep in mind, if you've paid for something, you're going to get it. That's all that really matters.
There you go. Lock that in.
So what are the Patreon bonuses you guys give? I don't know. I haven't even looked at it, honestly.
Dude, it's a complicated answer because there's like 7 levels, and then there's milestones. So like,
So I
if
want
we
to talk
ha-
about some of the big ones. Let me nail the big ones, and maybe you can hit the small ones after I do that. So we're doing some PKA adventures stuff. We're when we get to certain bonuses, we do shows from locations. I think at $10,000 we go to Las Vegas and do a show from there. And
that's tight.
we would have some vlogs and stuff where we do something interesting. I don't know. We'd go out in the desert and shoot guns, or I don't know. I'm the only single one, so maybe if Chiz came, maybe he and I could go to a strip club and do something horrible. To some women.
I literally thought you were headed to
Hey,
splitting a hooker. You're like, I'm the only single one. I need someone to split a hooker with.
You just want to do a switcheroo, don't you?
I'm really not into that. Like, me and Harley always joke about splitting hookers together, but like, don't you want your own hooker? Like, you're already paying for it. Like, pay full price and at least get some privacy.
Yeah, it's like when you buy fries at a restaurant and someone's like, oh, I don't want fries, I'll just have like one of your fries. So it's like, oh, I don't want a prostitute, I'll just have like a little hand job from yours. It's so aggravating. Buy your own prostitute if you want it. Don't pick off my plate. Don't ask mine.
Exactly like that. That's a perfect metaphor for this situation.
Because women are objects like fries. And that's what we're trying to connect.
Excuse me 1 second, I gotta flip a switch.
But yeah, that's pretty cool. You guys can go to Vegas. And where else have you thought about aside from Vegas?
I'm trying. So I think we're going to do, the first one is a little trip to Six Flags in Georgia. But we can combine that with like a shooting day and explosives or who knows what. Maybe a hiking day with giant shit on my back. And then we talked about going to the Dominican Republic, which place I've been before. We talked about a 2-week-long trip throughout Europe, right? And that'd be kind of neat because we could do like meetups with subs at the same time. We like backpack and vlog the whole thing and share the experience. And we had someplace else planned. We're doing a survival trip in September, like a Les Stroud type thing, where we try to survive for a week off the ground. And Joe Lozon's coming on that one, so that'll be kind of neat. I don't know.
So,
just content to add to the show.
So here's what I'm going to try to swing for us when we do the roller coaster trip, which is next month. And I'm squeezing the dates as best I can. I am apparently in charge of PK Adventures. I didn't realize I was until I was informed of it. And I'm happy to fill the role, I suppose. So I am scheduling Six Flags over Georgia at some point in the very near future, within the next 30 to 40 days or something like that. And we're going to try to find a moderately priced house to stay in, so we all be there. Get everybody flown in, and we do a day at Six Flags, some GoPro stuff on roller coasters and rides, obviously, and there's a lot of cool shit to see. And I've got a special. I think I want to do one where I'm as we ride the ride, I'm just deadpan talking about the history of the ride, like we're going down the hill and everybody's screaming. I'm just like, this is the Georgia Cyclone. It's built piece for piece. It's like we're going through crazy turns.
But saying like a 50s voice. This tone was added in 1984.
This is the Georgia Cyclone. Yeah, it should be the old Confederate guy.
Dude, you know
This is my 50s voice.
No, not in your 50s, like you were living during that decade.
Hello, this is my 50s voice. Welcome to the island.
No, Kyle, what you should do is like, you guys should all do a couple really cool places. Like, oh, you went to the Dominican Republic. They went to Six Flags. They went to Vegas.
I'm not done yet.
And then one of them, you go to East Detroit, and you do it in front of a 7-Eleven live. Everybody's looking at you. It's really anxious. Then you will need a gun for that. But it's really
Here's what we're gonna
hilarious.
do.
All 4 of you crackers.
Six Flags is day one. So we do Six Flags, and then I think I'm going to swing us like a private day at a range with a film crew and some cool guns to play with.
Yes.
So I'm gonna get with my guy and get a list of guns that are available, and I'll show you guys what's available. I know Lefty has expressed interest in firing a gun, and we could do a whole thing where like Lefty learns to shoot. It could be fun.
So you've never fired a gun, Lefty?
No. I've
Oh,
fired
what a bitch!
pellet guns. Never an actual like gun, bullet gun. Never
Taylor,
done it.
you?
Yeah. I have a SIG P226 right next to me. but not right next to me because we're drinking. It's tucked away in my sock drawer.
Mine's
Then I've
right
got
next.
a Benelli Supernova that I use for shooting clays and everything.
Yeah, that's a nice shotgun. I saw that that picture of you shooting.
They're so light, dude. Like you
Yeah?
can just go all day with it. It's excellent.
Are you
I've got
good at
a
shooting clays?
Velcro and a Super Sport.
I'm much better at shooting clays than I am at handguns. I can hit a clay most every time.
Dude, we need to shoot together. I love it.
Dude, I'm down.
I'm the opposite. If
Why-
you saw me
we
with a
made-
handgun, you would say, this guy's shot before, he's competent, he's safe, he knows what he's doing. If you saw me shoot a shotgun, you'd say, what? Why isn't he getting the knack of this?
Here's what I'm gonna do. I swear to God, all it's gonna take is me and you standing there and 30 minutes, and you're gonna be able to throw stuff in the air and shoot it.
I can't do that very well. I'd like to learn how to do that better. Like my grandpa can do that. Like a Southern Missouri, farmer guy will just throw it, hold the shotgun one-handed, and blow it out of the air. Which I think I've seen a video of you doing that, Kyle. Right?
We used to throw rocks up in the air and shoot them with 22 rifles.
Jesus, dude.
Kyle does something interesting where he pumps a shotgun, and then the shell flies out the side. He hits it with the butt of the gun, and then shoots it.
It's the shell that's ejecting.
Yeah, it ejects, and then he
Yeah, I throw a
hits it with the
target into
butt
the
to make
air
it go a little
and,
higher, and then he
So
shoots
only
the eject.
right-handed people can do that trick.
I didn't think of that. Yeah, you're probably right.
And
No,
then,
you could just use a Browning underloader, and you could flip it upside down. Anybody can do it.
flip it upside down. Well, I mean, fly me to Georgia. We'll do it. Mr. Moneybags. I'll be your Patreon. I'll give you $3 a month, and I'll be furious if you don't give me.
Actually, how much money do you need to donate to get right on this trip? It's like
I think
10,000,
it's 10
right?
grand. I think it's 10 grand.
Yeah,
you can
it's,
join us on our
yeah.
trip.
Lay 10 stacks down, and we'll hook you right up. All expenses paid except for your hotel, of course.
Why, of course.
No, it's 5 grand. I'm sorry.
$5 grand, 50% off.
At 5 grand, you join us on a PKA adventure.
Oh, that's a real thing. $5 grand for that.
Yeah.
And
What
you
if
can,
some bumbling awkward fuck does it?
No, so
then
here's
I will focus on the 5 grand.
and here's one thing that we had
This is awful.
discussed.
Or like, well, yeah, for dumping, like something like that. That would be horrible. I'm a bad person.
We had discussed that there would be a mild screening process where like we of course would never reject someone because they're a little odd or maybe socially
Oh, yeah.
awkward. That like people are people, whatever. You laying the money down, we make it happen. But if we ran into somebody who's like a whack packer from the Stern Show, like somebody who's just impossible to spend the day with, like you're just like, no, it's not worth doing it.
We might give him a
reserve
refund.
judgment to refund funds to,
Did
to
you
certain
guys? Oh, I'm sorry. Continue.
races of people.
Racist.
Wings. I mean,
So wait, Kyle, have you only drank one so far?
Yeah, that's my second one.
I'm just
I'm
saying.
on number 2, but I'm drinking
I-
hard liquor, so I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah.
I should state that I have been up since 11 a.m. yesterday, so that makes it's 36 hours, right? 35 hours I've been awake, I think. If I'm
Murka!
getting sleepy enough.
Fuck you cunt.
all right. Well, that's just how this is gonna go then. I'm just gonna be really
Yeah,
respectful
no,
and make
yeah.
you look like more.
Oh,
of a-
look at me. I quit YouTube. You're so good at quitting stuff.
Do you have enough gel in your hair?
Do you have enough
It does
hair
look nice.
on your head to
I don't know. It's kind of cut off by that, isn't it?
not look like a...
So you've switched from Superman cosplay to kind of an Eddie Munster cosplay that you're doing now?
Oh.
It's because I can't have a beard for my job, and I look infinitely better with a beard.
Superman doesn't have a beard.
No, he was talking about the Superman
was
like
gonna
my hair
ask-
up here.
Yeah,
I was
going
going to ask you
curl.
about the beard, though.
Yeah, dude, I hate not having a beard because I got a big fucking head. I can't even wear
Dude.
normal sunglasses. The
I
lady
have
at the
only
sunglass
shaved-
hut told me they didn't have anything that would fit me.
I remember the last 3 times I shaved with a razor vividly. I'm just like, oh no, what did I do?
Dude, it's awful. And then
Oh
if you
no, what have I
ugh,
done? It's like, I hope this grows fast.
God,
look
you guys
so
are so
bad.
lucky able to grow facial hair like that. I hate all of you equally.
What? You can't grow facial hair?
No, I can't. It comes in all patchy. I look like a... Never mind.
You're still quite young, though, my friend.
I'm going to be 27 on Monday, my friend. So
Yeah, he's not
It
that-
doesn't matter.
No,
like,
Kyle, he's
when
finished
I was
puberty.
When I
He's
was 24,
27.
it was. He's still
Kyle.
got time. Maybe he's a late bloomer.
No, he's not. He's 27. That fairy has left. He missed.
I bet. It,
I mean, I can
all right,
tell
who
you-
wants to make a bet?
Low-
I got $5.
I'll get some low T meds or something.
I don't mean to knock you, Kyle, but the
next.
next step is not more hair; it's less hair.
I got $5 that says I can do Google searching that will prove that this is a thing. That he could still be gaining facial hair between now and when he's like the next couple. He could just that he could still be gaining facial hair.
I won't believe you until you give me a link to the first dubious source on Google. I won't believe you until then.
Then and only then. And
No,
only
but,
past that point.
Lefty, do you get like a mustache? Do you get like any? Because sometimes you don't need to have a full beard. You can just like if you just grow a goatee, you
No,
can just go with that.
it's all patchy. Everywhere is patchy. Everywhere. It doesn't grow in full anywhere.
It's weird.
Yeah, it's like
You got really dark hair. You'd think you'd have a beard.
Just say it, you racist cunt.
It's the Native American thing.
You look like
I
you're.
think it might be part of Native American. What?
Just say it. You're trying to say it 6 times. You stopped yourself. Go on. You look.
I can't do it. I can't do it. Later
Look.
in the show, after I have a few more of these bad boys, you just wait.
He looks like a
I'll say anything you want me
Spanish-speaking
to.
fellow from south of the border.
I did not say that.
That's what he was trying to. That's what,
Yeah, I could see you busting my table at a Mexican restaurant.
Yeah. It does look like I've known a couple Mexican guys that can't grow facial hair, and when I try to grow facial hair, it looks like that. That's how it looks. Like I can tell I've got the follicles. I've got the follicles all around here. The side stuff grows in all patchy. That's just patchy. It's not there. But around here, I've got the follicles. There's just not enough. I need more.
It's weird.
Here's
I've
a guy who
said
says
this
it
before,
takes
but
40s
fuck
to grow a
it.
full
That's
beard.
what I do. I apparently in my family tree there is like Mexican that nobody speaks of. Like it's like my great grandfather back at a time when being Mexican was like something that you might want to bury in your like when people were more racist than they are today. And
Like the 90s.
no, like my mom's grandfather might be Mexican or something like that. And if you ask my mom like what our family tree is, she like doesn't tell you. She just like I'm like, Mom, where did our people come from? And she's like, she starts naming them all, like Belgium, like France and Germany and Irish and English. And like Hungarian and stuff. like, how can we be all of them, Mom? but that's how the conversation goes. I never get an answer.
That is weird. You could have got some sweet scholarships in college if you broke all those ethnicities out. I'm actually black, and albino black with dark eyebrows and hair.
I think when I was applying for college, I could have played the Native American card. I just would have had to gone through some vetting process with the Cherokee Nation.
Do you have a feather nearby that you could put in your hat?
No, I don't.
No feather, no smoke signals.
No.
Do you have? Well, you're drinking. Then you're halfway there, right?
Whiskey too. The firewater.
Firewater. Now I know.
Oh, the white man's drink.
I noticed Lefty earlier, like maybe half an hour ago, and I didn't say anything because we were right in the middle of a story. Someone was. You seemed to have a real twinge when you took a drink of that Jack. You were just like, ooh, that like one of them like bit really hard.
Oh, it may have been like the first one after a fresh pour, and if it's warm, I don't do warm whiskey very well. I like it. I like it on ice, and if that's it, it hits hard. It does hit hard. I'm like, put some hair on your gonads there. That's one of those.
But not on your
put
face.
any on your face.
Yeah, but not on your face, right? I got tons of hair down there.
I don't believe
Not
you.
on my
Show me.
face. No, I'm good.
But yeah. Tyler, are you still on number 2?
Am I still what?
That's still number 2, right?
I'm not following.
He's asking about
Number
which
2
drink
beer?
you're on.
Oh yeah,
He's
that's number
1
2.
and an 1/8 or something.
Wow, Kyle, not.
Well, like, what's the count right now? Woody actually has been drinking a lot more than I thought he would.
Yeah,
I'm not-
I am very impressed.
It's
No,
not that
well-
impressive. I've had 2 fulls and this one's halfway.
Well, yeah, but you don't drink
Yeah,
very
but you
often at all.
don't drink. You just don't drink. That's impressive.
Right.
I
It's
had
been
a
over a
drink
year.
Speedball 2 years ago.
Really?
Yeah, I don't drink.
What?
I vomited on the side of a car. I'm not gonna drink after that.
I
You
didn't
guys
drink
told me
that night.
stories about you had
You
a
and I-
Dos Equis and you like Dos Equis and all that stuff.
Dude, every time we've been together, Kyle,
Every
we've both
now
gotten
and then.
shit-faced.
Yeah, I know. It ends poorly every time. Remember?
Yeah, well, maybe.
I stopped.
Yeah, we did stuff. Well,
I can't handle it. Like
Sold out.
Here's what happens. I drink one drink and I barely feel anything. There have been times where I could do like 13 shots of tequila and before I was really good and drunk. But I'll drink 1 or 2 drinks and I'll start feeling good. And then instead of just riding that feeling out, I'll just try to make it better with 4 to 5 more. And pretty soon I'm just vomiting somewhere and just dizzy and the room's always spinning and just nausea and it's just not worth it. And it happens every fucking time.
Yeah,
Every
that's
fucking time.
that's the hard line to walk with alcohol, is where you're like, oh, I feel really good right now, not knowing that there's impending doom if you continue to drink.
I shouldn't be doing anything that you can overdose on. Like you put a carton of ice cream in front of me. All right, so maybe I eat too much, but I'm not gonna like die or anything, and I'm not gonna vomit all over someone else's bathroom and then use their daughter's toothbrush.
That's why I'm totally for legalizing pot. Please let me experiment with pot out in the open.
Let
Let
you
me do it.
experiment with it? So you don't experiment currently? Because that would be illegal.
Not right now.
Not right
More than
Despite your
what's the-
ethnicity, how that
what's
would
the-
point.
Yeah, what's the statute of
I
limitations?
would imagine Lefty
on
to be
marijuana?
like a
7 years?
harvester though. Like maybe he would be growing the marijuana. That
Outside
would be
his
more
teepee.
with her.
Yeah.
We had discussed doing a PKA trip to Colorado and doing just that, but there were several reasons. Everything from role model issues to legal issues because there's federal law that takes place with some instances as well. So it's not it's legal to do for most people, but we've got specialized things going on. So it just
So
it
far,
wouldn't
this
make
show's
sense.
been a really good role model. A lot of rape talk, a lot of shit. So the role model path is straight
Well,
and true.
we can talk about the rape, but we've never actually raped anyone on the show.
Kyle actually prevented
Well, not
a rape.
on the
I
show,
think
I
that gives
prevent
us some
radio.
credit.
Yeah, we talked about rape prevention tonight.
That's how you did
Yeah.
it. That
I'm a
Kyle's
hero.
He's that's right, exactly. He's a hero. It's like the troops. He's a hero.
Yeah,
It's like
that's
the
right. If you're out
troops.
there, Jeanette, I saved your ass. Literally.
Well, maybe not literally.
No, literally.
So now, when you said she had a fat ass, was it like a
It was
like a
big.
globe, or was it like Kim Kardashian? She was hippie.
No,
Or,
it was. It just protruded back and away, back and away. Like, it was-
back and to the left.
and it was like perfectly shaped. It was like
Was the silhouette on the side kind of like when you see a drop of water dripping down on a hot day, the condensation?
yeah, it was
comes out of the bottle, and it's got
perfectly
that nice
shaped,
little
like a
bubble
teardrop.
there.
It was incredible. And she wore these incredibly tight pants. That
Who
were
is this
white.
we're talking about?
She was the receptionist at the car dealership. She's blonde hair,
Oh.
blue eyed.
The potential
Check
may be.
She's got this sexy accent too because she's from fucking Chechnya or wherever the fuck. And but she would wear these white like see-through pants and no underwear, and you could like see her ass. And she made it so it was very hard to work. And my buddy, I guess, had enough.
So you might say
he
that
wanted
she
to put a
was.
stop to it with the rape. That's what he's gonna
So
do.
you think she was asking for it?
I think she was
I
built
absolutely
for it.
don't
That's what he
think
seems
that.
to be
I'm just
describing to me.
Oh, I'm just describing to you the kind of
When he
talking
lays
about
out the
here.
curve of that ass, what he's trying to say is that she's built for it.
Built for what, Woody?
Built for
Say it.
loving. I don't know what you're talking
I can't
about.
believe.
I saved her. I saved from the rape.
You should didn't let it go to your head.
Or to her ass or vagina. You let it go anywhere. You saved her from that rape.
Yeah, I just got wasted and ate hot wings. It was honestly a great night.
That's
I
the
really
best
enjoyed
way of
myself.
all the ways to prevent rape, like, because you could see the rape happening and jump on the guy, and then you fight him, and
Yeah, exactly. I thought I took the perfect way, right?
Yeah,
Right,
and it's a
you
very
got
true
drunk
thing.
and
You can
ate
have
hot
fun hanging out
wings.
with them.
You did it with
Yeah.
your brain.
Rapists are very
just like
good
your garbage man
conversationalists.
said.
Absolutely. Like that thing could have went so messy. Like maybe he tries to rape somebody else. Maybe I'm like, dude, I'm not up for all this raping shit. I'm out of here. And he gets all offended, and then our friendship's over. And then maybe he still rapes somebody else, or maybe like he gets physical with me. Maybe he feels like threatened now that I feel that the rape is like a criminal action, and he realizes that, and he realizes he's not in the presence of another rapist, and maybe he thought he was, and maybe he gets violent, maybe he gets scary. I don't know. The best thing to do is what I did. It was awesome. We drank and had an awesome time with it. I had an awesome time with that rapist.
So I'm a little bit concerned that you still wanted to be friends with the rapist. Like, you're like, I know you're a rapist.
Really
Oh,
like
I'm
you're
Lefty.
judging
I don't
Kyle.
have any rapist friends or black friends. Wow.
Yeah, you're judging Kyle and his rapist friends a little tough. You know, he who is without rape cast the first load.
Cock.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. You know, it
It's
was
in
like,
the Bible.
This is
I told our mutual friend about it, and he was shocked. And he was Lithuanian. And, you know, I just wanted to confirm that, like, you know, this wasn't like an Eastern European thing. Like, maybe they were all up for the rape. He's like, nah, dude, that's not cool. And I was like, yeah, right? He's like, I didn't know he was down like that. I was like, yeah, he's really down like that. In that rape game, he's up in it.
Was it one of those times where you have to, like, you're listening to him tell a story, and you kind of have to awkwardly laugh the whole time, and he's like, so I got this girl, and I'm forcefully having sex with her without consent.
No, I'll tell you that.
And it's just crazy, and she's like, don't do that, I hate this, and I'm like, oh, fuck you, we just had wings.
Like
And then,
that. It was more like the girl was passed out, and they were like dragging her around, and like her head was getting bumped into the car doors as they were
so
like.
basically, this guy was
her.
just the way that's okay. Well, that's new information. So this guy was just a piece of shit all around, aside from apparently fun to talk to.
Yeah,
And hang out with for a night on a 4th of July. So you knew this guy was... Okay, this is the crux. We're going back to this. You hung out with this guy for a while, and, you know, you knew he was a rapist. I don't know. I mean, how many strikes do you have, like, before you just cut someone out of your life?
I didn't. Like, I already explained this. When I met him, he told me those stories, but then I got to meet his family and his children, and I just assumed that, like, those were old, you know, there was, like, old country stories of stuff he did when he was a kid and stuff like that.
Well, everybody rapes as a kid. You don't count that.
Yeah, I'm kind of lining up with, like, so Kyle's got this rapist friend who he keeps in his life because, you know, he guy's got a lot of pluses that goes with it. But Wings of Redemption, he's out of there.
Oh my God! All right, first of all,
Hey, he would be a good friend.
two-pronged. Let me reply to this. This is two-pronged. So first of all, oh my God. So it was a close-knit community, you know. This guy, you know, there's a lot of turnover in the car salesman business.
There
so,
sure
like,
was.
six or eight
They turn
guys.
her over and do unspeakable things.
Yeah, I get it. So you know, six guys would get hired, and most of them would be gone within 3 months. That's just how it goes. So when somebody sticks around for a while, you kind of form a relationship with them. You're working lots and lots of hours a week, 60, 65 plus hours a week. You're spending holidays with each other, watching football games together. Like, we just all became friends, and
Was
I
this
didn't
gentleman
realize.
an assassin?
No, he was
No,
not.
he didn't make the Assassin Club, and you're still putting up with his crap.
Oh, wait. Let me think. Was he?
Hey,
no.
let me ask.
No, he sold
Lefty
like 14
question.
cars. He sold like 14 cars a month.
Someone that you spend 4th of July with, if you spend it with just one other person, is that person usually one of your really good friends, a significant other, or a rapist?
I already said.
Why
man,
do the
that
two?
first-
Why do they? Hold on a second. No. Why do the two have to be mutually exclusive though?
Yeah, why can't
Well,
you
I
have
mean,
friends and
why
family
can't I
that
have
are
a-
rapists?
Right. Some of my best friends are rapists. Why
Yeah.
can't I hang out with them?
Murka, I
come
think
on.
you're being a little rapist-ist in this.
Yeah. I just.
You have
You know
what?
a prejudice, a deep-seated hatred towards rapists?
Do you think you're inherently better than them? What? Because they rape? Come
No,
on.
you know what? Hey, I'd like to thank you guys for calling me out on that, because I've been trying to get a little more liberal and politically correct. And, you know, just because they want to rape, let them rape. It's not affecting me. You know,
Right.
just gallivant through the fields, rape away. But I'm going to be tolerant of it. What's the preferred nomenclature nowadays for rapist? Is it unwilling meat shot or something?
I think it's aggressive sexual encounter disorder. I think that's what it's called. It's aged or aged. Yeah, it's a disorder. It's going to be in the DSM-6.
It is. I heard it was called like the "I gotta come right now and you're here" disease.
Right, but that's like grids with AIDS. That's the first iteration where it was kind of like, oh wow, maybe we shouldn't call it that anymore. So they're like,
And you know what? I think over time we're going to find that there is a lot of intrinsically very valuable culture within rapists, and then we'll have little parades support it, and that's for the best, because everybody and their beliefs, lifestyles should all be accepted equally because there's no such thing as a better person than another.
The Turning Point Rape Foundation. We'll have that, and we'll just take money to give them homes.
Well, but if you say Turning Point, you're implying that it's bad, and that's not very politically correct.
That's true. You know, I'm not married to the name though. Not married to it.
Well, you should be able to. It should be legal to marry.
So they're discussing they're discussing the legalization of incest in Australia. Any incest fans out there?
Yes.
Absolutely. Give me a pair up. Give me a pair up.
Between consenting adults, yes.
Right?
Between consenting adults, yes.
Could someone here give me a reason that would be in the con list?
It's icky.
Oh God,
okay.
That's people like you are the people who are anti-gay and anti.
Well, there's the
mixed race marriage and all those other things. Like, yeah, I mean, that doesn't stand.
I don't really think there's anything wrong with it if they're both consenting adults, but if it is kind of fucked up if they.
Yeah, there's the whole reproduction thing. Yeah, there's the whole reproductive thing.
From what I understand, it's not as big of a deal as people say it is.
It is. Really? It's about what is it? 3 times more. It's about the same rate, doubled, that it is for a woman to have a Down syndrome child after 40.
Okay,
so it doesn't make much sense, but I learned it from CNN.
So
I'm gonna take your game and throw it back at you. I'm not gonna accept that shit until you find a dubious Google link backing up your point.
You fuck your. You know what? I'm gonna send.
No, you go fuck your sister and you show me a messed up baby, and then I'll sign on. No, then you kiss my ass.
I don't have a sister. Can I borrow yours?
Oh, well played.
You have a mom?
I think the downside,
no.
the only real downside is the I don't know,
Christ,
like the creepy father that's telling his daughter since she's 10 years old that one day he's gonna pop her, and it's like. Even though she's over 18, can she really consent if she's been told all her life that, like, hey, girl, hey, baby, I love you, all that kind of stuff?
I'm sorry. Which region?
No, Lefty just being
Wait,
very
are you like asking us a question, or did this devolve into some sort of fantasy for you?
I think Kyle asked like, what would be the potential downsides? And
what would happen if they had some sort of problem after they were born, and because her whole life she was like. Hey baby, you want to fuck? As soon as you turn 18, baby, yeah, I'm coming for you.
Here's the deal.
I don't think that can't be that common.
If you're 18 years old and you're still blaming your parents for your problems, fuck you, loser. Step up your game, asshole. Move out, do your own thing, be an adult.
But Woody, it's hard.
Fuck you, hard. I don't give a shit. You're 18 years old. What do you need?
Woody, I think you're being a little Scrooge McDuckish here because I think that it's much more difficult to do that now than when you were a child 7,000 years ago.
Right.
Think of the inflation. Yeah. Think of inflation. Just that alone. It's much more difficult.
Back in Roman times, it was easier to get your mud hut than it is today.
All that you had to do was meet your daily berry quota.
When I was 19, I found a low-income housing unit with a drug dealer that lived underneath me who beat his wife, and I moved out of the house because it's what I could afford. I got a roommate, and I was a grown-up. No excuses, bitch.
Yeah, but that was probably pretty hard.
That sounds pretty awful.
Well, I'll admit my mom didn't do my laundry, but I was a grown-up.
Your mom didn't do your laundry?
No, she didn't. Not when I moved out of the house.
Oh, man, no, absolutely not. No.
Now, did you have to go to the laundromat, or did you?
Yeah.
No, it actually had a. I had to. I'm trying to remember. I definitely didn't have to go to the laundromat. I don't know if it came with the washer dryer or if I had to buy a washer dryer.
My second apartment had a washer dryer.
This is a good topic. Everybody tell me about the various places you've lived and whether or not they included a washer dryer or if you had to purchase one independently. Everybody go through and tell me. I've had one where I got it and one where
So hang on a goddamn minute. We're all pro incest, right?
Yeah.
I'm pro washer dryer included.
Consenting adults? Can brothers and sisters get married consenting adults?
Sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
whatever.
Sure.
No, the PA is now pro incest.
Yeah, but how do we? My only worry is kids, because we got to worry about that.
There's questions like that with lots of mixed couples.
What?
They'll figure it out. Yeah, yeah. When you got a weird
Yeah, but
couple.
you're fine with them figuring it out because you're not going to be born with like weirdly together eyes and have to live your life like that because your brother and sister were like,
No, but
oh, of the 3.5 billion other people of the opposite sex, I'm going to fuck this one that I
here's my
changed
point.
with.
Here's my point. If you're a sophisticated enough incest aficionado that you're actually getting married, I'm sure that reproductive health is a major concern for you. So you've got all your bases covered. It's the ones that are like fucking their cousin in the back of a car somewhere that are making the weird kids.
Well, no, because it has nothing to do with safe sex in regard to how the kid's going to turn out. It's
I didn't say anything
genetic.
about safe sex. I said
No, but you said that.
Well, no, it
Maybe
has
I'm
nothing to do with
too
how
simple.
sophisticated you are. There's a risk, but I think that risk has been greatly overblown. People act like your kid's going to have 3 arms if you have sex with your cousin. That's really not the case. And cousins,
If you
by the
drive
way,
through
legal in
Kentucky,
most places.
You're going to turn around.
In
Yeah.
most of the United States, you can have sex with your cousin, provided like your parents weren't cousins or something like that.
Really?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
more legal than you might guess.
Or I guess it's just like marrying that they're not a big fan of legalizing, right? Or are there states where you can marry your cousin?
Marrying and having kids goes hand in hand. But yeah, you can
Yeah, you
marry
can
your
marry your
cousin, provided that your parents weren't cousins most of the place.
Man, that's weird.
Yeah. Cousin
awesome.
marrying
If
used to
they
be
want to do it, let them do it.
cousin. Look back through our history with a lot of famous politicians. Lots of cousin marrying.
You know
Yeah,
what? I
that's why
totally
the
understand
Kennedys
why you're so
look all fucked
passionate
up.
about this. Go ahead.
I said that's why the Kennedys look all fucked up.
Right?
You
Look,
think they do? They're very handsome.
Here's my. See, I disagree. I don't find the Kennedys to be handsome. They look like their faces are all pockmarked with like moles on them and stuff. Like Kennedy, like JFK was a handsome guy, and his brother was too. But the rest of them, like, look at Teddy.
What
That
about that other
motherfucker's
guy
a
that died in the
troll.
plane crash? He was really good looking.
JFK.
What about the
yeah.
girl that they made retarded? Huh?
What do they do? What do you?
They gave
What?
a lobotomy to their daughter. The Kennedys.
Because one does not live in America without giving their daughter a lobotomy. I mean, that's just the way it goes.
And
When you have
lobotomies
access
are
to top-notch health care like the Kennedys do, you try stuff.
Lobotomies scare the fuck out of me, right? You guys ever see One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest?
Yeah, we had to watch live lobotomies in a neuroscience class I took in college. It was
What the
like it was
fuck,
old
man?
footage. It was
What-
creepy.
Explain to me. Okay, so
Basically, look, this
we're
is
not
got-
talking about a full frontal lobotomy. We're talking about some sort of targeted brain thing, right?
It's an intraocular or intraorbital lobotomy, so it goes right in through here.
Uh-huh.
They kind of spread the area between your eye and the tissue, the surrounding tissue, and they insert a long ice pick. That's what it was. It was just a sterilized ice pick. And they would put it in there, and they would get it towards the frontal lobe right here, and then the doctor would literally take a hammer and the patient strapped down to a gurney, and then hammer it like just little tiny taps until like the guy stopped twitching, kind of, and then they kind of would see if it worked. If not, go back to tapping a little bit. And basically what it did is it robbed their ability to communicate correctly between hemispheres, and so they no longer they weren't themselves.
But
They
who
like
were
were
they?
basically animals. They were just drones. Like if you took a Woody but got rid of all of your culture and all of your little personality quirks, all the things you learned in the teens and 20s, got rid of all of that, and you just went about life like a dog without any personality, just
But I still
eating, drinking,
speak and
talking.
talk and work and...
But you don't have that same inflection. You kind of talk like this. You don't understand emotion anymore. They don't feel fear anymore. A lot of those people, because the amygdala is damaged, and so like they can be shown something scary and they're not feeling any fear whatsoever. So it fucks with you. Like, and it was a bad thing to do.
And in what cases is that prescribed?
It was prescribed often. Like, have you seen Shutter Island?
No. I'm talking about now.
Oh, now never.
Oh, okay, good. Thank God. I thought you said that you had seen one performed.
No, we watched old videos of it.
Right, when he said live, I thought
Okay.
live streamed. I was like, from
Yeah,
the
me
hospital. Now we go live
No,
from the hospital.
no.
Oh no, I thought like
No.
theater. I thought like he was
Sometimes-
present.
Oh.
Yeah, they won't ever do intraorbital anymore, but sometimes they will do like a variation of it if you have severe muscle, like it's called a seizure. If you have really bad seizures, they can go in there, fuck around a little bit, and then you won't have bad seizures anymore, or you'll be retarded. It's a flip of the
Holy
coin.
shit.
They use it to treat schizophrenia too, right? I remember hearing that.
In the olden days, they would use it to treat
I-
schizophrenia. And
I think it's a last-ditch effort for a few brain abnormalities when things are firing that you don't want firing. Parts are activated constantly, and
Let's just cut off a part of it. And
I mean, that's exactly what the seizure issue is these people would kill themselves having such severe seizures, choking on their tongue, so it's like, all right, they can either die or have a lobotomy.
Yeah, we can kill that part of their brain. That's rough stuff.
Cool.
Yeah, lobotomies are scary as fuck because, like, one flew over a cuckoo's nest. I've seen that movie once. It was a great movie, and I got to the end, and I was like, I will never watch this again. Ever.
Dude, they are so scary. Like, I always wonder, like, what was the person thinking right when it's about to happen? Like, oh my god, this is gonna hurt or something. And then what are they thinking right after it happened?
Do they volunteer for it?
No, most of the time they were. A lot of the times it was laziness. Like doctors, they would use lithium. I think that was that was the 50s. Never mind. So basically, a lot of times it was laziness. If wealthy people had kids that were troubled, doctors would sell a lobotomy as like a cure-all, like a fix. Like, all right, we can just do this for your child. Hammer in real quick. It's an in and out procedure. No waiting afterward. They'll have a little black eye, but it'll fix their seizures entirely. So then they do it, and the couples wouldn't know that the kid's going to come back totally different. So there were a ton of kids lobotomized. If you go to YouTube and look up like future lobotomized patients, you can see people talking and interacting who were partially or fully lobotomized in younger years. And it's kind of interesting.
New topic?
Yeah.
So have you guys heard about the Hobby Lobby ruling?
No.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Supreme Court, it was like the People versus Hobby Lobby or something like that. Hobby Lobby is a company. They sell hobby toys, glues, whatever. And they have a strong religious Christian bent to them. And they were objecting to the fact that the government is making them buy like prophylactics and like women's, like the pill, the birth control pill and things like that, when it was against the religion of the owners of Hobby Lobby. You following? I think you are, but you're looking confused.
Mostly, but I think it was that they didn't want to pay into the universal health care thing because part of that money would go to certain types of birth control. I think they were particularly unhappy about the morning after pill.
Okay.
I think when you say like the higher ups, like higher Hobby Lobby is sort of a Christian organization, to be honest.
It is. It's a commercial.
It's like Chick-fil-A.
Yes, like Chick-fil-A. I'll buy into that. They're definitely not like a church. They sell glue and model airplanes and shit like that. But they didn't want to pay into Obamacare, I guess because of the morning after pill, but also because of birth control pills, like straight up birth control. And so
it's considered birth control.
They went to the Supreme Court and they won. So now corporations get to kind of pick and choose which like programs they participate in as if it was their right. Like, I wish I had that right. I wish I could say, you know what? No tax money towards the NSA this year. Fuck them. No tax money towards SWAT teams this year. Fuck them. No tax money towards whatever, a war in Iraq this year. I'm done there. Let them work it out. We're not helping anyway.
I've been saying this for years. That's how you should fill your taxes out. There should be check boxes where you want your money to go.
Well, that's not really feasible because
I want my money to go to the missiles.
No. But here's the thing: it's like an RPG when you get a new character and you've got 25 points to spend, and you can do the math, and it's like, okay, you owe $5,000 in taxes. You now get to go to the back of the whatever form and choose where your or give an idea of where you want your $5,000 to go.
Absolutely.
But as I understand the ruling, it got really technical because it had to do with another law that was passed, I believe, in the 90s that said something about some religious freedom exercise act. It wasn't a strict, like they were talking about the exercising of the First Amendment. There was another law that was federal law that was passed, and the Supreme Court said, oh, right, and if we narrowly apply it to this, then closely held private corporations don't have to abide by certain laws that run contrary to their religious beliefs.
So I think we should take this to the next level. That's my idea. I think that lots of companies should have a religion that they subscribe to, and they can enforce their own local laws. Like if you're a Muslim company, perhaps you can stone your female employees. Right?
I agree.
Like okay, Little Caesars, for example, right? Clearly a Roman company. Little Caesars should feed Christian employees to lions.
And have sex with little boys, right? The sex with little boys part?
Goes without saying.
Just go grab a big $5 pizza and have sex with a bunch of men. with wine.
I like Little
Sounds
Caesars
good.
though. Yeah, can we not hate
You
on
like
Little
Little
Caesars
Caesars?
anymore?
And
Like,
I'm not hating on Little Caesars. This is a Saturday afternoon at my house.
Little Caesar sucks. We can't move past it until one of us says that.
It sucks, right? I know going into Little Caesars that it's shitty pizza. It's not good pizza, but when I'm in the mood for shitty pizza.
Wait. Is Little Caesars the one with the garlic butter, or is that Papa John's?
Papa John's.
That would be Papa John's. Papa John's is
Papa
good.
John's, man. You got to get that garlic butter.
It's my favorite.
But here's the thing, though. Now the Supreme Court has said, like, I have no problem with if you're doing business as, or if you're a partnership, and you say our partnership is we're religious people and we don't want to do this, and the government can't force us into these things that run contrary to our religion. I get that, but Hobby Lobby is a corporation, isn't it? It's incorporated. It is a quasi person.
Yeah, exactly.
And-
Hobby Lobby, corporation. Corporations are people. So I think corporations should be able to impose like Sharia law. Is that how you pronounce it? Sharia
Sharia
law?
law.
Sharia law? Yeah.
Sharia?
They're people,
Engage in
right?
fatwas.
People have religions. Corporations have religions. Stone bitches.
I think that what Woody's doing is the best way to handle these kinds of things, just to show the patent ridiculousness of what these people are doing. Like, I'm not paying for that. I'm not paying for this with my taxes. I'm not going to pay for this. Like, at some point, you have to be cohesive as a nation and just pay for shit. You just got to do it. And so I think first they should do what Woody's saying, let you totally do whatever you want. Everybody's going to be like, this is horrible. We've lost every HR department would be stoned to death because they're awful people, all women, and it would just be a shit show. And then we change it back and it'd be okay.
You know what? Corporations, not religious. Can't be religious. It's wrong that corporations can be religious, and it's also wrong that corporations have a political voice which they can exercise with unlimited donations to campaign funds. That's fucking ridiculous. Corporations aren't people. Stop.
Corporations
But
are
yes,
people.
yes, they are. They're made up of people.
They shouldn't be people.
In some cases, corporations are named Wendy's, right? How the
Wendy's
fuck is
is a
that not a
person.
person?
It's named
Case
after a
closed.
How
person.
many people do you know named Wendy's? Wendy's is possessive.
I mean, I know.
Hey, Wendy's, how's it going? How's it going? I was over at Wendy's house and we were hanging out and playing charades or something.
I'd love
It's
to
just-
see Wendy's go to the Supreme Court and they'd be like, no, you're a soulless ginger, you bitch. You clearly
No, have
don't
you-
have a religion.
Like, actually, no.
Oh.
Yeah, we only went that
I
far.
love the new commercials for Wendy's. It went from that big fat bitch that was the real Wendy, like the daughter of the guy who made Wendy's, and she was just kind of frumpy and had a whole gullet look going, and she was like, "Come eat these burgers," and everybody's like, "She's disgusting. I don't want those." So they replaced her with this cute little thing with red hair, and now she's holding up the burgers.
So I don't watch commercials, but the cute little thing, is she in her 20s or like 14?
Yeah, she's hot. Like
I think she's
blonde red
like,
hair.
closer to 11, 12.
All right, I'm gonna Google image search new Wendy's girl.
I would
New
say
Wendy's
she's in her
girl.
late 20s.
Turn safe search off. You'll thank me.
No, she looks. Yeah, she definitely looks. She looks of age. She looks like the girl from what's her name? How I Met Your Mother.
Yeah, she does.
Oh,
look
I'd
like
hit
that.
it, Robin.
Yeah.
No, the other one.
No. The one from American Pie.
The
Oh
short
yeah,
one.
the Bandcamp
Yeah,
chick.
the
I'd
short
hit
one
it.
is. Yeah. And then apparently in Google image search, there's a picture of a girl that looks like the new Wendy's girl getting spanked.
Oh,
by a
that's
guy-
terrible. Like, where
Right.
exactly is that?
I will.
Where
You know what? I
exactly?
know I don't want you to go to weird places on the internet, so I'll
Link
go
me.
ahead and link you right now.
Thank you so
It looks
wow.
like a poor Photoshop. It looks like a poor Photoshop now that I look at the larger image of it.
All right. So I'm on a website called Strippers Online,
Mm-hmm.
and
Oh. Scrolling.
Yeah, that's a Photoshop. Never
That's
mind.
Photoshop.
Yeah, it's
Strippers
Photoshop.
online.
yes,
Yep.
there's the Wendy's
Okay.
chick getting spanked by a guy whose T-shirt reads "Where's the beef?"
Where's the beef?
This isn't even that naughty a picture. She's fully dressed. I feel like I could. Can I show this?
I don't.
I think you should show it because
You know
it's
what,
clearly
she-
the fake. Go ahead.
She looks really happy about it too. She looks really pleased to be.
Yeah, there
getting-
is no victim in this picture.
Yeah.
And she's
After this, I'm
fully-
gonna have the new Baconator.
He's like, I know you will, baby.
That
Don't
victim
care
is my
about
whole
that.
morality compass, really. Like, there's a little more to it than that, but for the most part, If nobody's hurt, it's okay to do.
I mean, that's a pretty good rule of thumb, I think.
You know,
That's
Pretty simple.
pretty good place to go from.
we had a guest who was he was gay and he was a furry, and you know, and a lot of people viewed that in a negative light, and it's like, you know, like it. In my opinion, bad sex is sex that makes people feel bad, and you know, if he's not falling in that role, it's good sex.
Yeah.
It does seem like there could be
Upset about
something off about that fetish, though. You know, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but furries, two people will dress up in like mascot costumes, and then they pretend to have sex, or they actually have sex.
I think there's
Like, while
actual
in a
sex
mascot
involved.
costume.
I don't know if they both need costumes. And I will say this, and my apology to all the PKA fans out there. My wife immediately asked, what animal was he? And I was like, I don't know. She's like, you're not doing your job as a host. You have to find out what
He was a
animal
dire
he-
wolf.
Well, the gist
I
I
thought it was
got
a
from it
dog.
was that he really liked anime with. Oh, sorry.
Did he say he was a dog?
I thought it was a dog. That I clearly had that picture in my head. Maybe I just made it up on my own. But like,
Were
I
you
imagined a
fantasizing
blue-
about him?
in my
So they're
head. He was a
specific-
blue dog.
They're
Wait, a
specific
blue
with their
dog?
animals, or they
Like
flirt
Blue's
around?
Clues?
No, like a blue.
Like an
dog.
adult version of Blue's Clues.
Yeah, like an adult
big
Blue's
cock,
Clues
like
with a-
like a tumescent cock, just
But like a
red and
human
just-
one, like a human penis,
Yeah.
like 8 or 9 inches.
Yeah. Big one. Also
Guys,
on,
Although
also
I-
on Backpage.com.
Wait, so do these people just like they relate with one animal, or they
I
wear a
got no
bunch?
fucking clue, to be
I have no
honest.
idea. The gist I got from it was that he's into hentai, but the hentai is of animal-like humanoids fucking.
And hentai is like comic book stuff, right?
Right, it's like comic books of like dogs and
It's like anime, right?
right, like
Kinda like that.
animals that look like humans, but they're not. They're animals and they're fucking. I
A
guess.
little bit of personification for your masturbation.
Right.
I'm really uneducated on the topic, but I do
I think
stand
we
by
should
what
all
I
watch furry
said,
porn now.
which is like, if everyone involved is enjoying themselves and there's no victims,
Yeah.
knock yourself out. Like that is my sense of right and wrong. You know,
And
See,
how
like,
do you
I
disagree
agree
with
with-
sex somebody has with another consenting adult? How are you all? How do you have that in your head? Like, oh, I'm going to tell you that that's wrong because you like to tie that guy up in handcuffs and beat him with a paddle. It's like, well, he said yes.
I will not say it's wrong, but it is weird.
Yeah.
It is weird. And I don't think it's wrong to say that because they engage in these practices, which the practices themselves are fine, let them do it. Like, that doesn't make the practice normal. Like, it's still weird. It's still abnormal. That still could be a sign of an underlying thing.
but I don't know.
Right.
See, here's the thing too. Like, okay, so this guy's not vanilla, right? We'll lay that out there.
This is
it's
two shades past not vanilla.
It's an estoppel,
Okay,
right?
He's
It-
Rocky Road.
I
He's
learned
Rocky
a new
Road.
word today or yesterday, estoppel, and it's this idea that, like, in a legal sense, this is agreed upon. It's not a fact that's in dispute. Everyone lines this up. It's estoppel. I think I'm using it right. And anyway, so we will agree that he's not vanilla. Having said that, do you want to be vanilla? Right? Like, I kind of feel like, I don't know. If you're down for a little prostate massage, or a little this or a little that, or you get your game outside of vanilla, that, like, in my head anyway, you're somehow elevated. Like, you're, like, if you're not even doing oral sex, then perhaps vanilla's the bad thing.
Yeah.
So
But
where's
like
the
you said
right
like 2
thing?
years ago, like about oral sex, you said it a long time ago on PKA, where you're like, what do you mean you don't do that? That's just it. That's part of it. It's included.
That's part of the
But,
core.
Yeah.
But yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I don't know. There's just something about it. I can't look at it and say that's totally normal. 'Cause
So I
it's not.
feel like I'm guessing that Murka Durkah is not straight up vanilla, right? They're not straight up like missionary only, whatever.
No.
Somewhere between that and gay furry is what he declares to be the right answer. I can't try to stay in frame. And
A little higher.
Where is
Yeah.
a little high. Where is the right
There-
answer?
and
Like, is
that's
the
why
right
it's
answer
weird.
necessarily whatever you are? That seems
No.
self-centered.
No, everything is about me, Woody. But I don't think that. I don't know. Just because.
Well, here's how
I
deep.
guess I really can't even articulate why I think it's wrong. I just think it's weird, and I think it's fine to think it's weird.
Right, but here's how deep the stigma surrounding weird sex goes. There was a story about some Christian radio host, I believe in Michigan or Missouri. It's one of the M states. He was a conservative Christian radio host, and he was arrested. He was erected at one point for allegedly trying to solicit sex from a 14-year-old. He tried to pay some guy money so that he could pop this 14-year-old boy. Ooh. And that was one story. But then there was another related story. Oops, I hit my microphone stand. Still learning it. That happened after he was arrested, and it was he consented to the police searching a storage locker that he controlled, and there was BDSM material in it. Now, the article about the BDSM stuff being found went like this. Blah, 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 blah. Police found, after a search of blah, blah, blah's storage locker, bondage, domination, sadomasochism material in his storage locker contained all these things, right? Whatever it is those people are into. The second paragraph was, this guy is arrested for allegedly trying to solicit sex from a 14-year-old. The third paragraph was back to what they found in the storage locker with respect to the BDSM stuff. And it wasn't really the reporter saying, hey, look at this crazy guy with this weird sexual proclivity that is like clearly like trying to use this on young boys. It was just, hey, America, read this article. Here's BDSM, here's child rape, and I'm going to put them right next to each other and see what you think. And they weren't explicitly equating BDSM with child pornography, but it was very clear, like, oh, the guy arrested on child rape was arrested with BDSM. And my thought was, when reading that, I said, why is this news? So what? The guy had a weird sexual fetish. What does that have to do with him being arrested on child pornography charges? This isn't news. You didn't find child porn. You didn't find anything illegal. You just found weird sexual shit. Why do you have to shame everybody else who has a weird related sexual proclivity by even implying that it is in any way related to child sex or to being a pedophile?
I can see why BDSM would get lumped into that, just because the nature of it, it's like intense, fierce. Most people aren't into it. So when they watch it, they're like, holy shit, this is that porn people talk about. Like, this is intense. Mm-hmm. And really? So they can just use that.
BDSM's
I'm thinking like hardcore thing, right? BDSM.
Yeah, I know, right? Like where does BDSM actually start? You know, if you just have like a designated tie that you always use to put her hands together, is that BDSM, right? You know, just because you don't have like official equipment for it, you're still tying her hands together with the tie.
I would say that is BDSM. That still is, but they're only going to show the black leather bondage with a dildo in your ass and a gag in your mouth with a bunch of animals running around. BDSM. If you're caught with something that's
especially
bad,
like the prancing rabbits and the goat in your
just oh man, love that cloaca. That's what I think this has been the grossest PKA I've ever been on, as far as just.
Yeah, we're pulling out all the stops for your return. So to make it really nerdy and white button-down collar, I want to know where Woody was talking about estoppel with somebody. Where were you talking about estoppel? That somebody materially changes their actions to, I believe, I know promissory estoppel.
In some
you would want to talk about something white collar.
Known as a EULA breaker, and I was doing a little research.
Oh, so let's say if somebody said they're going to do something or not do something, and then you materially changed your way or business to conform to that action or non-action, you could mount the argument.
I lost you. I don't even know what we're talking about anymore.
I think I know what would. Okay, I don't want to go any further. I don't want to press a topic that is touchy. But aha. So you had an outage on WoodyCraft. Is everything back to normal?
Yes.
Woody?
The issue was our data center's LAN wasn't working right or something, and one of our most important machines. You know the lobby? Like you remember playing and we went and people had the pets and stuff? Mm-hmm. That server was down. So every other server was up, but it didn't matter since you couldn't get to it. And slowly, as people, like sometimes people just say you wanted to get from one server to another inside of WoodyCraft, people might leave altogether and rejoin through the lobby, like to go to the next one. And they would find that they couldn't get to the lobby. So our user count was just like deteriorating. And it took a little while. It turned out, for whatever reason, it was just a bad cable in the data center. And it's really weird because cables don't just go bad. Like, did someone literally trip on it or something, or unplug it or whatever?
Something comical like
I've got to know about your Minecraft thing, because I remember specifically one time we were playing together on the podcast probably a couple of years ago, and we were talking about, we both tried it. I said I didn't get it. I played it with C-Nanners 3 years ago. Thought it was stupid and left. Never played again. You told me the same thing. You were like, you just didn't get it and you didn't like it. And then I took a break from YouTube, came back 4 months later just to check, and it was, boom, WoodyCraft. Or Woody's server.
Before I played Minecraft, I didn't like it. And I was like, I want to say racist towards Minecraft. Like, I got that everyone who played it liked it, but just to look at it, I was like, it's a huge step backwards. And the people who tried to sell me on Minecraft would say, hey, it's like Legos, but in-game. And that wasn't attractive to me at all. And yeah, and then
sounds awful.
Yeah, Legos, but not real. Legos.
That's the tangibility and the fun and the everything.
And then Onslaught. You remember Onslaught, right?
Oh my God, I haven't talked to him in forever.
He's a fan. I haven't talked to him in a while either, but I think really highly of him. Anyway, he was the one who first gave me a tour. He's like, that's a creeper. Go hit it. LOL. Now you're hurt. That's here's how we build a house. Here's how we survive the night. Chop down a tree. Build a crafting table. Now that you have a crafting table, you can craft all sorts of different things. And he just gave me that sort of starter to it. And I liked it. And then I started live streaming Minecraft on the Xbox. This is a while ago. And then didn't really play it much. And then someone approached me and said, if we did a Minecraft server together, then it might be cool. So I did it. And just the nature of it was that I had to go in head over heels and start doing admin work on it. And I learned Minecraft is so much deeper and more complex than I realized it was. What people do with Redstone is akin to engineering. What people do, there's a game type called factions. And I don't want to, I'm sure people are ready for a new topic, but it's kind of like survival that you may have played before, except that people have gangs. And then in these gangs, you can the game will protect your land. So you literally build cannons and launch TNT through the air to to destroy your fort. And then I break in and I steal all your armor and weapons and spawners and stuff. And now I'm more powerful because I busted down your fort and stole your stuff. And it's there's parkour game modes. There's I could go on. There's a prison game mode we have where basically you mine your way to freedom, and you can mine and just play it like that, which is almost like Cookie Clicker, where you just sort of gather money and work. You buy cell after cell or ward after ward until you get free. Or in our server, you can go to the plot world and grow drugs, and then you can grow drugs and sell them in the yard. But where you sell them in the yard, people can kill you. So you have to buy protection. Hey, I'll give you a stack of methamphetamines if you let me sell the rest of my methamphetamines, and watch my back while I do it. So I'm buying protection from the other gangs in the prison.
I thought this was really boring till about 40 seconds ago, and now I'm like, all right, this is actually kind of
So
cool.
we have cocaine, we have LSD, we have methamphetamines, we have marijuana, and caffeine for some reason.
What's the hot product? What's going hot right now?
I'm trying to remember. I think it's methamphetamines because they give you strength and they hurt you while you take them. But while you're taking them, while your damage is going down, your damage is really going down. And I can kick anybody's ass while I'm high on meth, and then I sell the rest. You can kill guards and stuff. Anyway, my point in explaining these game types is that Minecraft is a lot more than I thought it was. I thought Minecraft was virtual Legos, but without the...
You just download it? Because I really might jump on and try that, because that sounds like a lot of fun.
It costs $25, and then my server's free.
We played Hunger Games the other day. That was really fun. That was our PKA plays. I did not upload mine because it was so humiliating. But
the idea behind
prison thing.
In Hunger Games, have you seen the movie Hunger Games?
Yeah.
So the nature is you all spawn in a circle, just I think it's called cornucopia or something close to that in the Hunger Games, the actual competition. And then there's chests in the middle. You can run and get stuff, but it's dangerous because there's a bloodbath there. Or you could run into the woods and search for more chests. And of course, you had like form these alliances, and you and your 5 buddies can do much better than you would solo, just like Hunger Games. But then, of course, as it narrows down, you eventually backstab someone and kill them and try to be the only guy left alive. And
or you run into the big black guy. Even worse.
It could be, right? You know, and just like Hunger Games, you can't just hide in the woods and not like improve your character, because when you get to the very end of the game, you're going to be stuck there with like a wooden sword, and I'll be there with like an iron or an enchanted diamond sword or something, and I'll crush you because I've been active building myself and you've been hiding in a corner. And while you made it to the end, you were easy pickings. So
how long are these games?
Hunger Games is like 8 to 20 minutes a game.
Oh
Yeah.
I thought it was way long. Never mind.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking like huge quests that you had to go level up and shit.
We have a game in development. I don't know how much I should, but we have an RPG in development, and it's based on Painkiller already, and it should be really neat. My character, he has a special passive ability called Thunder Calves, and as you level him up, he runs faster. Just a little hint.
Thunder Calves.
Thunder Calves.
Have you guys played Wolfenstein?
I've watched videos of it.
Yeah, I've started. I've halfway through it or something.
It is. Or do you like it? Because I think it was awesome. You have to play it on the hard difficulty because they made it way too easy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's really cool. It's I'm really enjoying it. You know, when they randomly smash cut to him railing that one Polish chick, I'm like, all right, this is a different direction for the game, and I really like the Easter egg where you get to play Wolfenstein 3D again. That was fun.
Wait a minute, there's sex in this game?
No, it's like a cut scene, you know, like yeah, it's like a PG-13 sex scene, maybe a little bit of R, no tits, no genitals or anything, but you very clearly see that he's.
I want full penetration.
No, there is a side tit.
There's a side tit? I haven't gotten there yet.
You can see the side nip. You can just kind of like, the sun was shining and it glistened a little bit.
Well then.
Have you gentlemen ever seen the internet?
No, I prefer watching stuff that I feel like I'm not supposed to see. You know?
Yeah.
What you need to be getting into is Civilization 5.
No.
Oh yeah.
I was
That
so
sounds awful.
Murka for like 4 or 5 hours. That'd be so fun. Screaming. By the way, Murka, you got 4 or 5 hours you can devote to playing this game? And maybe 4 or 5 hours. Yeah, and then 4 or 5 hours the next day? Anything like that?
No. Or maybe. I don't know. We'll figure it out.
You'll need at least 100 hours of practice before you want to play with this stuff.
Oh yeah.
Kyle, I'm really unhappy with the amount of beer that you've drank. Seriously. This is not...
I'm not drinking beer. I'm drinking Crown.
No, I mean Kyle. I'm talking Kyle.
Oh.
I'm looking at his picture. He hasn't... Who is this?
I got really hungry, so I went and made some cereal.
I've now
Kyle,
seen
don't
the
take
sex
this the wrong
scenes.
way, but you drink like a faggot.
Thanks, man.
Wow, Kyle's at 1.5.
Come on, man. I'm sleepy and I'm on Adderall shaky.
You're on Adderall?
Yeah.
Oh, no wonder you're not wanting to drink much. You're probably just wanting to, do
taxes.
a certain illegal drug copiously. I'm an Adderall, right?
It's hard not to multitask.
Yeah. Are you just standing up, cleaning? Is that what you're doing? Like scrubbing stuff, moving stuff around?
No, I'm focused. Walking along the razor's edge.
So we talked about, I think it was in the pre-show, we talked about, I made fun of Stern and Kyle didn't like that, and I said I like the Opie and Anthony show. Have you guys talked on the podcast yet about Anthony? So am I late on the boat? You guys did? What was your guys' opinion?
Just a little bit. Kyle, you're a regular serious listener.
I don't listen to the show, to be honest.
Dude, are you serious? Don't you like stand-up comedy?
I do. I just don't listen to them. I listen to Stern.
I just got to think.
It's one of the other. I only got one radio in my car. You know.
Yeah, but they have so many more comedians on.
Warriors.
Stern has Jenny McCarthy.
This is number 3.
Come out and play.
You see, I love Opie and Anthony's bits with Penn Jillette. Whenever he's on their show, I always find it on YouTube and watch it.
Yeah, and Patrice O'Neill.
Mm-hmm.
He's excellent on there.
Jim Norton is good, but I really love when they have Penn Jillette on. I'm like, oh shit, Penn Jillette. Yeah, I love him.
Do you like Bill Burr as well on there?
He's the man. He's the man of the
Bill
hour.
Burr I have a picture with him and a signed case.
Nice. So I feel like Louis C.K. is the comedian of I'll Make It Up 2014. I'm sorry, 2012. And Bill Burr is the comedian right now.
He is. He's tearing it up.
if you went back a little bit a ways, I think David Chappelle, Chris Rock have had their turn as the comedian. Eddie Murphy way back in the Raw days. But right now, Bill Burr's the man.
Yeah. Do you listen to his podcast, Woody?
I have listened to his podcast. He amazes me. And like, I'm trying to figure out if he's that insightful and interesting or if I just get sucked in by his inflection all the time.
You mean the Boston accent?
I don't think it's just a Boston accent. Like he says, everything he says is like, I can't believe how ridiculous this is. And it makes you line up with his opinion.
He's exasperated.
Yeah, he's constantly exasperated. And
can you believe this?
That's why it's funny.
And every fucking time, and he's just like, this is a man who's at the end of his rope. He's blowing. This is a guy on stage who's performing an explosive temper tantrum where he's like had it up to here. He's like, I ain't gonna take this shit no more, and then he's spewing it all out. That's his delivery. That's why
that's his delivery, but it's very much manufactured at this point, right? I mean, every comedian does that. It's even practiced on smaller stages in front of smaller audiences so that he can hit those notes and inflections, repeatedly. I get that. Still, I like it, and I don't know. I'm just a big Bill Burr fan. I like him, but there have been other comedians where I got sucked in by their inflection, only to realize, like, you know what? The jokes aren't that funny.
Who are your favorites? Or at least right now.
Right now, I mean, I think some of the guys I mentioned, Chris Rock, Dave Chappelle, Louis C.K., although he had a bad series, Bill Burr.
His last special wasn't very good. Louis.
Like, to me, it was good, but it wasn't Louis C.K. level. Like,
Yeah.
If, like, for example, who is the chick's name I mess up? Sarah's. It's not. Is it Silverman?
Silverman.
Okay.
Oh, he had it. Oh,
nailed it.
Silver Jew.
So Sarah Silverman, I think, like her best shows are equivalent to Louis C.K.'s Miss.
Oh yeah.
And
definitely.
I think it's rough to say like he sucks now, when in reality he's like a B+.
Yeah. Oh, he definitely doesn't suck.
Mm-hmm.
But like his, I guess 4 years ago his special, I was laughing hysterically listening to it and watching it. But then this last one, it was like couple titters. It was a tittery special.
You know why the Howard Stern show is better than Opie and Anthony? Because when he had Louis C.K. on, he got Louis C.K. to talk about having his dog lick stuff off his balls.
That's his. So PKA has that effect to some extent too. There are people who will come on the show and say things they've never said on their own channel. Right? It will open up in a way that's kind of. I mean, hell, the Ryan Twin 20. Remember that? That guy was literally fucking his cousin.
Is he dead yet? Is he dead? Can we confirm? Is he alive, still breathing?
I don't know. We had it. So there was this guy, and his YouTube shtick was this. It was that you can call him, and he would put his number on, and he would just pick up and talk to you. And if you watched like the 90-second video, he seemed like the nicest guy, like the most sweetest guy. He's like, I don't care if you're black, if you're white, if you're depressed, if you're sad, if you're a boy, if you're a girl. None of this matters. Just call, and I'll talk to you. And I was like, oh, well, let's give this guy a call and see what happens. And I thought he was like this, like a genuinely great human being.
Just helping people. You got a problem? Just talk to me. I'll take your burdens.
He wasn't great at all. No, this guy was racist. He like fucks his cousin, which again I'm okay with, but it's just funny. Like when we were already lined up against him, like I think he hit people. He got outed as being such a horrible human being. He backed off of YouTube and went homeless for years, right? And then the Rape Squad killers ring-a-ding-ding this asshole, and we're like, hey, like, how's it going? Let's start talking. And we just talk until he exposes the truth himself again. And now, I think he's vanished or something. I don't know what happened to him.
He claimed like Katie Couric was hitting him up trying to fuck him or something.
Yes,
and he was like, yeah, I almost fucked Katie Couric. We're like, okay, bro, have fun.
Yeah,
wait, did he tell people to call him because he wanted to like pretend to give him advice, or it was just a weird thing to tell people to call him?
I think he was going to empathize with him or something. Like he had this thing where he really wanted to pretend that he was a much bigger deal than he is. In reality, he's kind of broke, but he told us he was a millionaire because he hit the lottery, but he was homeless. He was this homeless millionaire thing. No, bullshit, right?
Classic.
So many homeless millionaires. And he said he was like personal friends with the CEO of Verizon. If you checked out his Twitter account, he'd be like, "Yo, Justin Bieber, what's up, man? I think if we hung out, you'd really like me." and he would hold on these like conversational dialogues with stars on the level of like Justin Bieber or Chris Rock or even Katie Couric or whatever, as if they were old friends, thinking that they would connect over Twitter, and then he would get some FaceTime with them. And like he wanted to be on that level, but wasn't doing any of the steps that it takes to make that happen. And he just couldn't see it. He was somewhat delusional, and he was crazy. And we had
so was all of his advice like somebody would call in.
And he had a twin. He had a twin brother who acted as his hype man. It was the craziest thing. He had a twin brother who was really creepy, who was always standing behind him, echoing his thoughts. It was literally like a rap guy's hype man, like yay yay, but the crazy white yokel version of that.
Dude,
we'll circle back to the Incest.
He went on PKA, and the world started flipping out on him because he's a douchebag. So then he faked an injury or death or something. And it was like there was like a shot of him in like a wife beater T-shirt with ketchup on it or something, and they were like tweeting it as proof. And then he was fine the next day, and the whole thing was just. They are crazy, stupid losers, and we found them to be entertaining.
No, he was like one of those guys. He went viral, and then he was trying to do it again.
I can see his advice being kind of funny though, like for people who actually wanted advice, where they're calling up like, "Hey, haven't come out to my parents yet. Just wanted someone to talk to and get me in trouble." Well, the problem is you're a faggot, and then just hang up. That would be it.
But where I was headed is PKA has a minor league Howard Stern effect where people will come on this show and say stuff they wouldn't normally say. So I think talking to a camera does that. Like I've done Feedback Fridays and stuff where I shared things that would be hard to get me to share if we were just like sitting together on a couch. But you're somewhat like, oh, look at this camera. This camera is my friend, like all my friends are in this camera, and I'm going to, to share with you and tell you what's like really going on in my head. And it's easy to get into that mindset, and then it goes on YouTube, and you're like, oh.
Did I say that in front of everyone?
Yeah, my mom watches this.
Oh, God.
Your mom watches it?
She really does watch PKA.
Is she hot?
That's absurd.
So, I remember when I first showed her in so here I did this. We went on this like family vacation. We were in Malta or something. Do you know where Malta is?
I don't.
It's an island between like Europe and North America. Anyway, I think that's where it is. Anyway, so we were in Malta, and we took this like gondola or something to the top of a mountain, and I was videotaping my family, and some of the comments were like, "Oh my God, Hope is so hot. Hope is so hot. Give me your number." And some were like, "Screw that. I like Jackie." And a couple of them were like, "Hell with that. I'll take the grandma." My mom was
a minute ago, you were talking about that Ryan 2020 guy would like talk to celebrities like he knew them and try to like get in with them.
Right.
I knew a guy who successfully pulled it off once.
Tell me more.
He had some inside information about Natalie Portman's whereabouts on certain dates, like private parties that she had attended. He knew she had been to them because he was like cousins of a friend or something weird like that. So he messages her on Facebook and he says, "Hey, it was really cool meeting you over at Jason's party the other night. Sorry, I had a good bit to drink. I hope I didn't embarrass myself." From that conversation, he weaseled his way into being her Facebook friend and chatting with Natalie Portman on a semi-regular basis for about 3 months. It was absurd.
But did he bang her?
No, absolutely not. He had aspirations of that. Like, he was aiming high. Like,
I've got aspirations of that. It doesn't mean shit.
Well, but he's a step closer than you. Think about it. Think about if you could, instant message her right now. You're a whole lot closer to fucking her than current version of you is.
Yeah.
And that's where he was.
I mean, I've been on PKA. I'm a big shot now. So.
Yeah, that's true. You're actually 2 or 3 steps ahead now.
Yeah,
Getting that Natalie Portman fucking in.
Well, if you like Howard so much, Kyle, you should start doing little quirks and gimmicks like they do on his show. You guys should all do crazy things.
Here's what
we're thinking about doing some funny crank calls.
What about a Wack Pack?
I don't know what
Wack
that is.
Pack?
So the Wack Pack is this group of like Stern super fans who also happen to be freaks. And when I say freaks, I mean like I'm just gonna name.
Yeah,
a
we
few.
probably got that.
High pitched Eric, Eric the midget, Bigfoot, Beetlejuice. These are members of the Wack Pack. They're freaks. It's a modern day freak show, and he brings them in and does stuff. I saw them do a Gillette promo today. I'll link you to the video later. This porn star comes in. She's gorgeous. She's like a 10. She comes in and she's pushing Gillette razors. So she shaves Beetlejuice's balls, who is a black midget who is suffering from some sort of genetic abnormality that makes his head shaped really funny and his eyes bug out, so he looks like a Ninja Turtle. Okay? She shaves this guy's balls on the couch, and then he teabags her with his shaven balls, and that was the promo for Gillette. Gillette paid for that shit. Then she rode the Sibian.
Did he get the hair off of his balls very well?
What?
Well, did his hair on his balls? Were they pretty well shaved afterward?
Yeah,
I think it's a good commercial.
It was a pretty good commercial. They did point that out, that like it didn't hurt him at all, because at first it was really creepy. Like he started crying at the beginning of it, like he was so freaked out by like the hot naked lady, and he was naked the entire time, and I mean,
so
45 minutes.
They shaved a retarded person semi against their will and made it into a commercial.
Yeah, I watched that today. I can
get behind things like that. I'll have to watch.
I'll link you later. It's a real pleasure to watch.
I don't know. I'm all for the shock jock stuff and being abrasive and caustic, and of course that's part of my shtick. But it's just
I think it's tactless.
Well, of course, you do. Cunt. But I just looking at pictures of this guy and all Eric the actor, who's this midget, and high pitch Eric, and there's a picture of him in a thong, and it's seared onto my brain now.
They got him laid for the first time.
It's just, I know Stern does it, and Stern's made himself a multimillionaire off of doing it, but that seems.
Stern's more than just a multimillionaire. Like when I hear multimillionaire, I think like less than 10. He's
100 millionaire, billionaire, probably. He's probably got a
billionaire or something.
Yeah, he's got to have a stake of Sirius at this point, right?
Oh, he did from the very beginning.
Yeah, okay. He does.
He gets paid for subscribing.
I don't want to say it's lowbrow. It just seems.
According to dubious Google links, $500 million. $500 million.
I believe it.
Good for Stern, man. That's great.
No, and you know what? I respect him mightily for pushing the limits of NBC of the NBC radio thing, and I watched his movie. What's that movie that he
Private Parts.
Yeah, and the whole thing, just the really subtle stuff of when he goes to work at NBC and he says, and then when you say it's on Radio NBC, you've got to say Radio NBC. And he's like, no. And he's like, NBC. And then he's like, no, NBC. And he just doesn't do it. And then he's on the phone in the program director's office when he's trying to hit him and get him off the air.
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah, that's like funny. That's funny radio bit stuff. But just to bring in the midget to have a porn star shave his balls, not for me. Not that it's not funny, but just not for me.
I remember Howard Stern did a bit, and they were all he was trying to push the limits of what they could do on satellite radio, right? Because that was the big thing. Suddenly with satellite radio, they can use curse words, they can talk about sexier things than they ever did before, etc. And he wanted to do this skit. And the skit was that, I guess they were all arguing about who could take the biggest dump. And so what they wanted to do was take a dump in a bucket and then weigh it and see who had the heaviest poop. And this was enough that even satellite radio was like, we can't have this. We push it over the edge. And he's telling this story to I don't know, Jay Leno or something like that. And Jay Leno's like, why didn't you weigh the guy, have him poop, and then weigh the guy again? And Howard's like, we didn't think of that.
It is so much better than a bucket.
Yeah, they could have done that.
Handling shit. Who's the shit weigher today?
Yeah, they
I'm really surprised they didn't let him do that, because recently Benji got fingered by Perez Hilton for 3 minutes. They went to a hotel room to do it, but they broadcast the audio live on the air. And there's pictures on howardstern.com. Fingered him for 3 minutes. He was screaming like Ned Beatty in Deliverance.
Wait, who is he fingering? The retarded guy?
No, Benji is just a member of the fucking staff. He's a writer.
He's kind of funny. He's a stand-up comedian, Benji. I think I can picture him. Or I might be thinking of Artie.
He's the ugly one who's got a hot girlfriend.
Dude, if this is all that the Stern Show is, then you would love Opie and Anthony too. It's like the same shit, but with more comedians and less retarded nutsack shaving.
I like the retarded nutsack shaving. That's why.
Well, they do other stuff. They have look up Opie and Anthony Bobo. He's this semi-retarded guy they have who's had so many surgeries on his penis that it's like 3 inches long and covered in scars, and he can't control his erections.
They have a transsexual with a really fucked up vagina who looks like a space alien. And one of the that high-pitched Eric guy, he let that individual sit on his face for a minute and 38 seconds in exchange for a plasma TV.
Minute 38. It's pretty specific.
I don't remember exactly how it got to that, but that was like the agreed upon exact number somehow. And this
But so you got cut off. You might not know that
thing was like gross on the inside and smelly.
But I mean, a minute 38.
It smelled like cheese.
He probably saved like $800, right? How often do you get an opportunity to earn? Let's. Well,
it was a sponsored deal, you know. So like the TV company was pushing it. Like that was the whole thing.
All right, so let's do some math here.
I don't remember. I don't know when this was
so
aired.
38 divided by 60 is 0.33 repeating, right? So he did 1.63333 repeating. I said it wrong the first time. So that's how many minutes he worked, right? And then if you take that and divide it by an hour, you get 0.0272 repeating. All right, so we're doing that. That's how many hours he worked, about 0.03 hours. And then how much of the TV he earned was worth?
I'm trying to find out.
Was it plasma?
It was okay. So this happened.
Plasma did like 500.
500.
No, this was like 2012 or something. No, it's from 2006.
Ooh.
Oh, that's got to be.
So that's when plasma was big.
Then.
So like it may not have been a plasma, but it was a very expensive TV. I think it was $2,500 or something.
$2,500?
No, they say it was like 2 or 3. It was $2,500 plus. It may have been $4,500.
Let's just call it $2,000. Keep it easy.
It was an expensive
as a
fucking
fudge
TV.
factor. As a fudge.
No, I want it to be right, Lefty.
And they kept bringing it up. They kept going like, you know, what are you even going to watch on that TV, dude? And he's like, you know, they're like Price is Right and shit like that because they're all fucking, you know, what they're whack.
It wasn't even in HD then.
I hope I've done the math properly.
I think that's what they said.
I believe that for that minute and 38 seconds, he was earning $74,000 an hour.
If only that scaled.
Yeah.
See, I'm just saying, like, I know it's an embarrassing thing, but would you let a guy sit on your face for $74,000 an hour?
Here's the guy. Here you go.
Okay. By that logic, if a homeless guy pays you $50 to jack him off and he comes in 8 seconds, you're making millions of dollars an hour. Like I
accept your terms. Please find me 90 of them.
90 homeless.
Right, but you see, that's assuming that you can find. You know that either the hours scale or you can find enough people to do that for you.
I'm just trying to figure out whether it's worth your time to jack off a homeless guy for 8 seconds. I think if the money's there, we don't care.
I think it's fine if I'm allowed to use a glove or something.
Yeah, I won't judge.
Something like that.
Right, but there's got to be better ways to express income for a one-time thing better than hourly, because hourly just gives a wrong impression.
Minutely.
Hourly is a
Secondly, or per ounces of cum. You get this much money per ounce of cum produced. You're like, oh, he's really good. He's got a high efficiency rating on the.
So it makes you work for it. That's a good strategy.
I like hourly because it's a number that makes sense to everybody. Everyone knows an hourly rate. When you earn, you know, whatever, like $6,000 a minute, that doesn't really make sense to anyone.
Yeah,
regardless,
but we were
it's a real troll of an individual that did this. It was really gross. And she said something about doing karate and not taking a shower beforehand. Like, it was gross.
It was a chick?
It's a transsexual. It's a man who's had his penis altered to be a woman, and he's really gross and homeless, and he eats cat food. It's Saban.
Well, see, there's a few different kinds of trannies. There's the trannies with the tits and the Johnson, and then there's the trannies with the tits and the vagina. Got
a really fucked up vagina in the wrong place that apparently smells like some sort of English cheese.
Where did the cat
I have a bit of appropriate trivia. Guys, check this out. Do you guys know Orange is the New Black?
No.
I've seen a few episodes of it. Yeah.
Okay, Orange is the New Black is a really good series on Netflix, by the way. Netflix.com/Woody. And on it happens in a women's prison, and there's a character in the women's prison who is actually, I'm going to mix my terms up. I think she's transgender. What she is she's a girl that used to be a guy. So she's like full post-op. I guess she's a woman now, but she used to be a guy.
Mutilated is the word you're looking for.
It's not the word I'm looking for, but but anyway, so it's a guy who's now a woman, and they do flashbacks in this series. She has a twin brother who is an identical twin, but wasn't born with, I'll say, the heart of a woman. I don't know. See, I'm actually okay with all these things, but I think I'm being offensive anyway.
The heart of a woman. Are you in Pocahontas or Mulan?
And the soul of a lion. She has the heart of a woman and a soul.
So anyway,
PC culture, though,
these guys were born identical twin boys. One of them had a sex change, so now he plays a post-op female in a female prison, and when they do flashback episodes, they get his brother to play it because he's still a dude.
Oh, it's good to know that Ryan Twin 20 is getting acting jobs now.
Yes.
Good for him.
Yeah.
To know that
I'm glad he's doing
streets.
well. Yeah.
Yeah, good for him. Good for you, Ryan.
I think that's
Proud of you, buddy. Fucking asshole.
I hope he comes out of the woodwork and tries to go head-to-head with us again.
Right again, like, oh, now's my... Because that was so very clearly, and it, like, I am going to make my name off of controversy or anything I can. Anything.
He was so pitiful. Ryan, come at me, bro.
He was just so, like, he was bouncing off the walls, and I just couldn't take anything he said seriously. I kind of zoned out, to be honest, because he was just going on this rant about, like, it just seemed almost phony. He was just trying to be he was just saying the most horrible things about everything.
He was saying horrible things about everything, but what got me more was the lies. Like, that was the harder time. Like, I had a tough time accepting that he was, like, a millionaire homeless person who lived in his car, who, like, couch surfed and had all these stories. And, you know, like, I think there were, I can't even remember them, but I want to say there were some stories where he exhibited, like, this extreme bravery when you talk to the guy and you realize he's kind of a coward at heart. And, just like a wannabe hanger-on, and I don't know, it's just like a despicable, less than average person all the way to his soul telling us about his greatness, and it was so filled with lies that bothered me. That stuck out more than...
It sounds so entertaining to listen to, though. What episode is it?
I don't know.
There'll be a PK historian on the subreddit that knows.
Yeah, someone will help. But his name was Ryan Twin 20. And the 20 is the numbers. So Ryan Twin and number 20.
Ryan Twin 20.
Mm-hmm.
What's the update on how many people are challenging you to fights these days in the last year?
I get them from time to time. Yeah, that thing. What are you gonna do? I don't know. Yeah, I it happens here and there, but I think it's usually a joke. I don't even know.
I meant to mention your hairline actually has lowered in the last year. I don't understand. I don't understand how this has happened. You're Benjamin Button. That's what's happening to you.
I'm not. Everybody gets older, but except Benjamin Button. Yeah, I have a whole new topic. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So in Canada, there is a woman who was on a highway, and as she's barreling down the highway, and she finds a what is a group of ducks called? They're not a school. A flock, maybe?
Is it a gander?
A gaggle.
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 Is gaggle
That's
geese?
Yeah.
Murder, maybe? Can we just start
gross.
using murder to refer to everything, like a group of everything? How
Murder
badass
fits
are
here.
clothes?
It's a
Murder
group of
fits here.
gay men. It's called a giggle.
Anyway, she finds a bunch of ducks crossing the highway. So she comes to a full stop so as not to run over the ducks.
But it's a flock.
Selfish.
It turns out you're kind of onto something, because she's on a highway. Other cars come like speeding along, and let me see. Andre Roy, who is 50, was traveling with his 16-year-old daughter Jessie on a Harley Davidson at 70, 80 miles an hour in a 60. His wife was following behind them at a slower speed and avoided injury. I think Andre Roy died on the site in his wife's arms, and the 16-year-old died later in the hospital.
Fuck.
Because this woman stopped for ducks. Now, this woman,
This is the highway?
the duck stopper, we'll call her, she is being she faces a life in prison for murder.
Damn.
Well, that's not right. She didn't murder anyone, but she should be sent to prison for gross incompetence in thinking that prioritizing the life of a duck across the highway is better than
threw a
person.
duck at somebody and it caused them to fall off a cliff. I don't think you're guilty of murder. I mean, come on. Murder
Here,
by
look,
duck?
I would say
duck.
that would be foul play.
Oh no!
Oh wow!
Oh.
Write that down. Open with that one. That's a good one. That's your open right there. That's how you reel them right in, my friend. Did you? Does it say the speed at which the guy was going on the motorcycle though?
It
in that
did
article?
70 to 80
said
miles per
70.
hour in a 60.
That's negligent right there. If you've got an infant child on your motorcycle, and your wife is following behind you.
16-year-old child.
16-year-old child. You've got your 16-year-old child on a motorcycle and your wife's following behind you in a car. What are you doing going 70 to 80, they think, on a motorway? And then...
Well, to be fair, though, think about, like, Woody has a daughter. Woody, I don't know if you have a motorcycle, but if you had one and you took your daughter out on it, like, you're not going to just go the speed limit. You're going to show her a fun time, be like, watch this, and you're going to rev it up and go drive around, right?
Right, but then when...
I think if I've got my daughter on it, I hope it's either fun enough or whatever. We're gonna be careful about this thing.
Yeah,
See,
you will, but you
exactly.
also kind of be fun, whip around.
If you're being like, I don't want to say negligent, but if you're being
A little retarded.
carefree, cavalier, and you're going above the speed limit on a motorcycle, which undoubtedly is fun, you better be prepared to deal with the consequences. And one of those is there's an obstruction in the roadway ahead of you. You better be prepared to slow down or lay the bike down before you hit it. It sounds like this guy didn't even do that. Most motorcycle riders, as I understand it, I don't ride motorcycles, is they learn how to lay the bike down. If you're going and you're going to hit something, the only protection you have is that motorcycle. You deal with the skin in your leg all up, and you lay it down and use that as some sort of absorbing mass for any kind of thing you're going to hit. Even if you're hitting a brick wall, you're going to die. But, you see a stomped car. The woman was stupid, but a life imprisonment because this guy was going too fast on a motorcycle?
So it was 2 counts of criminal negligence causing death. And...
Was she stopped in the middle of the highway? Like, I just can't
That's
picture
what
how
I'm
extreme
imagining.
this was.
Yeah.
Like, if she just in the middle and she slowed down to like 45 and they rammed her, or did she stop completely like on the other side of a hill so people couldn't see coming over, and then someone smashed in? Because it is.
That's an interesting question, though. The topography of the area.
It doesn't describe the topography of the area, but she stopped for ducks, and she just because 2 people died, 2 counts, criminal negligence causing death. Each of those counts can do a life sentence. And it's like, is she guilty of criminal negligence causing death? I guess it sounds like it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Were the ducks okay?
Best question ever in response. I've read that article before.
Nope.
Never seen anybody ask that. Wait, what happened? To
The answer is no.
No,
Those
they're not.
ducks exploded.
Her
Those ducks.
daughter
Oh, they
was
did?
pinned underneath a Honda Civic till she
Oh my
died
God,
later
I
in the
don't hear
hospital.
that.
I know,
That's
right?
awful.
It's a terrible car.
Where's Paul Walker when you need him? Oh, hey, pinned
Dead.
under a Ferrari.
Yeah. Well, would you rather be pinned under a Ferrari or a Civic?
Duh.
I don't know,
Ferrari.
the Ferrari burst into flames.
I don't know if the Honda Civic's got cool neon lights under it. I feel as though like
Well,
a
it
bit
would
of a
make sense.
club
It was an
atmosphere
Asian
as you
person
go
in India.
out.
I'd need to
Just
see
tell
the
you-
spoiler on both cars.
If it has NOS, maybe you're getting a little high before you go. You're just like, he's got a little club thing.
Have you guys talked about the World Cup at all?
A little bit. I'm a lifetime Argentina fan. I don't know if you knew that. I've been
You are.
I've been huge on Argentina ever since I was a little kid, rooting for the blue and white.
So it's
I
like
do
4 days
remember you
ago.
mentioning that. You're not a bandwagon fan. You know everything. What's the capital of Argentina? By the way?
You know, it's right there, like where all the people are.
Wrong. Argentina City. That was the answer.
I, of course, am a fan of Germany. Go.
Actually, so the truth is, at the start of the World Cup, I wanted a team to root for in addition to the United States. Everyone was telling me that I'm a homer, so I was rooting for the home team. But I was like, I want a team that's good, but not so good that everyone's going to call me a bandwagon jumper. Like, for example, Spain was the top ranked team going into it. So I was like, I want to be rooting for Spain. You know?
Well, can I do this for Chiz really quick? Spain was the top ranked team, right?
Yes. Okay. So, and I was asking Chiz, I was asking Zero. He's an admin at WoodyCraft, and you know, I was like, hey, I want a team. Like, give me a team that's like 4th best or 6th best or something like that. And I ran across Argentina and I started pulling for them, and they are into the finals. So,
so you really did just select one going in.
I totally picked Argentina, but I mean the lifelong thing is bullshit. But I'm a good like 4-week long Argentina fan.
I bet you are.
You spent enough time to go to their Wikipedia page, learn their primary, like their GDP and their exports, their primary exports.
They're supermodels. I'm gonna go grab another drink.
Okay.
Speaking of which, what's the drink update, real quick?
I'm stuck at 3. I need to get into the drink too.
This is number 3 right here.
Well, polish that off. And Kyle, what's going on with you? 2 down?
I drank 2. But I'm really think you guys are underestimating the sleepiness level that I'm currently at. Just pure exhaustion.
You signed up for this. I asked earlier today, I said, are we going to do tonight as a drinking night? And Kyle was the first one to respond that's like, I'm drinking. And that was it. And I'm like, okay. I guess.
I thought we already agreed upon it. I was just trying to show a little solidarity.
Well, let's everybody get up and go grab a drink.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll do it. We'll cascade. We don't want to leave the viewers.
Be right back.
No, everybody go. Everybody go. Okay then.
Oh, this is great. I like this.
All right then. All right. Okay. So everybody, what you want to go do is you want to go to iTunes right now. If you're logged in, you got iOS, you got iTunes, you got an iPod, you got anything. You go to iTunes.
You looked pretty accusingly. I couldn't tell if you wanted me to stay.
No. You can go. I'm going to pitch my podcast while they're gone.
Oh, Mein Kampf and Friends.
Yes.
Look at it on iTunes.
Go to iTunes, search The Lefty Show right now, and subscribe. Help us, help me climb the comedy rankings on iTunes. It's a good time. You might like it. You might not. It is what it is, I guess. Check out The Lefty Show. Usually hour-long, 4 to 5 days a week podcast. Looking to expand, and as we climb more, we can sell maybe some sponsorships, some stuff, get some guests, and make the show better. So go to iTunes store, search The Lefty Show, or if you're on Android, go to your favorite podcasting app of choice and also search The Lefty Show. You can find us there. It's the big red square thing. You click on that, you subscribe. And we were better than Greg Fitzsimmons' podcast yesterday, primarily because he's a weekly podcast, and I am daily. So we don't need to tell people that. It's our little secret. I'm flying the ship alone, huh? Kind of scared. I don't know what to say. WoodyCraft.net.
I think I forgot to feed her.
Oh, he's back. Okay, they're all back. Oh. I was worried, talking about the world issues in front of the subs, man. I was like, what am I going to talk about right now? It's good to see you guys back. I was scared. I didn't know what to talk about. You left me alone for a good 45 seconds with the voice of Painkiller already. Like, I had the 150,000 person blowtorch right in my hands. Could say whatever I want. That was a bad move.
What did you say?
I told them all to go to subscribe to my podcast, The Lefty Show, on iTunes.
Oh my god. Self-serving.
What? What's wrong with that?
What do you mean what's wrong with that?
You pimp WoodyCraft all the time. What are you talking about?
I don't remember doing that.
Okay. What about Netflix? What about Netflix?
Netflix.
Nothing?
Netflix what? What is it that I say?
I don't know. I was kind of proud that I don't know, like I had never done this before. I was, not to break my own arm, but it was pretty cool to see somebody just tweeted me. I wasn't even looking at it. I didn't even know that was a thing, that iTunes ranked podcasts. And somebody said that I broke the top 100 in comedy podcasts. And I was like, oh, that's really cool. So I was proud of that. Don't give me shit. All right?
Nice. What was I going to say? Oh,
PK will be there soon.
I have
guys got a nice little thing going on.
criticism. Yeah, I'd like to see. By the way, check out Painkiller already. Search it on iTunes. Give it a like if you like the show. We appreciate that.
And the RSS feed is pkashow.podbean.com. Is that right? That's the RSS feed.
Is that what I thought it was something else? The RSS feed, it ends with feed and stuff like that.
Yeah, but they go there and then there's that little broadcast button, with the circle and then the 3 things, and they click on that and then they can subscribe. I think. I'm pretty sure if it's the one we just set up, it's pkashow.podbean.com. That's where you go to subscribe to the RSS feed.
I don't think you have it right.
Switching over to beer.
Beer.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure.
Painkilleralready.podbean.com is.
So you guys went with the old school one?
Yeah, because it feeds into the iTunes one and all that. Yeah, painkilleralready.podbean.com.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry. The one that we had set up or that had been set up right before the Patreon. Was
yeah,
PK
that one turned out
show.
not to be a good idea because the Painkiller already has like 800 and some likes on iTunes, and it has like this big history, and it was a much better idea to pick up from where we left off because it had all this positive karma on it. So
I did not know.
Painkilleralready.podbean.com. But I was gonna say something
you
else.
Have constructive criticism.
Yes.
Fuck you.
Okay, I think you'll be saying that afterwards as well. So you typically start off your show with a couple minutes of like ads, right? And it's not unusual on a radio show to like do that. Like, hey, we're kicking this off. These are our sponsors. These are the my social media feeds. Please check them out, etc.
Right.
And
like Joe Rogan.
Does Joe Rogan do that too?
Yeah, just gets it in the middle or the beginning and gets it out of the way.
So. But when Lefty does it, I want to say it's usually a couple minutes long. Like it's not like 60 seconds or something. And I think if possible, your viewers would like it. And I think it fits the internet medium a little better. Medium, I think I'm saying it right. Or media. If you were to work it in more organically, or even as a joke, like if you want people to follow you on Twitter, like if that's your thing, you could slip in, twitter.com/ whatever Lefty
643
Lefty 643. Okay.
Why do you have to bring it up all the time?
Right. If you wanted that, then next time you cover a Twitter related story, remind them to subscribe to your Twitter.
Okay.
The next time
all right.
you cover a I don't know, if you're happy about your iTunes ranking, let them know about what to search for and how to find you on iTunes and to like you. But rather than have them
all stacked up at the beginning of the show.
Yeah,
rather than
I'm going to say that I don't want to hurt feelings. Rather than have them endure the advertising and expect internet generation people to sit through several minutes of it, I think you should just that's what branded integration is, right? It's much better to have Tom Cruise drink a Coke and not ruin the show than to have Tom Cruise say, "Drink your Coke," And
okay, I got it.
Yeah, so I would say what I do and by the way, if you do it really well and you get lucky, and I've gotten lucky sometimes, we make Netflix.com/Woody a joke, and it becomes almost viral, and people do it, and I've seen people tweet it to other YouTubers or whatever. I know poor Philly D gets people saying Netflix.com/Woody whenever he mentions Netflix on his videos. It becomes a thing, and I think doing that is way more better and even more effective than sort of the what I'm going to call long-winded session
it's
at
robotic.
the start.
It's almost robotic, right?
Yeah. So
and that's that is a very valid criticism. Many people have said it. I think there's a place for propers like that. Like at the beginning of a show, there's something I always do, but you're right, and everybody else that has said it is equally right. That it does sometimes drag on, especially if I get off on a tangent like a joke.
You could tighten it up a bit and still do it, but you don't have them captive like someone driving a car is.
And it's a work in progress, and I got to get better. I got to get better at it, and I'm working at it, and I'll definitely try that out, and I'll try to tighten it up.
Okay.
You're talking about trying to not say the N-word right now, or what?
No, the start of his show usually starts off with a couple minutes of things he wants you to know about, how to follow the show.
Right, I say, welcome to the Lefty Show. Thank you for listening. Thank you for watching, liking, and favoriting on YouTube, youtube.com/LeftyOX is where you can go to find the show in its YouTube formation. You can also find gaming content. Yeah, it is. All right, so I have to go through
3 more minutes of that.
Right.
3 minutes.
Yeah.
I haven't seen the show, but I'd be bored after about 8 seconds of that.
I don't know if it's I try to interject a little bit of inflection and joke in there once in a while, but yeah, it could definitely do with some tightening up, and that's something I'll work on.
Just a thought.
I'll draw up a script.
If you're peppering some jokes in there, it's probably fine. But
yeah,
well, it keeps it funny as much as the info.
Right.
And
You're
everybody
right.
watching,
funny.
This is how you give criticism, right? Like any jerk off can find problems. If you want to give criticism, find solutions. Say, you know what? I've seen you do this. I think there's a better way to do it. Try that. And if you do that, you can actually affect change. If you just say, hey, man, I hate this, then the content creator is stuck with like, well,
then I'm going to do an entire show where the monologue is me calling you a jackass.
I like
because that is exactly what I fucking did. I was like, have you ever heard of propers? But yeah, you're totally right. I should definitely tighten it up. And I will look into that. I'll write up a script. For me, it's just repetition. That's all it is. It's to get me in the mode of doing the show, where once I get through doing that, I can click off my brain and think about, okay, how am I going to intro the monologue that I spent the entire last night and morning thinking about, and how am I gonna transition to that? And are there any funny jokes I can tell or any funny remarks I can make? And so, as much of a lot of people say, you repeat yourself, and I say, well, one, I'm reiterating to make a point. Two, it's like a holding pattern.
And
right?
Three, you're reiterating to make a point.
That too. But a lot of it is when I pause, and if I say something again or I say the same thing but saying it just a bit differently, my mind is in a holding pattern, like a plane, where if somebody's going into land and they say, attention 245, we got to blah blah blah, and they fly around for a bit, and that gives my brain time to think, okay, where to go with this next topic, how to go from here, because believe it or not, it's pretty much all off the cuff.
Yeah.
At least I have an idea for shows or idea for stories, and then I just do everything off the cuff, and it's just me.
And if you make it funny, people are going to remember it more. Like, they're going to remember the facts more because they're like, oh, that's a funny laugh. Like, that's what Bill Burr does to bring it back to him with his reads and his podcast. Like, he does them purposely bad, or not purposely, just a bad reader, but that makes it unique and funny, and so people actually go support the company.
Yeah, see, I'm more of I'm just going to rant and scream and swear a lot, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah, but that can be funny.
Yeah.
Unless you're hammered. And
you should listen to my show, Murka.
I was going to go to a new topic, but I almost want to circle this back and put Murka on the spot.
Sure.
Murka, a year ago, you had talked about an interest in stand-up comedy. And
haven't done anything to progress it at all.
I mean, but I swear since talking to you, and this includes the pre-show that some guys watching this haven't seen. Before the show starts, we spent, I'm making up a number, 30, 40 minutes just like getting ready, mic talk, etc. And Murka's like a student of comedy. He could tell you who's hot, who's done this. He's seen everything around, and it hasn't changed. I feel like your interest in comedy hasn't changed. You've just told yourself that you can't or something. What's going on in your head?
I think a lot of it, and I'm just coming to the point where I'm admitting it, is I can do the online stuff just fine because I have no problem speaking. Even in public, I don't have problem speaking in front of people. But rejection in front of a real person is infinitely more difficult than rejection, like pseudo-rejection through the medium of like digital internet or something, Like, it's way easier to look at a comment and say that's a troll than to look at someone sitting out there and be like, oh, well, they're just a troll. Because you're like, no, that's a real living, breathing human being who thinks you're a dick right now. But I would still like to look into it. A lot of it is I don't know where to start. Like, I'll think of something. I don't write anything down that much. I just think of something that's funny. I'll remember it, but then I'll be like, how do you make this into a bit? But I do know, like, a lot of stuff about stand-up comedians, and I am really into it. But it's a weird thing to try and start out because I don't even know what kind of bits to form, things like that,
Do you think that kind of human rejection is something a lot of comedians go through?
Absolutely.
Like, is that like a vetting process?
I think it must be because, I don't know. I mean, all the podcasts I listen to, most of them are comedians, Opie and Anthony, Bill Burr, Joe Rogan. They all talk about being phenomenally insecure in person with people, but then you listen to their podcast and they don't give two fucks what they're saying, And so it's almost like there's a disconnect where if you can't see the person for real, you can put off their, naysaying to the podcast or comedy or whatever. But if they're not, you kind of really have to internalize that and be like, wow, what I'm doing is not pleasing that person, and that makes me uncomfortable because I feel like I should. See what I mean?
All right.
Have you ever bombed on stage?
I've only done like really short stuff, so now, like really short, like 3 minutes. And even then, I'll just like think of a story from the weekend and tell it. Like, usually it's like okay, and I haven't done that in almost a year.
You know, if you, you know, it might help if you had, let's say, a recurring bit on a podcast that's climbing the charts on iTunes, and you had a good microphone. If you want to come in and do some, I don't know. You know, the thing I really
serious
like.
mic talk.
Yeah, there would be. I'd have to buy him like a Shure or something like that.
SM7B best.
Oh God, fucking Kyle.
Yeah, you don't need to buy me anything. My phone came with one.
Okay, good. Oh yeah, good. I'll definitely get you on the show. Get you booked right up
Where'd
there.
your recording gear go?
My hop hog broke.
Okay.
Just stopped working. My Astros wouldn't output sound; they would just input it, so I threw those away. And that's what I was using. Other than that, I had a little tiny shitty desk mic that I would use even in the late days when my headset broke, and then that broke, and so here we are with this.
So you never even got to the level of like a Blue Snowball or like a USB mic?
Never did any of that. Absolutely not.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
I think that's selling out, Woody. So
All you have to do is start a Patreon, and you're not selling out. That's all you need to do, and we're
dude,
good.
selling out is like, that's the best phrase for someone who's not very successful, because they can just throw it at you as much as they want, and other unsuccessful people are going to glob onto it and go, yeah, you know what? It's not because he works harder than me that he's better. It's because he's a sellout. It's because that fucker.
But
is a
to me,
sellout. You know what I mean? Like, it is
right.
Just a comeback.
But to me, it's even worse from people that are already at the top of what you're trying to do. Woody, you know exactly what I'm talking about when I say this.
I'm listening.
I don't.
People, perhaps, should we say, in a skybox,
Okay.
who look down and say, "We've made it. We've achieved what pretty much everybody likes to achieve."
The Obamas, right?
Yes, I have a 6-figure salary that is not dependent on views, and I will pass judgment on all of those who are dependent on views. Call them view whores. I will look at their all. Can you imagine some of these people make titles in all capital letters? Sons of bitches, and find all kinds of flaws with them because they're out there hustling in a giant middle school popularity contest while I am in my skybox passing judgment. I think I do know what you're thinking of. And you'll notice all those criticisms have changed. You know, the knocks on daily uploads, they don't say that anymore. Misleading titles, now part of their repertoire. Black Ops.
No, all caps titles.
I'm not sure about that one. Maybe you are.
Are there any interesting things that have happened with the members of the community in the last year, like really crazy stuff?
I Fly Illini, do you know that one?
I know he was he masturbating or something?
Yeah, he
Like
was the
on
guy.
Chatterbait.
That's the wildest one I can think of. He was on a site called Chatterbait where he masturbated for money. And then he got discovered because he was YouTube famous. And he was also in the Air Force. What's that?
He put his face in it? So he was masturbating with his, just like...
More than just his face, sweetheart. And
he was in full uniform, like with it all, like,
so he got actually
big line straight.
He was about to be a pilot, which was a lifelong dream for him, and that was taken away. And Keemstar's friend iRobot like wrote his commanding officer and made sure that he was fully aware of it. I think I have my facts right. Yeah, and then a bunch of other people would write. They found his wife on Facebook, and they like made sure all of their friends and family knew about his embarrassing Chatterbait experience and just pretty much destroyed his social life. So he backed off of YouTube, and then he came back on YouTube, and now he's striving to do a career as a DJ. So I think he got rid of the I Fly Illini branding. He's doing something totally different. But he's into electronic music, and I couldn't tell you if he's good or not because it's not my cup of tea. But
I listened to one. It wasn't bad.
You should make another video where he's masturbating to like loud bass drops, like same site, just to boost popularity again.
No, but I talked to him. I talked to him when he came back. He was a nice guy because I made that video and it got some play, and you know, his original thing about he just seemed so sanctimonious. But I talked to him afterwards, and he's a totally cool guy about it. And he was like, "Yeah, dude, it happened, and you know, it sucks, but I got to move on."
I talked to him a lot during the heat of it. Like he was confiding in me, and I'm not going to say anything that might be personal, but like, you know, when he was kind of in hiding off YouTube the week after and the week after that, we talked a lot, and he shared, like, you know, the kind of challenges that, like, you know, he and his wife were working through. They ended up getting divorced, and just, like, you know, like, there were real life ramifications to what really was aggressive trolling, you know, like sending the link of him to all his wife's family. Like that's just kind of
That's fucked up.
Yeah, it is fucked up.
Just, wait, who would? I mean, I don't have to ask who would, because there's somebody. It's the internet, but God,
Yep.
some scumfucks out there. Yeah, who else? Who's like disappeared? Like who is no longer there? Other than me?
Oh, I'm not gonna make that joke. I thought of it. Not gonna do it.
I don't know. Type it.
Type it in the chat.
Remember when I type this. Remember the question that
Who
the
has
specific question.
disappeared? Oh.
What's up with him?
Bad
I
joke.
don't know. Did he die? Or
I
something?
thought it was rather clever. But yeah. Who's out of the community? Who left? Did anybody leave big time?
Are you serious?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, that's awful.
The joke was bad. I won't out.
Holy
Lefty.
shit! This is wait, he was the one driving.
Yes, he was the driver.
What happens to those views? Can anybody take them?
I hope they go to his.
Thank you, Taylor, for jumping on. Thank you so much.
See, I had to get.
My fucking fat white ass was just sitting right out there for people to just skewer. Thank you.
Wait, what did he do?
Not that he helped with the joke. And
I helped with his joke because he said something, he was looking like a real dick.
Can you? What did I miss?
I just said, where are all those views going? I wasn't being serious. I was saying, like, who gets to glob on and take the credit for his work? Like, who's, like, get to grab his... I was just trying to help Bill Lefty. Anyway, so, the Game of Thrones, right? Great show.
Yes. Oh, yeah. So, they're talking about Game of Thrones ending in a movie. So it will be on HBO for maybe, like, 8 seasons, and then they'll do a feature-length film. I think that's a terrible idea.
I don't think that's a good idea either. Where'd you read that?
Hollywood Highlight. It is a quote from George Martin. He said, "I would love that."
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
I would love that if I live more than 4 years from now. You guys are book readers?
Problems or something?
No.
Yeah, he's just old and fat.
Oh.
So yes.
Yeah, and is there anything else aside from being old and fat?
No, but I mean, he's like 65 or 66 or something, and when you're morbidly obese and that old, you don't have long.
I think he might be older. Someone look up
I
his
think
age,
he's like
please.
75.
Oh.
I have 74 in my head, but it's pretty sketchy.
Oh, that's way older than I thought. But yeah, he hasn't even written or finished the last 2 books yet. I'm starting to think he won't even finish it before he dies.
Supposedly born on September 20th, 1948, age 65 right now.
65, okay.
As per Wikipedia. Take that.
It's right there on the internet. It can't be wrong.
Yeah.
So yeah. He says that what did he say? He would love it to see it on TV. He talks about the budgets that movies have and how amazing it would be. He says he doesn't care about 3D, but that he does think it would look good on the big screen. 3D gives him a headache. Like, so he would like to end the show as a movie. And to me, I worry that movies not long enough. That's my problem.
No.
You know,
What about
like,
trilogy?
Trilogy? Seriously? A trilogy takes a decade to churn out.
2 hours, 45 minutes each episode. They film all simultaneously.
No, but the episodes already, like, they're 50-minute episodes, almost an hour, and they're still getting through barely anything in every episode.
Yeah,
they have to jump between so many characters, nothing's progressing. And I'm also getting pissed because I've read the books, and they're just adding superfluous things, taking stuff away, changing plot lines, and it's just, they're not doing that well. Or
he could write the scripts before he goes, right? I mean,
he could.
A guy like this, he's gonna live until he's 70, 72. Probably.
He's told them how it ends. He's told the directors of the show how the entire series ends, but it would be up to the directors to kind of like tie the.
So
Yeah,
has
they
he
fill in all the holes.
has he
Yeah.
yet to finish writing the book?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Apparently, he wants
No,
to
he's
write
not
2
done.
more books, and his books are gigantic. The rate at which he's writing books, they knock him for writing them slowly, but if you count the books not by the number of books but by the number of pages, he's writing them just as quickly as Harry Potter came out and like any of the other
Yeah.
big series,
They're
Tolkien,
just-
etc. It's just that he writes 1,000-page books, and he needs to
They're
write at
huge
least 2 of them.
tomes, all of them. They're gigantic.
Oh shit.
Yeah, and he's there are only 5 out right now. I've read all these 5, and he's been working on the 6th one for like the last 4 years. But before the last one that came out, there was like a 7-year period where nothing came out.
Wow.
This series started in the early 90s when he was a old fat man.
In the early 90s, let's see, that was 15 years ago. He would have been 50. I guess you could go old and fat at that point.
That would be almost 25 years ago, Woody. Early 90s.
He's 65 though.
Yeah,
Oh, strong point. So he was 40.
yeah.
Okay.
Maybe he was still fat. Well, you're not fat, and you're way older than 40. I mean, I thought the metabolism tends to slow down. Kyle, you've been pretty quiet. The lube hasn't moved, so I know you're not playing with yourself.
I'm
lube hasn't
I was
moved.
getting pretty tired. Like I said, I wasn't kidding when I said how long I've been up. So I went and made a snack to wake myself up.
What is your snack? 2 pieces of bread and 6 pills of Adderall?
It's a turkey sandwich.
Oh, a turkey sandwich. Yes, that's known to be a pick-me-up. Do you have some milk in there?
And a light dusting of melatonin to keep you.
He's also putting a codeine patch on his forehead just to make sure that he totally wakes up.
No, this
Yeah.
turkey sandwich is gonna perk me right up.
We've done a lot of Game of Thrones talk on this show, and we love the show. For me, like, one of the big knocks I have is, like, what's it been, 4 years and the White Walkers have walked like a block?
They got time. They live for a while.
Walk, bitches, walk. Go somewhere. You're White Walkers. So,
I mean,
and like this last season's a good one. There was a little chart of like the Twitter, like how many tweets there were within each episode. First episode, tons of tweets. Obviously, it was like this big sort of comeback, and everyone was excited. They covered a lot of storylines. Second episode, spoiler, Joffrey died. Tons of tweets. Everyone was like, "Oh my god, the plot advanced! Like amazing stuff happens." And then there were like 6 episodes of plot building, advancing, introducing the
Tyrion
Red
being in
Viper a
trouble.
little more. Tyrion's trial lasted like 5 hours of episodes. They probably introduced the Mother of Dragons, Pearls, Breaker of Chains bullshit a couple of times. That's a few hours right there.
that's the worst. I hate that. I hate Daenerys. She's a terrible leader. She just happens to have dragons. She has no sense of responsibility or semblance of how to control slaves. She just gallivants around with 3 large lizards and demands that people do things for her. She's a cunt. She's not a good leader. And same with Robb. Robb was a dumb, horny douche who ended up getting what was coming.
I'm one of the few people who agrees with you.
Yeah.
When he
you need to
died,
talk
I
about
was
book
like,
readers.
yeah,
A lot of them are
I was on your side to win the Game of Thrones when you were winning battle after battle after battle. Then suddenly you hook up with this chick, your head's not in the game anymore. Die, bitch. Move
No.
on.
He sold all of it down the river for a little bit of strange. And he's a king. He can get more.
Yes.
Just bad leadership.
Indeed. Taylor and I see eye to eye on this Game of Thrones thing. Daenerys, oh my god, right? It's just at the end of the 3rd season, or maybe it was the 2nd, she was OP. It was like, this woman has the Unsullied. She has like another town where there are 8,000 like mercenaries. She has the Dothraki. She's got something else, and 3 dragons. She's like Superman in like a regular universe. And then the next season rolls on. All of a sudden, she goes back. She wants to lead like some city she already conquered. We spent 20 minutes on her deciding what should happen to somebody after a dragon kills a goat. This is not good TV.
No, there were a couple parts in that series, and it's infuriating when you know how in depth the story is, and they're taking time watching this like dumb blonde show her tits by a weird CGI lizard as she decrees that a man must deal with his son's burned bones. It's just she's awful, and I wish just Tyrion was king.
See, now here's an area where we diverge. I think that her awfulness really stepped up when she stopped showing her tits.
Have you read you haven't read any of the books?
No.
I tried to get an
this is-
audiobook. I need an abridged audiobook because even the unabridged audiobooks are like 47 and a half hours long.
Oh, and it's that old guy by Roy Dotrice.
I was like, hey, I'm going on a long trip. I was going to the West Coast. People don't know I'm in North Carolina. It's like a 6-hour flight. I'm like, I'm going on a 6-hour flight, each direction. I'm going to settle in with a good audiobook. It'll make the time fly. And then it was like, wait, what? 47 and a half hours? I could do nothing but listen to this book, and I won't finish by the time I come back. It was stupid.
They are really good, and it's funny to listen to the old man in the who's reading it, get really into it, and do the different voices.
So wait, you listened to it through audiobook?
I listened to a couple of them through audiobook, and I listened 2 through audiobook, read the other 3, I think, or 3 and 2 the other way, because I got through them like 2 summers ago during an internship I had, and I had plenty of time to listen, so I just play them all day, every day. But yeah, you'll hate Daenerys a lot more when you start having to read her chapters, because they do the chapters like everyone is first person by a character. And Daenerys sucks ass. But anyway, everyone who doesn't watch this show or read the books is bored as shit right now. We should talk about
they
something.
Suffered through it before.
Hey Kyle, you want to unmute yourself?
Yeah, I had to mute myself for a minute. What's your problem?
No, I want to talk to you, man. We haven't talked in a while. Catch up.
What's your question? What's your question, Taylor?
My question, Kyle, is so no Wolfenstein? No, nothing. No?
I got it on Steam. Somebody gifted it to me. I just haven't played it. I wasn't kidding about Civilization. I've been enjoying that a lot. I've been playing a lot of that.
I
bought the
for you,
new
Kyle.
Assassin's Creed. It's terrible.
Kyle, if you could bring back one dead YouTube channel, an uploader who quit and hasn't posted videos, who would it be?
I can think of another answer that's inappropriate that I just learned.
Dear God, Murka.
Who could that possibly be?
Murka, you slay me.
Give me some options because I'm kind of drawing a blank here.
I quit about a year ago, just to clarify.
I'm thinking Onslaught's one that's in my head. We mentioned him earlier.
He quit?
He just
I didn't really watch his videos.
He hasn't been uploading, but I miss him in the community.
Yeah, Mike's a good guy.
Yeah. Murka comes to mind. He's not doing stuff anymore.
I don't know. I wish HQ Fighter would make more Call of Duty 4 montages to pop songs. I'd probably watch some of that.
I actually know exactly the ones you're talking about, and I like those. Those came out so long ago.
Yes.
Yeah, forever.
In a similar vein, Small Beans did that a lot too, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Small Beans had
I
some
haven't thought about in a long
montage.
time.
Yeah, I think
Sam
he's
5
done making videos. I wish he'd come back.
Sam 5000 comes to mind. I don't know if he's making videos anymore. I know he stopped for a while.
I
This is like people I went to high school with, thinking about them. I'm like, oh, I wonder what he's up to. How about T-Mart? I'm sure T-Mart is dominating.
T-Mart's doing well, yeah. He has a Let's Play channel that I think gets more views than his T-Mart channel.
Really?
Yeah, he's a really popular guy in Let's Play. And Let's Play, I'm not an expert on the Let's Play community, but I want to say that it has some like commercial advantages. Like people watch videos, like for example, Wolfenstein. I don't even know if he's doing Let's Play of that, but people will be interested in that a year and a half from now, and they'll watch him. Whereas when you cover like whatever, some Ghosts DLC, no one's gonna give a crap about that a month away. You know,
it's also just very low effort, very high yield as far as
it monetizes better too.
Yeah, longer videos monetize really well.
Yep.
So,
like I did some of it. I did a Dead Space 2 Let's Play, like part of one a while ago, and it was so easy. Like, I had almost all of it recorded, then it got deleted off my shitty goddamn MacBook. But still,
yeah. If people don't know,
easy.
A typical COD video, like from back in the day, you might spend an hour getting the footage, and then an hour putting together like the topic and recording it, and then an hour editing and uploading it. And that's a good. It might take like 3-4 hours to make a 10-minute video, if you include the whole package. And on the other hand, if you were to put 3 hours into a Let's Play, Then all of a sudden, break that into 15-minute sections, and you've got 12 videos in 3 hours. You render it as a batch, so you like go to sleep during that. You upload it as a batch, and really, there's only an overhead of like an hour to get 12 videos. So in 4 hours, you'll have 12 videos, whereas you could get 4 hours for one video. In the old school COD thing. Let's Play is
the downside of it though is that it's very, I want to say, high leverage video making, whereas if you're making a commentary, right, a 10-minute 15-minute commentary, you've got to be on for 10 or 15 minutes, and that might be across 3 takes, so you're looking at 30 to 45 minutes where you've got to be on. As a Let's Player, you've got to be on for 3 hours.
But it's really easy to do Let's Plays and just
and Murka,
be on and just
I
make
believe
comments.
it'd be easy for you. For me, for example, I feel like if I were to do let's say I played Slender Man and pretended to be scared and like the typical bullshit, like, oh my god, I questioned the decisions that led me to this point in my life where now I'm playing Slender Man and it's dark in my room and like all that bullshit.
Yeah.
It would be so fake and so insincere that that's all anyone would be talking about.
Yeah. I couldn't see you doing that either.
Except, Woody, you played Slender Man and you were scared for like a split second there.
I played Slender Man, and the concept behind the video was I was going to show people how to play Slender Man and why it was not scary at all. And
that sounds like it. Link me to that because I want to see it. That's good.
So that was the idea. And I'm playing it, and I'm not really experienced at it. And sure enough, like, it's not even the video really. The audio is creepy, and it's kind of sinking into my head. And I'm like aware of what's happening and what the tricks they're playing are and stuff. But I'm still like, all right. Okay, it's a little scary. Like, I see where they're coming from. And then at one point in the game, my microphone cord, I'm doing it in boxers, it like just drags. I'm not getting it on camera. It just sort of like drags across my thigh, and it's just like hair on it because I'm a man, and it's just kind of like on my thigh, and it made me like oh fuck.
I hate that when you scare yourself and you know that you did it, but you still got that shiver, and then you feel like a douche because you're like, I know I just scared myself.
Yeah, so that I was never in tears. I was never faking it. I never did and I've seen more than one person be like, I can't believe what kind of life decision led me to be in this place. It's so terrible. I wish I could stop. Bullshit, right? But it was like, all right, I'll get it, right? It's a horror. Amnesia just bored me. I didn't play very far into that. I got lost.
How did you like Fallout the other night?
Yeah, I saw that. I didn't know you were even doing it. Why didn't you tell me? I totally would have watched you play Fallout.
Really? It wasn't planned.
I really would have.
Here, like, I think a lot of people know this, but what happened was I was trying to get NVIDIA Shadowplay set up, and I couldn't like make it choose the right mic and make it choose the right camera. But at one point, like, I went live on Twitch for like 10 seconds or something, but it sends out a tweet like Woody's live streaming. So all of a sudden I'm like, wait, what? Like, I caught it on my Twitter. People were replying to me, and there's like hundreds of people like, Woody, live stream, do it. And I'm like, I don't know. There was like this roar of the crowd demanding an encore. So I was like, ugh. So start off the live stream. This is brilliant footage. Downloading Fallout. We spent like 10 minutes watching the progress bar on Fallout Vegas, like go, and then I played it, and I think Fallout can be a good game, especially like where I left it, but where I started it, I spent a lot of time not making progress. Like, for me, I don't love choosing my character's skin tone and beard and all that stuff. I don't love,
that's a waste of time.
Like, setting up his character tree. I don't like some of the initial tutorial things. Like, I know that I need to know it and do it, but I wish that wasn't the case. I wish it was like I didn't have to learn the VAT system or the Pip-Boy or something, but you have to. So I think maybe the whole thing was 3 hours long, and I feel like I'm 15 minutes into the game, whereas I
came in and tried to assist Woody at some point, and I didn't realize that he hadn't completed his current mission, and I was trying to get him to skip to the next one, and I really wasted at least 45 minutes of his time. Just completely wasted it.
Yeah, he
So
had.
What mission was he trying to go to? What was he on? What was
There's
by
one
the
in the very
campfire.
beginning.
Like, he had to learn how to make a healing powder, and instead I was trying to send him to like get that guy at the gas station and deal with a Ringo situation.
Yeah,
oh
so-
yeah, the stupid. Oh, if you want to learn some more after you shoot the bottles, fuck that bitch, fuck her dog too.
Yeah, you got to say no.
Yeah, say no, go do that stuff. But okay, yeah. So you can't get out of that.
But I
Not
guess I
once
was
you
in
started
it, and I was right there, like maybe 10 feet from finding a plant. But he thought that maybe I wasn't or something, so he had me go on to the next mission that he knew from his head, from his memory, and I needed to finish the first one. So when the door was locked, we kind of realized that I had to go do the first one again. And my initial Fallout experience was really, really slow. And I think about my initial Borderlands experience, and it's probably the same, but I really liked that game. I just didn't have any missteps along the way, and I didn't customize my character for even a second or any. I think I just sort of instantly started playing. Maybe that's why my first few hours of Borderlands is better than my first few hours of Fallout.
Kyle, what's your strategy with the powder ganger situation in the first section of Fallout in New Vegas?
You're talking
There's
about
no way you could. Yeah, do you kill the powder gangers?
Yeah.
Like, are you just immediately okay? Because you can technically kill all the townspeople and be friends of the powder gangers, right?
Yeah, you could probably do that, but it just wouldn't be beneficial.
Why would you want to be friends with people when you can just kill them? It's a game. It's a point.
Yeah, I mean
Just
they're convicts with dynamite. They stole from miners they killed. I don't want to be their friends.
Yeah, fuck them. I'd rather be a rapist's friend.
Yeah.
What was I gonna say? Oh, well, I think I will stream Fallout at least one more time. I don't know what it'll take to. I mean, I'm hearing you can play the game for like 100 hours, 110 hours, and not finish it. So that frightens me a touch.
Oh yeah.
Please do and let me know when you're doing so. I'd really love to watch.
A lot of people
Kyle,
have
I know
asked me
you
to do
like-
it again. I was like,
Yeah.
really? I thought that whole thing was a bad medicine, but a lot of people they want to see it more. I have a whole new
I'm
topic.
excited for Elder Scrolls Online.
Murka,
Oh, sorry.
Durkah.
New topic.
What's the first fight you were ever in?
First, what kind of fight? What are we
Fist
talking about?
fight.
Like just like pure anger, aggression at somebody else?
Well, I don't
Like
understand what all
actual
these
trying to hurt-
qualifiers are for. Most people know what fights are.
It's because I got hockey fights. I don't know if I would count that.
Oh yeah, I'm not going for
Like-
hockey. Well, unless it's a good story.
Well, I did. I dented and broke a kid's face mask. 'Cause I was a goalie, and after people shoot on you, everybody gathers around, and there's always some faggot trying to give you splinters with the end of his stick because your thighs are exposed. So they rake it under you while the refs aren't looking to try and splinter up your under thigh. And this guy was doing that over and over, and I just stood up and decked him right in the face, broke his face mask, and there's a stretcher for him, but it wasn't a fair fight because I have a blocker, and he wasn't expecting it, and it was basically a sucker punch.
I have a bad hockey story from me. And you have to almost be a hockey player to understand it, but perhaps you will. And it makes me view all the other sports assholes in a different light. So here's my deal. If I remember right, a guy was checking a smaller player on our team, and I'm a defenseman. And he's just kind of picking on him. And eventually he starts I start checking into him. And this is a no check league, right? It's not supposed to be that violent. But he's laying the shoulder into people and stuff. So suddenly I'm doing it to him and whatever. And but it turns out, even though I didn't know it at first, he was a better player than me. So fuck. And in hockey, how good a player you are has a lot to do with who can win the. He's just faster. He sees things coming or whatever. And I catch him against the boards, and I want to we're fighting against the boards. The puck is against the boards, and we're both trying to win it out. Mm-hmm. And he uses his stick, and he pulls my feet out from under me, which, while mildly cheapish, is part of hockey, right? You should be steady enough. You backing me up on this, Murka?
Yeah, I mean, technically illegal, but it's gonna happen. It's hockey.
It's hockey, right? And I get so infuriated that for just a moment, I'm not really thinking straight. And what pops into my head is, if I kick his feet out, then we'll both be down, and I can still win this puck in the corner against the boards. So I do that.
This is a great thought process from a hockey player. If I just use my razor blade feet to kick.
That's the
rollerblade feet, and we're both on the ice together, then I'll win this.
So now you got to keep in mind, hockey skates are really well protected, right? They're like carbon fiber, and mine had like this paint on them or something that makes it like a layer of like
it's like an epoxy on there.
Yeah. And so anyway, but I kick his feet out and I try to get him to fall, but the fucker's good at hockey and he doesn't fall, and they blow a penalty on me. And the worst part of all of it was how embarrassed I am, because if you're not a hockey player, you don't know, like, but kicking another player's feet is one of the big no-nos of hockey. Like,
shameful.
You don't. It wasn't painful at all. I'm sure of it. I just kicked his skate.
Shameful. Like,
shameful.
Shameful. Like, people will shame you for it.
Exactly.
Yeah,
what
and
the
in
fuck?
a no check league, by the way. Woody's down the ground, like, trying to sweep this guy's legs out. Like,
Yeah, let me for
something.
people who don't know about men's league hockey, let me like clarify the no check league thing. This isn't like no check, like, oh, all these guys are in great shape, so that's why there's no checking just because they want to be friendly. It's no check because there are some of these fuckers out there that are just complete alcoholics who, if they fell over, would explode into a bunch of Pabst. And so that's why. So I mean,
and
the
there's
guy,
people with
guy
like
who kicked was
mortgages
good.
and children and stuff like that. Like, they're trying to have a safe place to play hockey. And then there's me, who's like also has mortgages and children, but takes it way too seriously. So, and it's not that I did this every game, but in this one moment, I kicked another player's feet, and they call a penalty, and his entire team is just like shouting at me and giving me a hard time, and my entire team is giving me one of these, like
Oh, we can't even come to your aid?
yes, in hockey.
And you just have to internally cringe and be like, what a shit person I am.
swear he's normally a better guy than this. And Murka, back me up. To me, if there's two things in hockey that you're really not supposed to do, it's third man in and like kick with your feet. Is that about right? Would you add any more to that list?
Kicking with your feet is huge. Swinging your stick, another big one. Like, head contact. They're making that a big deal, but, you know, old guys aren't going to care. It's already mostly gone up there.
Fuck my brain anyway.
It's already
No, but you're
mostly
right
gone
about
up there.
those two.
Yes.
Yeah, those are two ones.
So anyway, in that split second, it seemed like, well, I'll kick his feet out, and then I'll play the puck, and maybe I can still win the battle on the boards, right? They call it grinding or whatever, and get the puck to one of my teammates. So when I see Suarez bite somebody in soccer, I think to myself, like, oh, temporary insanity. I get you, man. like I know where you're coming from. Yeah.
Soccer. Soccer
But he's
is
a
such
rugby fighter.
a bitch sport. I'm sorry if any of you are soccer fans, but I hope all of Europe is listening because your sport sucks tits. It is awful. It's not. We don't watch it not because we don't understand it or because it's too complex. It's because it's slow.
In
And every
fairness to
time the
soccer,
World Cup.
I also suck tits.
Oh well, okay. Well, it sucks.
Let me tell you, somebody that does it, not that bad. Not really that bad.
Then soccer.
Taylor, try it. You might like
Actually,
it.
kind of good. Not bad.
How about this? How about this? I'll split you up. Soccer blows Hitler. You're still into it, Lefty, right? Huh? No, but it's just boring. I always get these people like on Twitter, like a few years ago when I tweeted about just soccer, not the World Cup. People are like, "Oh, it's just like hockey." No, it's not. It's not like hockey. If you take away the razor blades, the excitement, the physicality, the hitting, the shooting, the scoring, and all of, you're playing on the hardest surface, one of the hardest surfaces known to man. It's just intense.
It's like boring hockey on bigger field.
It's a boring. It should be called. It should be called leisurely jog, is what soccer should be called. It should be called leisurely grass jog. Fairies jogging leisurely is what it should be called. And I fucking hate soccer.
Are you still on Twitter, Murka? Where can we find you on Twitter?
Twitter.com/lefty0x68461. So no, it's just Murka Durkah spelled confusingly, and it's
is
just
it AH or HA on Murka?
MURKADURKAH.
Oh,
Yes, there it is. But soccer is an awful sport.
You know, so
It's
I
not
would have
exciting.
lined up with you a month ago, but then when the World Cup started, I feel like I can watch soccer during the World Cup. Not all the time. I'm not a converted soccer fan or anything. Maybe because the stakes are so high. I just, like suddenly I'm kind of getting it, and especially the couple soccer games I've caught live. I have Netflix, so I don't watch a lot of live TV. But I was at a restaurant one time and a shoe sales, sneakers for Hope another time, and I caught the end of 2 games. One was the end of the U.S. game where they ended up losing in overtime, and one was the Argentina game where they ended up winning in a shutout. And it was like, this is pretty interesting. And every near goal was... The goals are such a big deal.
But is it really interesting?
Well, the way that goals play out is much slower. Like in hockey, things change from nothing's happening to the goal went in 3 seconds. Right? I can go from the neutral zone to an actual score in 3 seconds, right? Cross ice pass, one-timer, goal. That describes probably half of hockey goals.
Yeah.
In soccer, things just unfold. There's a much bigger field. Things unfold a little differently. You see the players move into position, and I'm not a soccer expert, but I do understand player positioning because it is related to hockey in that way. And
basketball is just player positioning. Just like that.
I feel like I don't understand basketball in the same way, but anyway, I understand player positioning, and I see that unfold, and even if it doesn't score, I kind of had an appreciation for what an opportunity the U.S. had to go ahead 1-0 right before the game ended, and like, I don't know, like I'm not going to be a new MLS fan or anything, but next World Cup 4 years from now, I'll go into it a little more like, hey, World Cup, than I did this time.
I just don't like how, like, the goal is so big, and there are so few shots on goal. It's almost a given that any shot should go in. It should. Like, the goalie has maybe a 50% chance of saving it if the guy has a decent shot. Probably less than that, right? I don't know any stats, but I know that that's a gigantic goal.
Well, you're in the right podcast for that.
We just make up stats.
Someone on Twitter,
here.
tweet me a dubious stat. Even though this is pre-recorded, but it's just I can't get excited about it just because really what it is, and I'm not bashing anything other than the flopping. The flopping just ruins it for me.
It's true.
I watched the game with 8 goals, 7-1. I watched that game at work because it was slow, and for every goal I kept track, there were at least 3 flops. So in a game that length, an hour and a half, 8 goals, that means there's a goal about every 12 minutes. Which means that there were about a flop every 3 minutes, 3 to 4 minutes. It's unreal, and it's awful.
The NBA. I don't even the NBA. I don't think is that bad.
Yes, I feel like that's the comeback
like,
all the time. It's always like, well, look, this guy in the NFL did that. Yeah, fucking 4 times a year, right?
Once.
Right.
Yeah.
One time in the playoffs, the 2 NFL Giants players very clearly went down trying to fake an injury to stop the clock. Yeah, one time.
Yeah,
one time
once.
there's that video clip of them just walking, and they both look at the clock, and then they both just kind of fall down.
Hey, and do you remember
sees the other one falling down?
In basketball, it gets slightly more common. It happens once for maybe every 10 times in soccer. And they consider it such a crisis that now they're fining players like $7,000 a flop. And it's like next year you won't see that. Yeah, that's a real thing. And next year you won't see that kind of stuff. But in soccer, it's kind of, look, in hockey, they felt like the refs were missing some of the plays. Murka, tell me that I have this right. So didn't they just go from 1 ref to like 3 when they added the 2 linesmen?
They do have more refs now. Yeah. Yeah,
they felt like in hockey players were maybe getting away with something, either fake, like flops, if you call it that, or just offsides or whatever, and then suddenly they stick more refs on the ice so that players actually have to play by rules. Yeah. In soccer, knowing what the ref is looking at is considered strategy and getting away with bullshit. And
exactly. Yeah, you're 100% right with that. And the thing with hockey, it's like if you fall down and you get hurt in hockey and you act like you're hurt, both teams are going to hate you because you're taught to not be a little bitch. That's part of the game. You go off, you get your nose taped back on, and you go back out and play.
Right. Like, you don't need all your teeth to play hockey.
No, you don't. You don't even need 3. Like some of these guys are millionaires, and they're like, "How do you feel about the game today, Tom?" I think it was played pretty well. But it made a couple better passes. I make $7 million a year, and I have 3 teeth. But like,
right, I make $7 million a year, and I've got a 14-year contract or something.
Yeah, 14-year.
42.
But it's silly in soccer to watch the flopping. I think the rule should be in soccer is if you flop, the game is immediately stopped. A stretcher is brought out. You are not allowed to move. Paramedics are there holding your neck steady. They're taking all the precautions. You're carried off. And for the next 3 games, they watch you and make sure that you're safe and you're not hurt and you can't play. And that's the punishment. The reason that people don't flop in hockey as much is because there's a punishment for flailing about. If you get cross-checked and they think you sold it, or if a goalie gets hit and it's a goalie interference, but the goalie spins around and makes it a scene, both players are going to get 2 minutes. So all that does is make all your players hate you for being a little bitch.
And in
not
the
just taking the penalty.
NFL, you have to go off for at least a play.
Exactly. Yeah, it should be. Well, that's not that much, but
it should probably be a series. But at the very least, it's like if you're on the ground and you're writhing in pain, and they have to stop the game and stop the clock for people to come out to attend to you, you're off the field for the next play.
Absolutely agree. For soccer, because it's so prevalent, it should be made more extreme. Whole game's off. No,
and the other thing I don't like about soccer is that there are going to be so many people pissed off that we have said soccer so many times instead of football.
Well, if those people are English, they need to keep in mind, 1, they invented the word soccer. 2, they didn't make it out of the bracket play. We name it.
There we go.
They invented the word soccer. How have I never thought of that?
Didn't they invent it for people that played rugby with a football ball? Like the round spherical ball that people would play rugby with. They didn't want to call it rugby, so they called it soccer. Maybe people played football with a rugby ball or something like that, and they said, well, that's soccer. And then they brought it over here, and we're like, oh, well, that's soccer. We have a game, the violent ground acquisition game. We call it football. Let's call this soccer.
See, my theory with soccer is the reason, like, people use popularity to defend things, which is fallacious, because you can't use the popularity of something to defend that it's good, just that it's popular. The reason soccer is popular is because it's easy to play. If people had the capacity to have ice and sticks and skates and helmets and jerseys and pads everywhere in the world, nobody would play soccer. They'd say, what are you doing with that ball? You're being a faggot. Why don't you get on the ice? But they can't do that because they don't have the equipment. Just like football. All the people playing rugby over there talking about how much tougher that is. Yeah, right. There's no full-on speed collisions in rugby. Watch a clip. It's nothing like American football. It's way less.
I feel like there's full-on speed collisions in rugby.
There's hardcore guys. There's hardcore guys in rugby. There's no doubt that there are, but
they're not hitting like NFL football.
Ray Lewis launches his
spear of a head.
His helmet his hardened plastic plus styrofoam protected helmet at you and a missile like those dinosaurs where they align their spines perfectly with the dome of skull on top of their heads from Jurassic Park: The Lost World, the shittiest fucking sequel there ever was, and they align their heads, and that's what NFL players do. But rugby players, while it's there are a lot of collisions, it's like a faster, stronger game of pickup football where you're not wearing any pads, because when you have pads, you'll launch yourself like a missile in ways that if you weren't wearing pads, you'd really fuck yourself up. So there aren't as many violent, very dangerous collisions in rugby as there are in football, because the guys in rugby, I think, aren't wearing protective padding, or they're like, oh, I can launch my head at this guy and be okay.
It's also just not the nature of the sport itself. Like, that wouldn't be a good tactic in rugby. But let me just clarify that the only reason I was shitting on rugby, I know it's a man's game, it's tough, it's fun. I like rugby. I think it's entertaining. I was just doing that to get under the skin of all those Europeans over there even more as they're sitting there fuming. I'm not a little fairy. Oh, I'll walk out sometimes, a little bit of jogging, or however they talk over there. It's just soccer itself is awful, and if you like it...
right. Football is the sport of the world, huh? Right. Football is the sport of the world, and how come there's so much rugby?
Yeah. Football is the sport of the world.
Lefty, what's the first fight you've been in?
Junior high. Some kid named Mark, I think. Fucking yokel asshole.
Probably black, right?
No, he was a white trash kid. He was one of those kids that smelled funky.
Jewish.
Oh God!
No, he had a lot of acne. He had the long bowl cut, and he wore a lot of sweatpants and like Iron Maiden t-shirts.
The long bowl cut, huh?
Yeah.
Like it came down with bangs.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay.
And this was like, it was very clearly he was stepping out of a trailer every morning, and. And this was in the cafeteria, and he was giving me shit about something. And you know those cafeteria tables, the ones that fold up like this when they're done?
Yeah.
And they've got the seats.
I went to school.
Right. But when I was in high school, I saw ones that had stools on them, and it was the craziest thing I'd ever seen. I was like, holy shit, there's stools? It's not just a long bench?
Yeah, we had those. We had the stools.
I've seen
and
both. Carry on.
Yeah, these were the bench ones. And so I was sitting on one side, he was sitting directly across from me, and he was pissed at me about something. I don't fucking know. Yokel crazy cracker asshole. And he stood up, he's like, I'm going to kick your ass. And I was like, okay. And I knew that in my school, it was, if you instigate, you're in trouble. So I told myself, don't instigate. And he leaned across the table, and he was going to punch me in the face. He said he was going to punch me in the face. I was like, okay, punch me in the face. And he leaned across the table, and he balled his fist up, and he was going to punch me. And he started to go, and it was very clear that as he was doing it, he had a realization of the rules too. And he was going to be fucked up.
Fuck.
And he was, it was very much that, you know how hard you punch somebody in a dream where you can't really punch that hard?
Yeah.
He did that to me. Right, he did that to me, and he went, And I looked at him, and then I stood up, and I remember my dad had told me, when you get in a fight, because I'd never been in a fight before, and this was 7th grade. So I was 11, maybe, something like that.
13.
So when you get in a fight, don't punch him in the face. Don't, because that hurts. You punch him right in the center of the chest, just below their lungs. That'll fuck them up big time. It's one punch. So I stood up, and the guy, he just looked at me. He's like, "What are you gonna do now?" And I just, with my left hand, I just went right in the center of his chest. He immediately fell backward, and because his legs were pinned, because it's a bench, and we were sitting at the lunch table, he fell backwards, and he tabletoped himself over the bench. He was like, "Oh!" And then he was writhing on the ground in pain, trying to catch his breath. And then I got brought down, and I got an in-school suspension.
I've got one.
And you were never successful because of it.
So, Frankie Angelina of Beth Drive in Morristown, New Jersey. I mentioned that because he's a douche.
The year was 1941.
It was early. It was like the 80s or 70s or something. And
Dateline Normandy.
So, all the kids on Mindy Drive were kind of friends, and all the kids on Beth Drive were kind of friends. And sometimes we played together, but not all the time. For whatever reason, it was like me and one friend. And I guess we found each other, just like the two of us, not interesting enough. So we ventured over onto Beth Drive. And all of them were playing together. It was almost like they had a birthday party or something. Like we found them in some guy's house. I think it was Brett's house, doesn't matter. And we go up to their back door, because that's where they all were, like, just sort of in the house on this like back screened-in porch. And we were like, "Hey, can we play with you?" And they're like leading us on, like, "Sure," but not opening the door. And we're like, "What's happening here?" I don't know. Like, do you guys want to hang out or not hang out? Like, lay this out for me. And then Frankie Angelina comes, and he has like a spitball. I don't know what the material was. I don't think it was paper or something. But he held it up to the screen door, and he spit. And because it was through a screen door, it like scattered in like 1,000 different like little saliva,
like a shotgun
pieces. Yeah, right. And it like, it's horrible. And so anyway, and at this point, I'm ready to fight. I'm like, "All right, let's go. You, me. I want you, Frankie Angelina. Bring it." And he's like, "What, me?" I'm like, "What? Don't pretend you forgot. You, right there. I saw it was you. Do it." And Frankie Angelina wore glasses. He was I think physically we were really close, but he did wear glasses. And we meet, and we're in his front yard on Beth Drive. He has like 12 friends. I have one. And I'm unconcerned about this. I'm like, fuck it. I'm going to beat the shit out of Frankie Angelina. And we were young. I don't know how old we were. I'm going to call it like 5th grade or 4th grade or something. And he's expecting a wrestling match, as was customary for the age. I put him up. And anyway, like we go and he's like, circling or something. And I go right in, right cross. And I break his glasses. All of a sudden, he cries. He cries, and his glasses are on the ground. And he's like, "You broke my glasses! You broke my glasses! That's fucked up, man! You broke my glasses!" And I'm like, and for a second, I'm panicked. And I go, "Damn straight I broke your glasses! Come on!" No, that was it. The fight ended with one punch, and some of his friends were like, "That's fucked up. You broke his glasses." And I'm like, "Yeah. How you gonna hit a guy with glasses? Do you need another lesson?" like motherfucker. So it went perfectly. He did the spitball. I got my full revenge. His glasses were broken. He was left to explain it to his parents, who called my parents, and I told him the whole story, just like I did to you. We wanted to play with him. Spitball out through a fence or a screen door. Got all over me. Called him out. We fought, etc. And my parents were like, "Sounds like my kid was in the right. Your kid threw. He started this thing with a spitball. My kid punched yours in the face. I'm okay with this." and that's
sir, I've listened to your story.
Get to.
You're right. I'm okay with this.
Yeah.
I approve.
And that's that's the first real fight I can remember. So yeah. Anyone else got a first fight?
Kyle, did you kick somebody's
I
ass?
think I remember like in early elementary school, this older black kid trying to start a fight with me, and he punched me in the face. And for some reason, my reaction to that was laughter, and that really freaked him out, and he hit me again, and I continued to laugh, and he got really scared and ran away.
Dude, that can be a natural reaction. If you just get overwhelmed by the emotion of that happening, you'll just start cracking up. Like, people will start laughing like that at funerals sometimes, because their body doesn't know how to react.
Yeah, started laughing at him.
People out.
And I remember that, though. That was like 3rd grade, maybe?
So this guy was
so that was probably really creepy, like a little fucking creepy horror movie Kyle kid laughing maniacally as someone punches him in the face.
This much bigger
motherfucker
kid
be
than
laughing.
Octavius.
Do you guys have an embarrassing fight you lost? Anyone? Come up with a story?
Of course not.
I can go first. I've been in probably the most because I'm an idiot. But this wasn't even a fight. But I do remember I was in 8th grade. I was in 8th grade, and I was dating Shelly Salerno. To this day, I think of her as she was a really nice girl. And I took her to the movies, and in front of us, there was a guy who was at least 2 years older. And he not only was he 2 years older, but he was big for his age. And he recognized us at the movies, and we were like not doing anything, right? We were just like boy, girl, young, nervous at the movies together. And he reached around and he said something, and I brushed it off, like trying to be cool. He's like, whatever, maybe you better give me popcorn. I don't know. It was some sort of bullyish thing. And I was like, right? Like just sort of hoping nothing happened out of it. And he reaches behind and he punches me, but he punches me like in the forehead. And he had on this like unusually large pinky ring because he was a douchebag. And it's like it's part of the uniform, I think. And the pinky ring left like a little circle mark on my forehead. And I was just, again, I brushed, because if I had taken it further, there is a 100% chance I'd lose this. And like I was on a date, like it was only going downhill from here. I didn't do anything to deserve it. And I was just like, I kind of just like braved it. Like there was no show of fear or anything. I was just, and Shelly saw it, and I was like, shit happens.
That is so brutal on a date.
Yeah.
Where you just get emasculated. Just she doesn't even look at you and think, I might jerk this guy off tonight. She thinks, what a little faggot this guy is. Couldn't even protect me. I'm just trying to make you feel bad about your
just
memory,
to keep Shelly Salerno's good name in place. Nothing like that ever happened with her.
Yeah, she did jerk you off in the end, so that's good. Right?
Wait, what?
Yeah, Woody ended up fingering her later or something.
No, none of this happened. She was really sweet. I remember.
Wait, how old were you? I just want to make sure I'm not talking about like 10-year-olds fingering or something.
He was 27.
I was in 8th grade. She was in 7th. So
never mind. They never did anything. They just went home and studied from the Bible.
She would have been 12. She was no Dory.
Yeah.
I bet you played doctor with her.
We dated for a long time and hardly anything happened. We just like enjoyed each other's time. I liked having a girlfriend. She was nice to me. She would do nice things at school, which sounds sexual, but it wasn't. Like she'd just like, I don't know. If she had a brand new pencil with a full eraser, she might be like, I know you like them with the full eraser. Like, oh, well, thanks. And I remember there was one day we were walking on the beach, and I was trying to make my move, but I was really like shy and nervous about it with Shelly. And I was like, you know what? I've been thinking like we should be here. And we were under the boardwalk. And I don't know if everyone in the world knows under the boardwalk means makeout spot, but if you're raised in Ocean City, New Jersey, you know that. You know the song Under the Boardwalk, even though it's from way before even my time. And she's like, oh, what do you mean? And I moved in for a kiss, and I got it, and that's about as far as I ever went with Shelley Salerno.
Well, I got laid all the time under the St. Louis boardwalk. So,
What, the one that leads to East St. Louis, where you got shot promptly or something?
the one that, no, just don't go east, and it's a great city.
Hey, how
No,
far
because
are
then
you,
you still have to deal with Cardinal fans.
Hey,
how far are you
fuck
from
off.
Google Fiber?
What?
How far are you from Google Fiber?
I have no idea. I haven't done any research into that kind of thing. I don't know where. What cities are they offering it in?
It's
Isn't
in
Denver?
Kansas City. Aren't you in Missouri?
Yeah. I
Kansas
lived
City's
in
in
Missouri.
Missouri.
Yes, it is. Do they have it?
Yes.
Mhm.
How do you not?
I don't know.
Wow.
I moved to. I'm in Boise right now. I
You're in
moved to Boise
Idaho?
like a year ago. Yeah, for my
I
job.
didn't realize you were in Idaho.
Yeah, moved there, and my chick is going to school at the university here, so I was just staying here with her till this is my place too. I, pay the rent, and so
It's
we're staying
partly
together
mine.
until
It's
she
partly
finishes
mine.
Up her last year at school.
So
Oh,
she's
I
going to
didn't- we did not
graduate
know
this year.
She will finish up, I think December next year, maybe.
What's her major?
Criminal justice.
Criminal justice.
Mm.
What does she want to do with criminal
Yes.
justice?
She's looking into like paralegal stuff. She obviously wouldn't want to be a cop or anything like that, but I really don't know anything about paralegal or the legal field, so
Okay.
I don't have much to expound on. But yeah, that's the situation.
Gotcha.
Well, best of luck. Did not know you were in Boise.
I
think-
know one of my good friends from high school married a girl who did criminal justice, and she became a parole officer.
Oh yeah, that's another common thing. I don't think she'll end up doing that,
No.
but yeah, still planning on Denver in about, I don't know, as soon as she graduates.
What's the draw in Denver?
I have a cousin and a couple friends who live there.
Uh-huh.
Also, pot being legal is a huge draw.
I didn't expect you to say that.
Oh, I was gonna say like, oh, Mary Jane. Yeah, I know Mary Jane too. Yeah, we hang out all the time.
Well, no, I'm not going to
Murka
be
just went
completely
there.
obtuse. It's obviously a huge draw. That's great. All the states should be like that. And I'm a big skier. I haven't gone recently, so I guess I'm not that big of a skier, but I do enjoy it, and it's a fun place to go.
Do you mix the two though?
Do I mix skiing and marijuana?
Yeah, that's the question, right?
Well, if I did do that, I certainly wouldn't passively admit it by denying it right now.
Duh, Kyle. I mean, duh.
Do you snowboard?
Doesn't that seem dangerous though? I
No,
imagine
I
that's
don't-
how Sonny Bono actually died.
No, dude. I mean, I've never done it snowboarding because I've never snowboarded, but skiing, as long as you can skate, you can ski. As long as you're half decent. I mean, Woody backed me up on that. You can probably ski very well if you can skate well.
I'm competent. I can on the East Coast. I can do all the hills pretty much. I can do double diamonds and such, but I'm not amazing or
You
anything.
can do hockey stops with your skis.
Sure, of course, yeah.
Yeah, so that's already way past most of the people that just pick up the rental skis. So I don't think it's that dangerous. But I would never do that. It's illegal.
Are you technically DUI if you're skiing while high?
No.
Or
Well, I don't
SUI,
know.
Maybe.
Suey?
Skis hurt my ankles really bad. Like, we went to Killington, Woody and I did, and it was just, my ankles were so excruciating. I was just like, I just gave up. I was like, there's no way this is going to happen. So I think maybe snowboarding would hurt less, but I think I was just tired that day and I was done with it. I don't
Yeah,
wanna start
I almost
over.
wonder if his boots didn't fit right or what. Like he had a lot of ankle pain, and I don't even have a little ankle pain.
Yeah, I don't get any, dude.
Yeah,
it was
sometimes
like it was the inner ankle area. Like on the
sometimes my
inside.
shins get like tired. Like maybe I make them too tight or something. In the
Do you have
boots,
like
the boots make you sit at that angle, like with your knees bent the
bent
whole
down.
time. Yeah. But and that can be exhausting sometimes, especially as bad as skiing is. I swear, walking around the lodge is worse. Like that'll wear you out.
in the ski boots? That's
Yeah.
the worst. You feel like an idiot. So Kyle, do you have like really weirdly shaped feet or something? Because that could impact that.
Kyle has extraordinarily long, hairy hobbit toes. Maybe it's related to that.
Perhaps. I will say this: I've sprained both my ankles multiple times.
Kyle,
and I
can you
broke
put your
one of them.
toes on camera? That would be an amazing.
This is the time. This is the time where Kyle's like, "I've got a foot deformity." Thanks for bringing it up,
Kyle, this is the
jackals.
kind of shit that proves PKA is getting better in the Patreon era. Put that foot on camera. Ho, ho, ho.
Wait,
Look
we
at that
haven't
shit.
monetized it. We haven't monetized it. Hold on. Wait, how do we?
It's fine.
how do we
It's
get people to pay
fine.
for this?
See, we're stepping up our production quality. Where's the foot?
Where is it?
Also, make sure that everybody
These
else
graphics
shuts up
are-
and you kind of hum so I can see your screen.
You click on the person's screen so that you get the
yeah,
one
yeah.
you
Click
want.
on them at the bottom. Yeah.
Oh, revolutionary.
Ah, yes.
Yeah.
All right. So now you got to grab.
Kyle,
the wet
bring the
platinum.
foot down. Model it. Model those
He's
hairy
touching it up.
flipping
He
toes.
doesn't realize how gross his toenails were. Now he's doing it.
Oh God.
Hey, do it from the other angle. I can't see the hair on the toes. Kyle, I don't know if you recall
That
this.
is
at all. Do you
literally a
remember
foot.
being hammered in Juliet like a few
Yeah.
years ago, and we were
Calling the-
hanging out,
calling
and
the-
at one point you told me you were like, "Hey, check out my feet. I got hobbit toes." And that was all you said, and you took your shoes off, and I was drunk, and White Boy was probably peeing somewhere like he did. And you remember that? Remember we were driving around, Woody was being responsible, and White Boy had to jump out and pee in an abandoned lot somewhere?
I don't remember.
It's still shady for me that I remember because I was kind of drunk. But
Kyle, are you not going to put your feet on the table and show us?
No.
He's going to save it for another day.
I
All
did
right.
the gun thing. That was pretty cool.
It was pretty cool. I'll give you props
I
for
feel like I
that.
could fire it from that position.
Yeah, it looked like a midget was holding it. Like,
Yeah.
He has really long toes. They're almost finger-like.
Yeah,
Look
they
at
wrap
that.
around the pistol grip there, you see.
And what you can't see is his toes have hair on them like a forearm would, and they're just.
yeah, his feet aren't hairy though.
I think they might
Yeah.
be. Yeah, I disagree with you on the hairy feet thing.
I don't remember your feet being hairy.
Yeah, he has.
Or maybe you told me you shaved them when you showed me that. You ever shaved your feet
I've ran a trimmer over them before.
in a drunken stupor?
I want to do
like,
the
I'm
same
gonna
thing
need you
as
to
Kyle.
manscape your toes if you don't mind. It's
Yeah,
getting
you
a
know,
little
trim things up a little bit,
unseemly
whatever.
now.
I have some extraordinary toes too. I can pick things up and carry them and throw things with my toes, but I've just had 4 ciders and it would be irresponsible. Like, for all I know, I could shoot something. Like, I could freaking. Like, I
You know,
feel-
if there's anybody in this call that could do a desk pop and get away with it right now, with the wife and children away,
I'm not touching a firearm while drinking. It's not on the table.
you don't have to be drinking. I mean, you're not drinking now, are you? Bam! Get yourself a firearm. Ah.
Hey, Kyle, speaking of which, what drink are you on?
I'm like most of the way through the third one.
Bitched
Oh
him.
my
That's
god,
what
dude,
he's
you've been
doing.
doing this for like 3 hours. You
Murka,
realize-
Murka, cheers, you and I. Cheers. You want to finish?
I gotta get some more ice real
Okay.
quick.
All right.
Lefty, hold off.
All right.
I'm dozing off every now and then though. Like my forehead will bump my microphone. I'm like, oh.
Oh, so that's what that is.
Yeah, it's my forehead hitting the mic because I'm fucking dozing off. I'm so goddamn tired.
Well, at least you'll get to sleep now, finally, Mr.
yeah.
Like, I haven't slept.
It's gonna be good sleep later tonight. I couldn't get to sleep at all last night. I tried for
You know,
literally
and-
3.5 hours.
It's weird because Adderall sounds equal parts fucking awesome and fucking awful. Like at the same time, it's equal parts like awesome, like, oh my god, I'm awake, I can get so many things done, and equal parts like, oh my god, I'm awake, I can get so many things done, but I really want to go to sleep.
I'm not sure if it's the Adderall that's keeping me up. I'm also on prednisone for that allergic reaction, so I think that has something to do with it too, because the dermatologist said that it could do that.
Yeah, I was on.
So it could be
prednisone,
it could be both like working together. It's annoying. Like
Yeah,
it's
I don't think people know about that, but Kyle had a like a little skin rash, and he's on steroids to fix it.
yeah, it's been annoying. It's persistent.
Also to
But
fix
anyway,
his low T.
yes. No.
Wait,
I
to what?
wish. That would be cool. To fix my
To
low
fix
T.
his low T.
Oh, his low T. I didn't understand it first.
I'm telling you, Woody, that's what you should totally do. You want to get that beach bod again? You just go to a doctor and say, I've got ADD and low T.
Yep.
You'll be awake and wanting to work out the entire fucking time.
Huh. That sounds glorious. You know what? I feel like I should talk about the whole Adderall thing a little bit, because I think that some of the people that watch this are young and they are influenced by me, and they are understandably confused when I alternate between, doing like real role model type stuff that I take seriously, and Painkiller already, where I'm a effing goof. So let me tell you the truth. If you think you have ADD, or you want to get more stuff done, or whatever, you should go to your doctor and you should tell him the truth and let him make an educated decision with you. Like, I goof about how I want Adderall or something, but the truth is I've never taken one. I don't have one. I haven't gone to my doctor. I certainly haven't gone to my doctor and lied about it. What I have done is I've taken a couple cups of coffee on slow days. And I wouldn't hesitate to do that if I were you. But don't.
Have you guys taken Adderall? Anyone else in here?
Kyle.
I'm prescribed.
Oh, you are. I really don't like the way it makes me feel. I'm not prescribed, but I would take it like before exams or something in college, and it was horrible.
So
it just makes you
I'm a big
anxious. Makes you anxious and feel like you have to do stuff the whole time, and you're just sweaty. I don't like it.
For the last month, Kyle has been kind of a walking Adderall advertisement. It's helped him get things done. It's helped him be a better person. He's working out. He's fitter. He's thinner. He's stronger. He's productive. He's the super him. And I talk, I want this too. I want this too. Imagine what I'd be if I was on Adderall, like where I'd go next level and stuff like that. But as much as I goof around with it, perhaps irresponsibly on this show, I've had it in my head for a while now. Like, Woody, like, you're the same guy who did Mail Monday for years giving serious advice. People would get mixed up. So
I'm totally gonna dart Woody with Adderall on the roller coaster trip.
What kind of Adderall do you have? Is it like XR or IR?
It's blue tablets. They're instant, not time released.
Oh, those that's not too bad then. It's the XRs that are terrible and make you feel shitty all day.
Yeah, I didn't want time released. I wanted the ones that I had when I was in middle school, so I could just take 10 milligrams and get some shit done.
Oh, just 10? Oh, so you're not even on that high of a dose. You're just using those like pick me up. You're fine.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I take 10. Sometimes I double up if I got a lot of shit to do. I'll take 20 milligrams if I've got a lot of stuff to do.
Even though I don't like the way it makes me feel when I would take it, you get shit done.
Yeah.
You just get shit. I would go to the library and I would like have little plans before I took it about like little breaks I would take to keep myself motivated with studying. And before I knew it, I'd be 9 hours into studying. No break. Just keep going because Adderall is ridiculous. It's just an amphetamine. You're high when you're studying when you take that.
That's literally what it says on my bottle. It says amphetamine salts.
It is an amphetamine.
Yeah.
It's not good for you, but it's also, I'm sure you've lost weight since you've taken it.
Great for you. I've gained 8 pounds.
You've gained 8 pounds.
Yes.
But he's exercising. He's like lifting constantly. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's actively trying to gain weight and muscle.
I'm eating a lot too.
There's a law in Tennessee that if you test positive, if you're a pregnant woman, you test positive for methamphetamine when you're pregnant after you give birth, you're charged with assault.
Good.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
I have no idea if that's good or bad.
Why are you taking amphetamines when you're pregnant? That's crazy.
You shouldn't be, right? And that's a good idea, right? That's really good. That's really good. But if you can be charged with assault for technically assaulting your child before it's born, what if I get in a fight with a crack whore and I punch her in the gut?
Then you killed her baby. Can't
then
do that.
Kill her baby.
And
am I crack baby?
Am I guilty of assault? Or a
No,
murder?
you're guilty of crack baby murder.
Right, but then the question becomes, well, then does that cut to the heart immediately of abortion? Because if you as a mother can be guilty of assault,
it's crack baby.
it's just a crack baby.
Yeah, it's just a crack baby.
Right, and while I agree that you shouldn't smoke methamphetamine when you're fucking pregnant,
I say bring the 3/5 law back for crack babies. That's what I want to stand on when I run for politics.
God.
It sucks when people are like, "Oh my God, government shouldn't get into business," and I'm like, in America, the government has been in bed with business kind of from the beginning, and they're like, "What do you mean?" I'm like, "The 3/5 compromise. Remember that one?"
Yeah, you do. You're looking to the glory days, aren't you?
Yeah. Men were men and women were grateful.
Yes.
New topic.
Kyle, I'd like you to give me a topic. Give us a topic to discuss.
All
Who's
right.
been steering the ship tonight?
So
It
you're
looks
gonna
like you're dealing with some WoodyCraft stuff.
But I came up big with the Australian incest ruling.
You did. How are
Came
you?
up big, but you know that was an hour ago, my friend. What have you done for me lately, Eddie?
Kyle, you want me to step in here? Murka Durkah riddle me this. If you have oral sex with a vegan, do they swallow?
Ooh. I would, it depends how strict. No. Yeah, they would, actually, because they only care about animals. They don't care about people as much.
People are animals?
Well, they are, but they don't consider them animals. They think people are evil and chickens are the shit, and so they
right. That would be the ultimate gotcha on a vegan bitch, though, wouldn't it? Be like, aha, got you.
You know what I would want to do is I wanted to make her close her eyes while she was finishing me, and then I'd crack an egg open over her face and let that drop in her mouth. Ha! Made you cheat, whore.
Wow.
Oh, hey, did they just legalize pot finally in Washington? Because I just read on Reddit that
they're just selling it now. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it says Washington will haul in nearly $150,000 in excise taxes from the first 3 days of legal marijuana sales, and that does not include the state and local sales taxes.
They're making so much money in Colorado.
And it's just like people that want to go buy booze or want to go buy cigarettes. Why isn't everybody doing this? Stop pussyfooting around with medical marijuana legalization and decriminalization. Just say it's legal, tax it, sell it to people who want to get reasonably high, and then punish the people that get too fucked up and do stupid things.
I'm with you completely. I feel like okay, a half step, right? If it's gay marriage and they do civil unions are pretty cool in 2007, right? In 2014, if you're not doing legalized gay marriage, you're just a pussy congressman. If you're talking about legalizing marijuana, decriminalization, where like, look, it's still illegal, but we're not gonna, pursue it as hard as we once did. This isn't 2007. This isn't 2002. It's 2014. Go all the way. Don't make it medical marijuana this year. We're long past that. If you legalize marijuana, then you're doing something. And I'm not a pot smoker. This isn't coming from a pot smoker. It's coming from a social justice, a social good perspective. To punish people for smoking this weed is stupid. And
would you smoke it if it was legal?
No, I don't think so.
See, that's one of the big arguments. They're like, oh, if we legalize it, everybody's going to be a pothead, just a bunch of lazy fucks. But people like you, like, it gets legalized, you're not going to change your life. They could legalize crack tomorrow, and I'm not going to go down to Walmart and buy a box.
Right,
I don't want to be a crackhead.
But you see, the logic of that is, so there's how many people in America right now, completely legal, that could go down to a local liquor store and buy enough alcohol to literally kill them. Literally kill themselves.
It doesn't even take that much.
Right, no, I could go down to a liquor store and buy enough vodka and whiskey that I'd plop it on the counter. The guy would say that's $85.50. I'd pay it, and then I could go kill myself. And people aren't doing that.
No.
What's the reasoning to say, oh well, with pot everybody's gonna go crazy and everybody's gonna have reefer madness and do all it's just
reefer
madness. That's Woody's day. He remembers the indoctrination.
Right, he was the original actor. He was one of them. He was like, he was doing the heart palpitations thing, like under his shirt.
Yeah, no.
Woody was in that movie. I'm not gonna smoke the wacky tobacco.
Say I'm on the straight and narrow. Yeah.
What they're doing with SWAT teams breaking down doors of people for smoking pot, taking down farmers, just pulling over people and locking them up, and putting people in jail for smoking marijuana is immoral. It is an honest to goodness immoral action taken by our government, and it's frustrating. I don't know. I don't have too many issues where I'm like, whoa, what they're doing is really sincerely wrong. It's not just two sides of the story type thing. It's like, no, you guys, it's just effing wrong, man. Get it right. Stop punishing people for harmless stuff.
Yeah.
And I don't even like the harmless thing. I feel like.
Yeah, you can't go too far in one direction with that, because it seems like it's either an extreme of one person like it'll kill you, or one person like there's literally no bad effects to pot, man. Everything's good, man. It's gonna make you see the world better. Like, no, there are detriments. If you're a lazy fuck and you smoke all day every day, it's gonna ruin your life. You're going to be lazy, complacent, and unsuccessful. I don't like the dichotomy they've set up of either all bad or all good.
That's an argument that I make a lot. I feel like, well, one, there's a memory loss thing. And two, there really is a pattern with people who smoke too much pot and just sort of lack motivation. Like something happens to their reward system where they just don't sort of prioritize the normal things that make people feel good about themselves. And instead they just hit the pot. And, let's not pretend that this thing is a health food. I had a guy tweet me the other day saying it literally prevents cancer. I don't know. I'm not a research scientist that can tell whether this thing literally prevents cancer, but I do know that it's not a health food, right? The smoking pot is not equivalent to cleaning up your diet. Let's just consider it a minor league vice. That's what it is.
It's not even really medicine. It's pain management. It's nausea management. It's akin to ibuprofen. It's akin, not the same.
It is medicine for glaucoma.
Does it cure glaucoma?
It releases intraocular pressure, which helps.
All right then. That's one.
I've heard the glaucoma thing is like one of the most proven, scientifically viable, like honest things. Like that one I knew was on the list. A lot of other ones are kind of like,
What else? Crohn's. It cures the nausea. Crohn's disease has a lot of nausea.
Nausea is a good one. Although nausea is one that like they've.
But that's a symptom, isn't it? Not a root cause.
Well, nausea in my lifetime, I forget what the medicine is, but they have really solved nausea. Like outside of pot, they've fixed nausea. I don't know if you guys have had many surgeries or something, but I wake up from surgery really nauseous. And now if ever something comes like that, I tell them in advance, like, look, I got an issue, man. When I come out of surgery, I throw up like 100% of the time. And they're like, we got you. This is something that science has fixed. And sure enough, they have. Like there have been times where I'm like, even, and they put this. Oh, you know what a Listerine strip is?
Yeah.
Like it's not like it's sort of dissolves on your tongue and then you just sort of instantly have it. They have that in an anti-nausea form, and it's just gone. And in it's super fast, like a minute, 60 seconds, and you're like, hey, wait. I swear I wasn't lying before. I swear I wasn't. And they're like, yeah, that's how it goes. They fixed it. So
what if next time the doctor just hands you a bong bowl? All right, we got this taken care of.
I don't even know how to smoke a bong bowl. I've seen it on TV a lot. I've probably seen a bong bowl. I've definitely seen a bong bowl in real life because I went into a smoke shop. But I don't know that I've seen anyone smoking from a bong in real life. Like this is the plastic kind, not the big glass kind. But,
the acrylic? Yeah.
Wait, it's acrylic?
It's acrylic, yeah. The plastic is acrylic.
I thought it was glass.
The
nicer ones are glass, yeah. But like the shitty little multicolor ones are usually acrylic.
Oh, I always thought they were like expensive blown glass pieces of art.
Yeah,
anyway,
some of them are, but you'll be able to tell.
I don't even know what they're doing exactly. So they light the one side, and then do you blow in it and then suck in it later?
See, this has all been explained to me by someone.
They're pulling the smoke through diffusers and liquid to cool it down.
So there's pot in the little stem
in the bowl. Yeah.
You add fire to that, and then when you smoke the other side, it draws air through it, burning it, drawing marijuana smoke down into the pipe.
But you put your mouth on the big fat end,
through the
right?
Diffuser,
and are you sucking on the big fat end?
Yes, you are.
And then you have to suck.
You keep sucking to fill up the chamber, as I've been explained. And when you lift the bowl, it opens up a clear path to inhale. So then you just inhale really quickly, and all the smoke goes up in your lungs real quick.
Demonstrate.
No, don't demonstrate.
Yeah, right. That's not legal, bro. Don't do that.
So wait a minute.
I also don't speed.
I still want to. I'm curious about this. So you suck on the big round part that's the top, right?
The big phallic tube leading to your mouth.
So you put your mouth in there, almost like a kissing shape, and then you suck, and then it draws the flame into the marijuana, and then that brings smoke into the water. No, but it's not going straight to you in that suck. There's a secondary suck.
Has to go through the water, then up. Then sometimes there's a percolator or two, which is another way to diffuse the smoke, make it not as hot, so it's easier Sometimes there's ice in the chamber as well, as you've seen in movies, which is how I know this. And that's just how it goes. You'll just have to try it.
Is there no? Because you said something like you lift the bowl to allow the smoke to come through. It's not just one open tube that eventually leads to the top.
No.
It kind of is, but
not the way not by his understanding of what he's saying. Open tube.
The bowl would have marijuana in it, so it would be obstructing the airflow. But if you remove that, then there would be a clear passage through which cool outside air could pass through the bong, and all the marijuana smoke could pass into you.
It sounds almost like you suck it to create marijuana smoke and get it all cleared out, and then you suck it again to inhale it. Is that?
Yep. Then you suck it again as you pull that out to allow a clear flow of air.
That's how you smoke in. That's how I mean.
That's how you smoke anything piece too.
Yeah, like a cigarette. That's how I smoke a cigarette if I'm smoking. Still haven't smoked now. It's been a while.
Oh, dude, how are you doing with cigarettes?
It's been a while. I'm not sure how long it's been.
Good for you.
I guess I could get the exact date.
I'm trying to start up
Over a month
smoking.
and
I
a
just
half,
can't get the
maybe?
hang of it.
5 weeks.
You keep
4
going,
weeks,
Murka.
5
You'll
weeks.
get it.
You'll get it too someday.
Someday. How long have we been doing this?
A little over 4 hours. Almost 4 hours and 20 minutes in.
I guess
420 plays in.
How fast these things go.
I'm absolutely fucking exhausted. I've literally fallen asleep 3 times. I'm pretty good right now, though.
Do you need one more topic? Let's do one more topic.
All right, one more.
All right. PornHub is apparently pleading with their users to stop uploading videos of Brazil getting fucked by Germany. People keep uploading World Cup footage of Germany beating the shit out of Brazil.
Because it's rape content?
Yeah. So if people don't know, Germany beat Brazil 7-1 in the World Cup semifinal, and apparently it keeps getting on PornHub, and it's just Brazil getting fucked by Germany.
And if you don't watch soccer and you need to know, 7-1 in soccer is like a basketball game being 2,500 to 11. Like, that's the level of ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. You know, isn't that a thing in like YouTube? Like if you get a COD video on PornHub, I remember there used to be a few YouTubers that would do that, where they would just upload Call of Duty videos to PornHub and be like, "Oh look, I'm on PornHub, man!" And
did you know that Painkiller already's on PornHub?
No,
Yeah.
I did not.
It is. Oh, what was her name? Area something.
Area Aspen.
Area Aspen.
Yeah,
I was on that episode.
Really?
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna do a little bit of
Was a
of research.
Well, there's
right
another
here.
porn star following the show. New blood, as we're calling her. I don't know. She doesn't have a nickname yet.
Selena 22.
Oh, here it is.
Yeah.
So if
She
you go
tweeted.
if you go to Pornhub.com and you search for Painkiller already, you will find episode 106 on there.
They still haven't found it and removed it. Like, this is not porn.
The comments, my friends, are RSK exclamation point. This is my friend. This, my friends, is Painkiller already, and ha.
Nice.
So,
How many views?
It's called the lower third.
What's the rating?
Let's see. It has 9,411 views, 88 thumbs up, and 9 down.
Nice.
That's impressive for a
Winning the audience
non-porn
over.
video on a porn site.
We have a 10-to-1 like ratio.
Yeah, people are like,
On
yeah, you know
Pornhub.
what? This non-porn stuff, pretty good. We like it. It's good.
I think it's awesome. Are you watching it right now, Murka?
I'm trying to scroll through.
Did you search
He's
for
like, I'm
Painkiller
looking
already?
for the porn.
I found it right away.
Oh, I found it.
I can even link it if you guys are interested.
No, I got it.
So that Selena girl tweeted me.
When did you
Like
do this episode?
Something.
106?
Kyle, I
Long time
saw
ago, 2 years.
the cucumber about which you spoke, and my God, man, that thing is impressive. What does she do with that?
Yeah. She inserts it. She's actually bigger on there than you might think. She's got 40,000 subscribers, which is a lot over there, and like 23 million views.
Yes, Kyle and I were talking about how successful she is over there, and it's pretty neat. And I think that I was telling him, and I'm not an expert on this stuff, But I think in terms of like monetization for a, is she on PornHub or is she somewhere else?
Yes.
PornHub, yeah.
For a PornHub star, I imagine they have a much better long tail. Like we were talking earlier about long tail. When you make a Call of Duty video, it gets all its, I know, long tail. It gets all its views in like the first 3 days or so. And after 3 days, it's gotten like 90% of its views. And then it just slips into sort of, views never go down, but they don't go up like they did it the first couple of days. In porn, a 2-year-old video is just as good as a new one. She
and I want to know that she was following me first. She was showing up in my gaming streams first. By the way, sweetheart, they're coming back soon. Don't worry about that.
How's your girlfriend feel about that?
She did not like it.
Hey, you know what video we should find for old time's sake is the one I sent in one of the early PKAs of a snake blowing a guy. You have to remember that.
You guys can watch that video. That's guys watching.
I know a story. So
you remember that?
We were looking for midget on midget porn, right?
Oh.
And there was this notion that midget on midget porn couldn't be found. And everyone who thinks they know a thing or two about porn would be like, no problem. I'm on this. That's me fake typing. And
you have a real keyboard.
I was afraid it would change things. Like all of a sudden I'd like cancel the show. So so anyway, you search for it, and what you find are full-size people with a small woman porn. Or you find a big woman with a small man, or a little man. I think that's the appropriate term. A little man. And but it's very hard to find a little man and a little woman doing the thing.
Fuck it. Yeah.
So yeah. Anyway, T-Mart links it, and like of all places. By the way, this was like innocent T-Mart. This was like 16, 17-year-old sweet T-Mart, hadn't heard a bad word yet.
Yeah,
Suddenly,
this was a while ago.
He's finding midget on midget porn, which I think is the not nice way to put it. And then it turns out that the genius behind that search was none other than
I found the porn.
Yes. Well, T-Mart gave us the link. And at first we thought that he was the one that had the pro porn skills. It was actually Murka Durkah.
Yes,
so what did you search to find it? What was the...
No, I just went to favorites.
That was saved.
No.
By the way, I need to dig myself out of this hole. No, sweetheart, I'm not really glad that... I'm not like rejoicing that the porn star is following me.
Yes, he totally was.
He totally was.
Fuck yourselves.
It's not even a close
He was
call.
like, she followed
Fuck
me
yourselves.
first. She was in my streams first. This is totally Lefty's lady.
Yeah, no. Because I remember it was Kyle and I up until 5:30 in the
Lefty,
morning
what's her name
talking
again?
about her. What?
What's her name?
Who?
Selena22.
Selena22.
Oh, I completely
You just
forgot.
linked it in the chat.
Yeah, because we were
Kyle did.
dumbfounded by it
That
when we
was,
first discovered
Kyle.
her. We wanted to determine if she was a real person or not.
Yeah,
Those are
I
my
totally
girlfriend's
thought it was a
computer.
dude. I thought it was a dude again. I'm
Yeah,
like,
we
oh,
thought it was a dude.
Here's a dude that's like pretending to be a porn star. No, it's definitely a real porn star.
Yeah, we did some
And it's
investigation
interesting.
and we determined.
She only does videos with her real life boyfriend. So, like, you typically think of, like, if there's a knock against porn stars in my head, it's that they're, a little free with who they sleep with and their list gets really long. She's just sleeping with her boyfriend on camera and uploading it for money. It's
That's not a bad gig.
It's not even that slutty to me.
No, it's not really. I don't know. It depends on how you define slutty. It's very promiscuous because you're like, hey, here's my chonch and all my girly bits, and I'm on camera doing my thing. But you're with your boyfriend, you'd be doing that anyway.
Yeah, just not in front of millions of people.
She's just monetizing it, and
yeah, but doesn't it kind of dilute the sense of intimacy if the one you're fucking is sharing it with millions of other people?
I don't know. I'm sure that'd be something that she talked about with her boyfriend, where she's like, "Hey, let's do this."
And I swear he gets off on that. I don't even want to give a hint as to who it is, but he dates.
Awesome.
It's not anyone in the YouTube world, or it's not guessable, so don't try. But his girlfriend is really pretty, and he used to wear these like suggestive shirts, like "I love head," but the head would be like the ski company. If people don't know, there's a ski company called Head.
Yeah.
And but like there he is with his, and they're married now, and it's like, but like you're talking about her, we all know that, like that's the thing, and we would go camping, and you would hear from their tent would get a rocking, and it's like these are tents, like everyone know, and I think they go to strip clubs. And she'd get all dolled up with like red lipstick and tight skirts. And by the way, she was totally like mega fit, like a perfect specimen. And I think that I think he just really got turned on by how much like everybody wished they were him. Like that was his thing. That explains the loud sex at a campsite. That explains the, like I get head type t-shirts. That explains why his girl's all dolled up when she, joins him at strip clubs. Like a big part of like what made him tick was the fact that everybody wished they were him. Like that was the thing that he got off on. And so applying that to Selena here, her boyfriend might not feel victimized by this in the slightest. While you perhaps would say, wait, isn't it like taking away from the intimacy of the moment because it's shared? For him, it might be like, dude, this is so fucking hot. Everyone's going to watch this and wish they were me.
Yeah, I guess if he has like a fetish, or I don't even know if that's called a fetish, isn't it? I guess fetish is just like crazy shit, but if that's what he's into, then I guess that's fine. I wouldn't want that at all. But.
Right. And it's all about what you want and what you bargain for with your significant other, be they be another guy, a girl, or whatever. It's
exactly.
Like, hey, let's fuck, and hey, let's fuck and film it and put it on the internet. Okay, and then guess what? It's on the internet and it's mine. I wonder if he gets a cut. I wonder, does she pay him? Does he get a cut? Is he on insurance? What's the deal? We need to know, Selena. You need to come on the show so Kyle can talk to you.
She messaged me before the show. She was like, make sure everybody drinks.
Make sure everybody drinks, she said?
Yeah.
Oh, she's going to listen to this.
She's a fan.
She's a fan of the show.
Yeah, she's a fan. She's all over. She's on the PK subreddit. She's on Twitter. I'm sure she watches Woody's streams. When I was streaming, she would watch me. She talks to Kyle. It's a whole thing. She's a big fan of the show.
Then I don't want her to feel bad if I said anything mean.
She's the first. She's the first thing of our. Like she's the first like person in our brood, our little stable of.
She could be a whack packer.
Right. I didn't want to say oddity or weirdo, but I mean, sweetheart, you're a porn star on Pornhub. I mean, you don't run into those every day.
I've tried to get her to come and do something with the show a bunch of times, but she says she's really shy, which makes no sense because I've seen her.
No, because she's on porn.
Have sex on camera. Yeah. It's ridiculous.
I've known about her for about 11 minutes, and I've seen her asshole no less than a dozen times. She's not shy.
I see her boobs, and she's looking at a cucumber seductively.
Yeah. That cucumber apparently goes.
Look how many views she gets. She gets tons of views here.
I don't want to look at her. I don't want to look at her Pornhub social blade because it'll just make me sad. It'll just make me sad.
So shy. Ooh, I'm a tee.
And that's the thing. That's the thing.
Let me put this 11-inch cucumber up my
get me,
ass.
boys.
Tee. A little shy.
Maybe she'll finally come on the show now, or maybe she'll come on the show. Get it?
Why do you keep looking straight forward with your little grin?
Hey man, people like the little facial gestures I make.
I think they're funny too.
It's part of my charm.
It's funny. You get almost addicted to it, right? Like, hey, I really like it when Lefty does this, and then suddenly you're like, all right, so that's like a thing, and you want to do it. Like, I don't know. It's hard to figure out like how to measure it out.
People got upset when I was like when I started doing the boy thing, and we were like, and I'm like, people really seem to think it was like cheeky and funny.
Oh, dude, people get into weird stuff.
I don't know.
So I'm gonna do it.
I thought they were begging for it. They were like, if the show didn't end that way, they were mad. Now, who knows?
Right, but then there were people that
you can't please them all.
No.
I would say like, "What's up, sluts?" or "What's up, faggots?" or "What's up, dumbasses?" at the beginning of all my videos, and they liked that.
Yes.
They'd be like, "Why didn't you call us a slut today?" I'm like, "Because you didn't suck my dick well enough, faggot." And then
those people probably lead very interesting lives. Very interesting lives behind. Like, why didn't you call me a slut today, faggot? Like,
Hey, we like to foster a family environment over at my channel, which similar to my channel is youtube.com/leftyox614250 XOX319er LOL Hitler, and that's your channel.
You guys want to call it a wrap?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that was it.
I want Murka to go fuck himself.
I'm just a fucking
You cunt. Boy!